Oh. Sunday stream. Sunday fun day. Yeah. I got a stream today because tomorrow I won't be streaming for potentially like the next 2 days. Yeah. Yeah, so I got some stuff I gotta do. I mean, I might do like a... Might be like... I might do like a short stream. But it's not gonna be... it wouldn't be like long streams at all. Yeah. If I do stream, I'll let you know. It just kind of depends on a couple things, but... What's going on? A little ruling on Tangent. I have banned him from streaming until he fixes his waste management situation. He's no longer allowed to stream. He also has been fined over 8 million channel points as a result of that as well. Big trouble, Mr. Tangent. Big trouble. Big trouble for Tangent. Yeah, and we're going to do a deep cavity search on him as well. Deep cavity search.
Sup, Burke? Been a while.
How you doing, buddy? How you doing? What are you doing, Classy? You gotta get on. You got a sign now, Classy. You see your sign? You see your other sign. Now you got a sign. You know, on the side of the old business about you know, EEA business or bulletin board. Yeah. Yeah. You got a sign that says endangered species list, and you have a sign about condemned businesses by order of the EEA. Yeah. Hey, Classy, when you get a chance, can you add me as, because apparently you own the land, can you add me as an authorized person so I can get in there and edit it every day? I got to update the list, because the crocodiles are having a hard time right now, man. They're having a hard time. Real hard time. What's this? Gator poacher. Oh yeah, no, that's stuff I shouldn't see. That's metagame shit. See that? Gators are coming back, like 20 now. Oh wow. Cassie owns the place now. Okay. Yeah. I won't be able to see Tangent today. Because I gotta go down, I gotta get off at 6 a.m. I gotta get off at 6 a.m. tonight, for this stream. I have stuff I gotta do. Unfortunately, I gotta get off early. The house business. House stuff. Yeah. So I won't see Tangent, but I will be inspecting his business. His business is gonna be inspected. His business. Don't get that inspect. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Tangent wants to do the prison experience. You kind of saw the prison experience, yeah. I'm gonna make a separate cam PC. No, I only need streaming PC. I mean, I already have a stream PC. It's just that. Gotta talk with SOA. What the hell's SOA? Sword Art Online? Oh, scene of action? No, not yet. I haven't had any time, dude. There's like been no downtime for me at all. Stream, sleep, get up, house shit. Stream, sleep, get up, house shit. It's just
9
been
months
that
cap.
nonstop. We're
Looks like we'll soon have a new crewman for the Dirty Skull.
Yo, yeah. You sold your old house? That's good. That's one good thing that's good about what I'm doing, is that this house that I'm in now will sell like instantaneously, so not worried about that at all. That's a good relief. No, I just been talking about, like, you know, for when it's time to do the studio. I don't need a new gaming PC. My gaming PC's fine. It's fantastic. It's you can see the specs down below. It's a beast. It's fine. It's not gonna, you know, I don't need to update that yet. It's like a year and a half old. It's good. It's gonna last me for a while. It just got its GPU upgrade too, so we're good for that. That processor that I have was made for. I chose that processor for future-proof purposes. I went overkill on it the last time we built it. It's a new thing, you know. It needs to last. So we're good for a while. Streaming PC lasted, you know, since Witcher 3 came out is when I built this streaming PC. And it's fine. I just don't think it's gonna be. It's old enough as it is now. I don't feel like it's not designed the way I would want. It needs I need to update it. It's time to update the streaming PC. It's 5 years old, and there's a lot of shit that I want to do to have it. And absolutely not. I do not like. I don't think a lot of people realize that the workload that I'm going to put on that streaming PC. I don't want that. I don't want to also like. I don't want them all in one. You know, like I had that argument many times. The ideal streaming setup is 2 PC. Period. Anyone that makes an argument against that, they're wrong. Simply because of all the bullshit that you play, so many alphas and betas and all that garbage, and there's so much goofy games that could crash, and every time it crashes, it takes your whole damn PC down with it. You're offline. You're off stream. You're done. Okay? It takes you off stream for, you know, who knows how long, you know, like 10, 15 minutes, whatever the frick. And that's not good. As soon as the channel goes offline, people are like, well, I guess that stream's over. You know? Any off-air, any moment, a disruption in your streaming process is bad. So you want one PC dedicated to just streaming, the other one dedicated to the gaming. You capture your gaming PC just like a console, so that if something goes wrong, you're fine. Because you're not running any programs or anything crazy. You're not doing anything like game-wise, running high graphics and all that shit on your streaming PC. It's just streaming. Now, on top of that, you know, I'm going to be doing a lot of video stuff. So I'm going to be having like for the first time in my stream, I'm going to use high-quality cameras. Not for everything. Like this guy works pretty damn good for 99% of the stuff that I do. But like when I do like the live cabin scene with all the pirate cool stuff, I want like one of them real nice, crispy cameras, you know. I want that real good stuff. So I'm gonna run an HDMI into that thing, so it'll be processing that. Might have 4 of them, or 3 of them at least, and then probably use a lot of these guys here, which are USB based, and I'll just plug them in. And I'm gonna have a couple capture cards, a video processing card. You know, I'll need a graphics card in case I want to do like the GPU encoding. Plus, I'm gonna put a powerful CPU in there, so that OBS can encode at a much lower rate than normal. Like, and usually it's like set to like very fast. I want to slow it down. I think I have it at medium right now. It's not that big difference in terms of medium and slow. I think it's not in quality, but if I want to do slow, I can do slow. And so like my CPU draw on this thought, and plus not to mention I got all these little programs up and running all the time, you know, everywhere, doing all this other stuff. And there's gonna be more stuff that I want to add because there's more crazy shit. It's like, you know, like I said, it's like the chains are being cut off. You know, I'm like Rock Lee who got the weights. The weights are coming off. I'm gonna have the freedom to do some crazy wild stuff that I've always dreamed about on doing on Twitch. Yeah, it's still running that first gen Threadripper. Yep. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, in Broadsword. So yeah, I want a dedicated workstation PC to handle all the video effects, especially when I start getting crazy with OBS, you know, and I start doing crazy shit like this, you know, where you got just a lot of stuff, dude. You know, like I want to do a lot of goofy stuff. A lot of goofy stuff. Oh, it muted me? Oh, shit. Sorry. I guess I didn't put audio. Anyway, the point is, like, you know, like, that GIFs thing that I saw would be an example of, like, tons of little videos running. That kind of situation. All right. Let's check on Mr. Tangent's business. Check on Mr. Tangent's business. Not to mention, did he pay me? Did he pay his fine? Alligators, 13. I wouldn't know if he did it or not. Let's check some stuff out. I feel like he didn't. That's actually starting to fade. That's better than it was. Mm-hmm. 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 What the hell is going on over here? Mm-hmm. 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 I wonder if the city dump is open. Is it open, little friend? Do 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 do. Bom 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 da 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 dum. What the hell? Wow. This guy. Wow. Look at this guy. Look at this shit right here. What is this nonsense? You see this shit? I swear. I'm gonna get infraction on this man. Can I help you?
No.
Sir? Sir, what was that about? Sir? Excuse me, sir. Hello, sir.
Hello, sir.
And could you explain yourself, sir? What was that about?
There was a spot of dirt beneath you. I thought I would clean it up.
Oh, you thought I was dirt.
No, underneath you.
Are you aware of the infractions on the Tangent store, sir?
No.
That building has been condemned. That business has been condemned due to toxicity of their waste production and lack of management of it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we're gonna ask you not to do business with Mr. Tangent until he cleans up his act.
Fine. That's fine. I'm gonna sell iron ore myself, so.
Burke, yeah, Burke, lal, Burke, ahoy, good evening.
Okay, good, sir. So please do not provide this iron to Mr. Tangent. It needs to go elsewhere. Thank you.
Where should I bring it then?
There is Rat Jam to the north of you, sir, and there's also another city that hasn't figured out its name yet. Very, very far west of you.
So the city that hasn't figured out its name yet.
Yes, that's exactly right, sir.
Okay, I will search for the city that doesn't have a name yet.
Exactly. Yeah, it'd be advisable, sir. That way you can avoid any kind of fines or levies against you for doing business with a condemned business such as Mr. Tangent.
Okay, is Mr. Tangent going to be fine or?
Oh, he's already under fine and under extensive investigation for polluting the environment around him. If he's going into the smelting business, he really needed to find a way to conduct a method of removing his waste from his premises. He did not care to do that or properly dispose of his waste deep underground, at least 30 meters deep, and that is why he has been condemned.
Okay. Well, I just started here, and I'll make sure to do it properly then. Right?
Okay.
Learn from Tangent. Do it good.
We appreciate your cooperation there, sir. Thank you.
No worries.
You have a good day now.
You too.
I watched America's Funniest Home Videos little video. It showed like this hamster was mowing down on this Cheeto, and it was just having this good old time. I mean, that's like, in this big thing of cotton candy, giving it to like a 4-year-old, and the 4-year-old's like, it's like, that's, I get all this cotton candy, and then the dog came up and snatched it away from the hamster. And the hamster's like, oh my gosh, I died watching that. The poor hamster's reaction was so sad. Is AFHV still a thing? Yeah. Yeah, the guy from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air is doing it. These are dead rabbits, just random dead rabbits. Tangent forgot to take me off his, snapping turtles are part of the endangered species list. I gotta visit this Imrakdi as well. 2 Heller credit? Take a picture of that. Definitely taking that into my possession. That's gonna be definitely another fine. Illegal parking of an industrial vehicle. Be another fine. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna fine for that. Illegal search and seizure. Yeah, if only there was a law against that in the game. That's too bad. It's just too bad. Yeah, no such thing as a warrant. Nothing. We don't have any laws for any of that stuff. No, not a thing. No, he just forgot to take me off the authorization list. Still more tailings in his chest, just sitting here polluting. More Look at this. Look at this filth. Look at this filth. Not being addressed at all. Tangent's definitely gonna find himself in prison. Like, this is gonna happen. Like, this is definitely gonna happen now. I don't think he hasn't paid his fine. You gave him 24 hours. I know he's still got it, but look at this. He's asleep. It's still doing it. Yeah, you had 24 hours to get rid of it. Not 24 hours to add more to it. Oh, man. Yeah, I definitely think prison is in Mr. Tangent's future for sure. No, that's definitely dry. That's definitely dry waste right there. That's tailings right there, man. That's the dry tailings. I don't see a blast furnace, so I don't know where he's getting it from. I have no idea. Tangent's a little busy trying to build a racetrack. He doesn't have time for tailing disposal. Oh, well, I guess he won't have time for his damn racetrack either when he's rotting in prison. Can't wait to see it. I mean, honestly, like at this point, I mean, he's got 24 hours. I did give him 24 hours, but I'm gonna go ahead and talk to the judge at this point because there's no way in hell he's gonna clean this up in time. That ain't happening. I don't think he even has a. I don't know. I don't think Tangent has any method with waste disposal. I don't think he has anything, man. Like, I don't think so. This ain't happening. Where was that mine? You have a mine over here? Oh, it's over here. What in the hell? Yeah, I'm streaming today because I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow. And he had an illegal animal. Yeah. Top of that. Not looking good for Mr. Tangent. Not looking good at all. Oh, he left his doors open. Okay, and then there's a whole bunch of waste still not properly disposed of. You know what I learned today? Haley is as dyslexic as I am reading shit. Because I saw that clip of everyone giving her that rock, saying it's nice, you know, it's nice rock, you know, doing that joke. And she called it Ganice or Ganis, just like I did. Oh, it's great. See, I have a kindred spirit there. I'm not the only one who's dyslexic like that. Yeah.
Burke. Burke.
Yes, sir. Larry, how's it going, Larry?
You live so far. You're so far away.
Oh, I'm just inspecting this this bitness here. This bitness is
There's something to tell you.
Uh-huh.
Just let me catch my breath.
Yeah, sure, take your time, no problem. Yeah, take it. Breathe in some sweet toxic air here, filling your lungs right now, lowering your sperm count as we speak.
I'm gonna say.
Take your time.
Okay.
Maybe you should stop. Maybe you should stop smoking so many chives.
I'm gonna send you something on Discord.
Okay. All right. Oh gosh. Okay. Oh boy. Mm-hmm.
All right, there you go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, now put that above your webcam layer.
Oh, okay.
Let's go ahead and do that so that your eyes stick through the hole.
Shit. Ah, shit. And I know how to just drop it on here. Woo!
Just drop it right on top of your face so that your eyes stick through the. Whoa, it's big.
Oh yeah.
Make it a lot smaller.
Hold on.
Maybe a little bigger so your head doesn't pop out.
I can't.
All right, I can find a different version that'll fit better, but that is the boo box. And if someone in your channel has like I don't know, 200,000 points, they can put you in the boo box for like 5 minutes, and you can't speak for 5 minutes.
What the frick? What?
It's like a little thing. If you go on a crazy tangent and someone in your chat's like, "That's it," they spend like 250,000 redeem points. They can put you in the boo box to be like, "All right, that's enough of that for now." And then you just have to be in a little bit of time out for a little bit.
With all this trouble, just to shut me up?
I thought it would be funny. I think your community would get a kick out of it. It's like boo box points. They can put you in the box for a little bit. Not a long time, just a little while.
Oh my gosh. Well, the thing is like channel points now has like API stuff. So like literally me and Swifty are trying to figure out a way to do it.
Well, shit, it'd be funny. Like a thing cranes down, drops on you, little cage, and you got little holes so you can see through. It's like in the movie Hook when, you know, they put that pirate in the boo box and like, not the boo box. No, not the boo box.
Not the boo box. Okay, so you ran all the way out here just to do this. Okay.
Just to do that. I put in Photoshop real quick. I did it all myself. I had to show you the concept. You can talk to your chat about it. I think it would be a pretty cool thing. I think it would be a home run for some people in your chat, like for points to save up a big chunk and have something to use it on, where they can give you just a micro timeout. A little moment where they can laugh and all they have is your eyes to look at your expression of disappointment and them spending 250,000 points on making you quiet for like 2 minutes.
I wanted to do that, and I want to do like, there's supposed to be like a way to integrate that's I don't know, like a.
I wonder if you could do that to other chat people. Like you could put them in the boo box. Now
Yeah.
Pop up and
You can like,
slam
yeah,
the thing
exactly.
on, you're in the box.
Yeah, put their username up and stuff like that. Like you get them in there.
That would be cool.
There's supposed to be a way like you can add
All right.
channel points so you can link it up to some kind of camera filter, so like they could like make me look like different stupid stuff.
Ooh.
Looking into that too.
Cool, cool. I'm going to run around the globe again to get back to my place. Good luck.
I'm afraid you're under
Yay.
arrest at this point.
What did I do?
Well, you trespassed. Sir? Sir.
What?
You trespassed.
On what?
On an investigation. I was conducting an investigation of Tangent's area, and you came over here and interfered with an legal investigation, sir.
I did?
Yes, you did. Put your hands behind your back, please.
You're
I'm just kidding. You should do the prison experience, though. You'd like it.
I was going to visit you at the prison. I was hoping you were going to be there, but then you're in the desert.
No, not a visit.
Go by there and visit it.
We need to do another focus group, basically. Like last night, we did a focus group. We had Haley and like 3 other people. And it was like, okay, once you step through these doors, you're prisoners. And they were like, okay,
right,
this
cool.
sounds like fun. And then this is
All
like,
right, let me go cut down 20 redwoods and then we'll figure it out.
what?
Well, I got to make it feel realistic.
What is this?
The stump of a cactus, I think.
On Tangent's land?
Yeah, it's a stump of a cactus. Yep.
He's
That's
really,
the stump.
he's totally, you know, out of character. He's totally going to prison. He might become the first inmate. There's stumps here. There was a snapping turtle in his chest, by the way, and the endangered species.
What?
Yep, I took that because he forgot to take me off the authorization list.
Son of a bitch.
And then he has tailings. After I warned him
On the surface.
on the surface, you know, because he you know what they do. You know what these smelters
I was wondering what you
do.
were doing over here when I saw that big red stick coming out of the ground. I'm like, uh-oh.
You know what these smelters do? They queue up a bunch of work and then they go to bed. They go offline. And you get this. And then what does this do? Mass pollution to the planet while they're sleeping. He was warned.
Mm,
Even got a
my
fine.
windmill's gonna save you now. You in trouble.
Look at this. Even more. I don't even know. The thing is, I don't see a blast furnace. Where is he getting the dry tailings from?
Look at all that Taylor Swift. I don't know.
He must have like other people having access to them. They're coming over and dumping it or something. I don't know. Or he's buying it.
Sons of bitches. We better get to the bottom of this, man.
Oh right, I should put that in the chest.
Bars.
I'm gonna put a sign. Oh yeah. He's gotta log in tonight, and I'm gonna put a sign right here or
Do
something.
Do it. Condemned by the authority of the E.
Oh no, this is gonna be a different sign.
Oh, what are you gonna put here?
Something like that, or no, I might make that made bigger. Need to make it more official.
Endangered species have been found on your property. You will be trialed and persecuted. Or something.
Oh yeah.
How's that sound?
Like there's a thing you can do.
And then at the end, lawyer up, mother.
I'm trying to figure
Okay,
out like how you type in the snapping turtle so it shows up as an item.
I don't know.
Command.
I've never done one.
Chat, help me out with that.
Yeah, chat. Yeah, chat.
No, wait, I
RP
got it.
Brain cells.
I have
it. In RP chat, you're the brain cells of the character. You know that?
They're the voices in my head.
They are. Good luck.
Bye. I have it, Chad. Don't worry. I remember. I got it. I got it. Okay. Keeps getting worse and worse for him. All right, let's do 50%. You have been found in possession of one snapping turtle. Oh, you think so? Okay. Okay. All right, yeah, that might do. Let's do that. Let's do that. EA. Violation. Has been found. Wait. A violation notice. Turtle. Endangered. What? Size. After snapping turtle? Oh. What did I miss? Oh, what the hell? Two S's? Possession. Possession? Like that? Oh yeah, I always screw up species, don't I?
Mr. Conservation Man,
Yes. Yes.
are you super busy?
Running this,
Wow.
yeah,
I
we're,
can wait. I am in no rush.
I'll stop by your place here in just a bit.
No, it's just right over the hill over there. I have something I need to show you.
Okay, all right. Let me just finish
Like I said,
this.
it's no rush though. I can wait right over here patiently.
Thank you. You what? You have been found in possession of a carcass of an endangered species. One snapping turtle. You are fined 50 bits and shall report. Now, bits and your violation will be sent to the judge. That's what I'm gonna do. What's that now? Only 50 bits. I mean, it's not a crocodile. It's a snapping turtle. Right now, we only have 3 methods of charging people. I know he wants to go to jail, and this is definitely going to help that case. Not everyone has as much money as Tangent, so it's not going to work. You know, I can't just go like, I'll charge you 1,000,000 credits, you know? Sent to, oh. For review. Oh, what? Shit. Okay. That looks good. Add the red color. How the frick do you do that?
Isn't it a pretty sign? Mr. Heller would love to see the sign.
No.
He is very big on conservation.
Yeah, but that usually means bad. We don't want
Here.
that.
Oh, yeah.
You should
Item
take a picture
was-
of me with the sign for Mr. Heller. I'm smiling.
Item was confiscated. Confiscated.
That's not
Item
very
was
legal.
compensated. He'll get the freaking point. Like when he sees this, he's gonna be like, "What?"
Mr. Drag would like a picture.
All right, he'll get the damn point. It's good enough.
Make sure we showed Mr. Drag. Oh, hello, Mr. Burke.
Hello. All right,
Ready?
that's done. Gentleman was dealing. Mr. Tangent was dealing in endangered species.
Oh my goodness.
I have a
So-
couple things to discuss with you, Mr.
Wait, wait.
Burke.
Let me tell him the story first.
Okay.
So our gentlemen in our town, you know, the Rat Nation, they needed the prickly pears for, I don't know what they needed, but I'm the gatherer. So I spent an hour the other morning for the prickly pears. I found 5 bushes, resulted in 5 seeds and 21 of the fruits. I then gave them degree to replant. Because there's such a low number, we put them into a conservation plot to regrow these prickly.
Mhm.
Well, we've since expanded. The numbers are starting to come back, which is great. But now somebody is building a mine and crushing operation in prime prickly pear growing field, which is what Gree's gonna go over with you.
Okay.
As the leading scientist at Rat Nation,
I thought that was
agriculture-
Doctor. I thought that was Mr. Doctor
no.
Rattlesnake.
He's in
Well-
head of technology. I'm in head of agriculture.
I see. Okay.
As she stated, we saw the dramatic drop in prickly pears and decided to take action.
Very good.
She had picked them. I had planted them, and then on the next go around, I picked the plants, and then pulled the seeds very carefully out of them, and then replanted them, and have brought the numbers back up that they now above the extinction level. But as I woke up today, there's now a mining operation and endangering them again.
Can you take me to this
You should
location,
show 'em
please?
where it's at.
Yes, we can.
Oh, did you notice all the breeding turtle pairs, Mr. Burke?
I have.
Look at all the pretty little breeding.
I'm gonna have to update. Apparently, alligators have definitely took a tip up.
So there's a
that's-
problem with that.
Yeah, that's a second point we have to talk about.
Yeah. So when I fell asleep this morning, they were up to almost 15. It was like 14.7, which I don't understand the 0.7.
That means the alligator is hanging half
It's a
outside
baby?
of its it's hanging half
Oh, okay.
outside.
Well, the numbers dipped back down to 9 recently. Our rat team 6 has been investigating heavily, but they keep dipping, and we don't know. So I think
We
it's back down
did
to
come
9.
across an individual. What's his name? What is his name? He owns a butchery in town. He was kind of hunting in the reserve area. Oh, what is his name?
I don't know. I wasn't over there.
Kind of ornery kind of guy.
Ornery?
Ornery?
Like
Ornery?
ornery?
Like kind of off the walls?
Oh, weird.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay. All right. So yeah, here's your beautiful
so this
cactus
is the Prickle
farm.
Pear
Burke love, Burke
Rehabilitation
love.
Center.
Mm-hmm.
As you can see, they are growing very nicely to be reproduced out into the world.
Yeah, I see that.
And this
And-
building was not here yesterday.
No, it's popped up within the last 7-8 hours.
I
And
would say so.
they're not clearing their cactus stumps. You know?
What area has popped up over here? These gentlemen right here.
This whole
This gentleman right there. Actually, this gentleman, by the looks of it, is Mr. Tangent.
Ooh. Look at all these stumps.
Oh, I
Mr.
take that back. Somebody called Johnny Car Scar.
Where do you see it? You got a sign on here. You got some writing.
It says I'm not allowed to access Johnny Car's. I guess. No, I don't see any writing. I have not seen anybody. So, anybody in the tent?
Look at how it dawned on him that he can't use the
This
text
is
that
right-
pops
this is
up.
where I found most of the prime prickle fruits.
It's like, oh wait,
It's
wait,
right on this
wait.
hill.
I'm gonna check out this mine here.
Stay back, Gree. Let him go first. In case.
Now be
something
careful. It could be
happens.
any kind of natural radiation. I've already been around radiation so much. I've given up the I realize that my fertility is now completely
Oh.
zero. So you may want to have children in the future. So be careful.
I need to put on my
It's
suit.
slippery. It's slippery.
All right, this is we're not getting any readings of pollution in the area. So it looks like right now this is just a stone mine.
What is that? What? These people are in prime prickle fruit area too. They messed with the water. There's a dead turtle. Mr. Burke, there's a dead turtle.
Oh, that's terrible.
I mean, rats don't waste, but
Mm-hmm.
dead turtle.
Oh my!
Oh, this is the guy that I just saw.
What's this stuff? I've never seen that before.
There's a deep rock.
What?
Oh.
Nice rock, I think. No, maybe it's
Genesis?
yeah. One of the
That's
deeper
deep.
rocks. This gentleman must have been mined somewhere. But I don't see his mine.
Oh, right here. Found it. It's very dangerous. I almost fell in and broke my neck. Don't go down there, Mr. Burke.
It's not very big. It's not very long. It looks like they're trying to mine to the ocean to right here.
That's what my wife told me.
But at least you don't have to worry about kids.
Oh, this is true.
But yeah, this is where I harvested all the prickle fruits, so they have decimated the natural.
Well, unfortunately, right now there is no pollution being produced by them of any means that I can tell. So they should not impact your pears. However, If you notice them taking your pears, you let me know.
I will let you know.
Keep an eye on this
Oh,
area
well-
to see if they produce any kind of pollution of any kind. They start processing that iron and stop caring. This gentleman right here is the one that has me the most concern. As you can see, they have cut down many a cacti, and they have not bothered to take the stump.
There's not even little baby cactuses.
Look, there's a sample right here.
I'm all about conservation. You've seen my papaya sanctuary.
Oh, yes. There are many stumps all over this area.
Jeez.
This gentleman's definitely going to have to be paid a visit to.
Another dead turtle!
Hmm.
Man, there's a lot of
Look,
stumps.
right next to the crushed stone.
Oh, so a rock must have fell on it.
Rats don't waste.
That is very good. Good to report the carcass when you find them. We definitely don't want them going to waste. All right. Well, this is something to keep an eye. I've also noticed that your pollution levels has dramatically declined.
Yep. Our theory is that the accident we had was still not cleaned itself up, and Mother Nature hasn't fixed itself. Now it has, and everything is now returning to normal.
That's good. You're definitely falling within proper parameters. So very good with you on that. Let's have a look here. Now you want this. You have this as a protected area. Yeah. Okay. Good.
It is, sir.
You have proper
I would
claims.
like to expand on this area too, so we can have more fruit for everybody to enjoy.
You are 100% authorized to do so.
Okay, thank you, sir.
And we can add a sign here to let people be aware that this area is protected for this rehabilitation center. Where would you like me to plant that?
No, give me 1 second, sir. If you could put it right about here, this would be perfect.
I can do that, sir. I forget the code. Shit. Wait a minute. No, I got it. There we are.
Ah, perfect. But wouldn't it be better to be facing the other way?
My idea was if somebody saw your field, they'd come over here and they would see it like that. But otherwise, they'd be facing this hill here and they wouldn't see it as well.
Maybe we should put up another sign on the other side.
Well, I can do that.
No, actually, this should be good. The people understand.
Imagine they would see it here. They'd be like, oh, I'm going to go get me a pear. Oh, no, the EEA protection sign. I better behave myself.
Yes, this looks fine. Perfect.
Fantastic. All right. Well, I'm going to head back to the offices and update the information on the alligators.
Excellent. Like I said, there was a suspicious individual in the area of the preserve, in the jungle.
Okay, if you
just
want to
can't
take
think
me
of
to
his
that,
name
I
right
will
now.
go there.
He actually built a house there.
A gentleman. Okay.
Yes.
And you believe that this
Not with.
suspect is
was-
potentially poaching the gators?
Well, I do have all 13 gators tagged. Well, I did have them all, and then mysteriously, 2 of them disappeared, and then he was in the hotspot of them.
Fascinating.
So we went and investigated, and having empty his pockets, he willingly did so, but I only saw half of the stuff in his pockets. He had nothing for us to complain about.
Mm-hmm.
But he was being suspicious.
We'll definitely keep an eye on him. We have ways of getting people to do the things we want them to do without them being aware.
My understanding is you're already watching this gentleman.
And what is his name?
I was told. I just can't. I'm sorry. I just can't think of it right now. All I know is he's a butcher in town.
Mr. Ivan?
No. He is friends with Ivan, though. I think he has a butcher across the road from him.
Mr. Cream?
No. Not him. I think he works with Cream now.
Let me check my notes here. Is Squealer?
Oh, there you go. Squealer Meat. Yes. I remember because he had his name on the cart.
And he has a cabin out there in the woods.
Yeah. But it's suspiciously close to the reserve and where the gators went missing.
Well, I believe we need to do a search and seizure of Mr. Squealer's place of business. Do you know if he is asleep or awake right now?
He was awake. I don't know what he's doing right now. If he's still awake.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll definitely keep an eye out for him. Perhaps there's a way we can search and seizure even if he's not around.
I would not know that, sir. I'm just a scientist for the Rat Nation.
Well, thank you for this information. We will act upon this accordingly.
You're welcome, sir. And I will let you know if I miss any more tags.
Thank you, sir. You have yourself a nice, fine and dandy day.
You too, sir. And we hope to get rid of all the pollution in our area.
You're doing fine. You are not even on my beacon right now.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir. You have a good day.
You're welcome. Goodbye.
Squealer. I wish they would. There was a way to let me go into somebody's residence, even if they're not online, and like search all their stockpiles in their chests. Because like, here's the problem with that in the game. You you want people to do the role play, but the temptation to just take the illegal item and put it in their personal inventory, and I could never see their personal inventory. I could never see it ever. They could just literally just like, bloop. Yeah, it's not there. It ain't there. I don't have it. You know? Yeah, I don't know if that's an admin thing or not. Thank you, Jericho. Maybe? I don't really know if laws can do that or not. Oh my gosh. The test game, that looks fantastic. I'll use that. The test game is so good at the coding on this that he makes this stuff look so much better. Every time now that you said this to me, I'll be able to use it. So, thank you, test game. Yeah, that looks good. That looks way better. But bits doesn't come up. Yeah, 50 bits. I don't know. The image there doesn't work for some reason. Who knows? Hmm. I think it's because the stone. All I got is these small ones. All the large ones are. Yeah. I need to get those 1 signs. I think. Endangered. What? Gotcha. Okay. There we go. Mr. Tangent now owes 100 bits. And this is going to be reported to the judge. I don't know how to change the text, man. Alright, hold on. Let's try like this. You're writing up a quick fix for the stone sign? Okay, it works. Do 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 do. Bum bow wow wow. Percent of their wealth. That sounds legit. You have been found 10% of your current holdings. 10. You have been charged 10% for your current holdings. I will be there soon, Ninja. Yeah, I was gonna head back. Just gonna edit this sign real quick. Some people had 15K LRI. Yeah. Let me see. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. What? Oh, it didn't do nothing. Oh. Wait, did I do something wrong? Yeah, that works. I like that better. Endangered just spelled wrong. Bloody hell! There we go. All right. Bam. All right, I'm done. I'm leaving it. Oh, Lord have mercy. Okay, hold on. Still wrong. For the love of shit! Gosh damn this shit! I hate it! I don't like spelling! I just want to go now. Thank you, test game. This is literally me. There. An English class. All right, that's good. I'm done. Yeah, now he's got to just deal with that. We had like, I mean, the thing is, Tangent would be put in jail if I wasn't gonna be like offline for a couple days. Right? Yeah, test game. Same thing for me, man. Like, it drives me nuts. Like, I get frustrated at my own brain for screwing shit up constantly, you know? That's what I get frustrated with. Oh yeah, tangents will be fine. It's a graphical issue with the game rendering it. It's still a tower. Yeah, screw that noise, man. The project started.
There we go. So we got some more floor going, which is good. I fixed that up. Much nicer name.
The mining guild, though.
And then we got that. All right, I'm just gonna move up this this limestone here. We should be good. All right, that should be good. Then we can get the finish up that news tower. That'll be good. All right, let's see here. I got that there. Got that there. I gotta pull this up. Cool. Got that there. Oop, there we go. Clear these out here. Gotta keep it safe. Gotta keep it safe. So move it over here for now. Then I gotta move it over here. Get it out of here so it's not damaging thing. Yeah, I think our best bet is put the talons like underneath the building, and then that way there's like it's all
How's it
blocked.
going, sir?
Whoop,
Oh, we got company
Where?
right behind you.
What? Whoa! Where the heck did you come from, sir?
Creepy as hell.
The EEA is everywhere at all times.
I can see
I mean,
that.
even a high or something. Jesus.
I like to allow
Scared the
people to
Jesus out of me.
work in their natural environment so that I can observe them and their operations here. All right.
Alrighty then.
Well, hello, gentlemen. I'm Director Burke of the EEA, which is the Environmental Enforcement Agency.
Well, it's mighty nice to meet you, Director.
Mm-hmm. I can tell out here that you gentlemen are out here doing a lot of mining and such.
That is
Absolutely.
indeed the case, yes, sir.
That's
I'm telling you,
fantastic.
this is Paul of the Mining Guild.
Yeah, my name's Paul Guild, head of the Mining Guild.
Nice to meet you, Paul.
Nice to meet you
Well,
as well.
as you are aware, I'm sure, is that everyone needs good miners, and we definitely support the miners and all the mining that you do. But unfortunately, if you once you begin the proceeds of beginning smelting that which you pull from the earth, you have the potential to produce toxic waste.
Oh yeah, that is. Oh yes, definitely, sir.
Now, if you are beginning that operation, which it looks like you are, I would very much like to inspect where you are disposing of your toxic waste, sir.
Of course, of course. Yeah, here, follow me. So, it starts right actually. Here, come on through. Just squeeze on by. Be careful though. All right, can you get in there? All right. Alrighty, so obviously this is where we're sort of gathering everything here. This is the initial facility where we're grinding it up and cleaning it off, concentrating everything, okay? And our plant, which you might have actually happened to be hearing if you were behind me that at the time, is to put a stockpile underneath here, some levels down, funnel it down through a chute or something like that, so that way the tailings are under the building without air exposure, just in case something happens, I pass out or something. You don't need that out there. And I heard that's what happened to a gentleman up in the north there, which is unfortunate because you don't want that. That'll mess up everything. And so here's the actual bloomery. We got a pretty good ventilation in here. Trying to keep it quiet. It's only a single one. We're keeping it small, very focused. It's very efficient as well. We got some upgrades in there, help us cut back on the waste. Don't want to waste it up. And here, we can show you the more deep mine if you want to check that out.
Oh, I most certainly do.
All right, so please be aware it is a work in progress, and we are miners, so we are used to our footing, so please be careful. We would hate to see you fall there. The center's open, in part because we want to eventually get an elevator down there to facilitate, but for now, we got to kind of do it. So here you can see we kind of have a loading and stuff facility right down here with some distance in between, but this is, again, a temporary measure. Come on, follow me now. All right, here we just cut around here. This goes pretty deep. This goes down to the bedrock, actually. So we might be a little while here, but it's all right.
All the way to bedrock, you say?
All the way to bed.
All the way down. Yep. We got some. Well, actually, I'll show you right here. We got some iron deposits, as you can tell. Might have not.
Well, congratulations on your iron claim.
Thank you.
Thank
So we
you.
don't actually claim the iron itself, just the entrance, of course. Laws and all that. And then continuing deeper down here.
I like these
Watch
guys.
yourself.
Seems to be a gap right there.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. It's a work in progress. Beautification isn't there.
Where was the gap? I just don't want to risk
It's
I'll
these
make sure.
corners right here.
Oh yeah, so you can actually see what we're planning on doing here. We'll continue chopping it here. We're actually getting some nice mortar stone to round out the corners. All right, at this point we're still working on the ramping down, so please be careful. You're gonna have to use some lead. Again, we're used to doing it. It's a little risky. Please don't hurt yourself, okay?
As a miner myself, I completely understand.
Oh, you are a miner, sir. Well, that is wonderful.
I see the substantially sized correctional facility, better known as a prison, has a substantial sized mine.
Yeah, I heard
yes, sir.
there's quite the old deposit underneath.
That's right, and we use that so that the inmates who pollute, the criminal elements that pollute our earth, give back to society by digging out areas to dispose of waste that they produce.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Yeah, it's a great idea. That's actually kind of what we're doing here. We're not that we're inmates necessarily, but the idea is, we can mine and provide at the same time. Because in theory, we can help provide some storage for things. Again, watch that corner there. It's a little risky. Alrighty, so this is a bit of a initial measure. We kind of capped it off for now. I can open it up if you want. You can see it. But essentially what we're doing is we're clearing down here. So obviously if you actually look up here, stand right here, look all the way up there. So you can see we're very deep. But the problem is we got to clear more to the sides because we don't want this to be an open air thing. I mean, the mine itself is open air, but we don't want our mitigation effort to be open air, if you catch my meaning.
Mm-hmm.
So here,
If you take a peek,
oh, here you go. Yeah, come on down here. You can see what we're doing here, and then.
I wouldn't fall down there.
Yeah. Actually, I think is it these blocks right here that are part of the ramp? Yeah, here we go.
Yeah,
All right, here.
right
Come on down. Watch your step. Be careful. Yes, there are tailings. So we're actually clearing the gneiss on the sides here, so that way we can get these out of the way. Because obviously, for the most part, we're mitigating them with some brick and stone and stuff like that. But we need to clear more space, and we're actually going to put a lumber stockpile down here, so that way we can store quite a bit of waste in a smaller space. Ooh, that kind of rhymed. I didn't even.
Hi, Chad.
All right. And this is all the tailings that you have produced at this time?
Yes,
Yes,
well,
sir.
and you saw the temporary storing a little bit up there where we're moving them down, but yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. Well, this is definitely within code. 30 meters deep is all that is required, and you've definitely gone below that. So I definitely approve of this operation you have going right now.
Oh, that makes us mighty happy, sir.
You're not even showing up on our radar right now. The pollution is so low that it's not even a factor.
Oh, that's perfect.
We're
And
trying to keep it lower.
indeed, we want it to be nothing. So we're cutting over to the side so that it's even further in Mother Earth, so to speak. She can hold it in her warm embrace, and we don't need to deal with
Especially
it.
inside this gneiss.
Oh yeah, well that's the pain of it. But you know what? It's worth it. All right, here, make sure to put those in. Thank you.
The only advice that I have to give you is the same that I gave to Mr. Tangent before I had to shut him down. Is that when you conduct your operations when you go to sleep, is make sure you either turn them off or have them depositing themselves underground or having someone do that for you while you're sleeping.
Oh no, we don't do that. I turn off the rockers whenever I go to sleep.
You'd be surprised how many do not, and they just let their tailings pill up to the very tippity top of their stockpiles out there for any animal to approach and take a nibble and suffocate to death right there in front of their property and polluting all the land and the cacti all around them, like Mr. Tangent was.
That is
Well,
right.
I'm also a carpenter, so I'd prefer not to ruin my stock nearby.
Well, as of right now, gentlemen, I'm very pleased with what I have seen here. Perhaps you could aid Mr. Tangent and he could pay you, I'm certain from his ill-gotten gains, to dispose of his waste. I believe that is something that he should at least aspire to, because as of right now, he's looking like for prison time very shortly.
Oh wow. That's what do you think? I mean, I think we could probably do that. We just gotta make out the space.
We can definitely approach him.
Yeah, we can definitely reach out to him.
I would definitely, I would greatly appreciate that. You are a fine, upstanding citizen such as yourself. I like to offer, men like Tangent who waste abundance. They seem to be doing all this by themselves. I don't want to come down onto him too hard, but if he doesn't clean up his act, then I will clean it up for him.
Well, I completely agree with you.
And actually, one of the reasons we're trying to form the guild as such is to provide for that sort of union where we can sort of work together to make sure that people aren't, harming things unnecessarily. You know what I mean?
I completely understand, and thank you for your cooperation, as well as your future endeavors. I hope are quite fruitful as well.
Well, thank you. Actually,
that.
you want to check out some of our efforts to replant some of the, I don't know if you know this, the prickly pears were kind of in a precarious situation.
I would be delighted to see this.
Here, come on up here. Again, watch your step.
They were going on to the extinction list.
Oh, I see the gap you're talking about. Oh, no, that's the... I'll have to figure it out. It's fine.
I'm absolutely... I don't know. I just feel like the voice works really well as an inspector.
And if there's something the guild can do to help you,
I don't know.
of course, reaching out to Mr. Tangent there, like...
I don't know. I just like the voice a little bit.
I think you're a mason as well as a miner, aren't you, sir?
Yes, sir, I am. I might as well do something with the ore that I gather.
Of course, but just to say, I happen to be a mason as well as a smith, and watch your step there on the gate. And so, in theory, I mean, a busy man such as yourself, if you find yourself needing, say, mortar or things like that, we can certainly help you out. for the good of. See what I mean by the temporary store in here? I mean, this is pretty deep, but it's going down.
Well, we're not without understanding here that the tailings must find their way down. As like I said, if this was your storage location, we might have a problem, but this is just a temporary measure. As you move it down further, I understand that.
Indeed. Well, I'm glad you appreciate that.
Now, as for your offer, it is most generous of you, but as you understand, as the director of the EEA, I cannot accept any kind of financial assistance from anyone that might degrade my position and the office of director.
Oh yeah, you got to maintain your neutrality. I understand. But that doesn't mean that the Miners Guild couldn't donate to you, for instance, right? I mean, donations are perfectly.
There is a small donation box that people may donate to the EEA itself, and proceeds acquired from the prison will go to the funding the EEA's operations as well.
Well, that's just great. If there's anything that in particular, please let us know about what you need in here. I'm just gonna. We don't want anybody to fall down and hurt themselves, so I'll lock up here after you.
Oh, I completely understand. Gentlemen, thank you very much for the tour of your grounds, and I wish your business to be fruitful and safe all around.
Thank you. Well, we appreciate it.
I will consider your business for EEA approval.
Awesome. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, we mighty appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much.
Have a wonderful day.
You
Be
too.
safe out there.
Well, he was mighty nice.
Yeah, he's nicer than everybody else keeps saying.
Nicer than everyone keeps saying. Oh, shit. I told you on chat I was not going to play corrupt. I'm not doing corrupt. I'm going legit. If they're doing good, then they will get praised. I will praise people for doing good work. But if they're not doing good work, it's going to be on their ass. I don't know. The accent we started doing literally the last night with Tangent. I was trying to think, because he kept saying the inspector's coming, and I kept thinking, man, how would an inspector sound that you would just be terrified of and just have that kind of assholey, like tone, And that just kind of works. Yeah, people thought I was gonna go power hungry. Yeah, I mean, I would. I definitely would if given cause. Like Tangent's right now. Tangent, Ivan, Cardboard Cowboy, they're all like heavily on the list for going to jail. Cause gosh damn, but I can't do this. Like this can't be me. You know what I'm saying? Like there has to be like some blatant deforestation. There has to be like trunks everywhere, all kinds of stuff. But it looks like, if he's cutting all these trees down right here, he's doing a damn good job of replanting them, So it's not technically an EEA thing. You know what I mean? Because he's replanting and he's doing good. There's no trunks or anything. The old redwoods are still there. So this is more like code violation of buildings. Not my department, man. Definitely not my department. That's the prime. That's the government. They got to deal with Cowboy. So he might go to jail because of them, but he's not going to go to jail because of EEA stuff. Not my prime. Still the jail, though. Yeah, still the jail. Jail will always be mine. I'm never going to give that up. But, like, yeah. The jail is a private jail, so they'll just bring people to the jail and then I'll deal with them. I don't know. It's like that's my inspector voice, but my jail voice is gonna be me. Get back in the chair. You know. I have no idea what they call the streamer city. Here's the prosecution and defense attorneys. Beats the hell out of me. Imagine playing this for the entire month. Even keeping people on their damn toes.
Yeah.
Ah, the agouti population is rising. Snapping turtle. I love the EA sign, man. It looks great. Not to mention, like, accepting these donations, we have no idea who's given them to us, you know? So, it doesn't really matter. It's anonymous donations. So the agouti is back. There's a town meeting. Oh shit. I was called for it. I didn't even see that there was a town meeting. I had no idea I was doing stuff. I was doing official business. How do I make money? Don't make any money right now. Not worried about money. Last game I was worried about making money. This game I'm not worried about. This server I'm not worried about it.
tax money, that tax money is just going into the regular tax funds. That will hopefully help the dump if it ends up being enough. I'm hoping that this will get many of you to pay for the dump's fee, because the dump is going to start charging a fee, but the fee will be less than as if you dumped it anywhere.
The dump has been closed all day.
You can sell
Yeah.
tailings to me too.
I need to talk to them.
The landfill's been closed, waiting for the city to get it together and figure out what the penalty will be.
I wasn't sure why it was
Yes.
closed. I just
Yeah,
noticed it
that-
was closed.
Yeah, so that law will be enacted soon, and you'll be getting charged 2 bits per tailing, making an entire stockpile 200 bits charge. Meanwhile, if you go to the dump, I've told them that they should try to charge it at half that, which means an entire stockpile would be 100 bits. So a humongous savings. So the last thing, and I would like Heller and Bob to come up here for this. And this is a big change. This is an executive order that I've signed in. Only the second executive order I've signed, but it is a big deal.
I'll come visit you in prison, Heller. You go first.
You
what?
go first.
No, you go first.
Okay, I'm going
Just
first.
one of you go first.
Okay, I'll go first.
Okay, fine. Jesus.
Oh my God.
What are the
All right,
years?
so I've heard from many of you that you have fear that the federal government holds way too much power. That I rule over this land with no voices for the local people, the local different townships. So, as such, I have decided to set up providences. We are going to have providences. One, of course, would be in the rat people have already built their glorious. What are you calling your lands over there now?
Skaven.
Rat City, bitch.
Skaven. So they have built a glorious town there, Skaven. So I will be drawing up boundary lines for them to have their own region, their own province, and they will be able to set local laws and have regulations and make decisions on their own land. That all on their own. They will be considered still part of the planet. As such, they still need to make sure to keep things clean and, not, start dumping tailings wherever they want. This will go for all the different divisions, all the different areas. The one other area, which is not been set up yet, is the continent to the east, my actual own home, my home of origin. Me and the librarians have done much work over there, building roads, bridges, organizing the place. But of course, I cannot hold a governorship myself. So I talked to the people of who else they would want to lead that continent, and they all resoundingly spoke of Bob. They believe that Bob has the plan to be the governor of what I'm calling the new lands to the west now, the Elder Woods.
Ooh,
so
nice.
He shall, the governor of the Elder Woods. From this day forward, I will be drawing
The
up
druid of the Elder Woods.
He's a wizard, sir.
He is not a druid.
Their official title.
Druids are wizards.
They're not as cool.
They're not different.
They're
So their
forest
official
wizards.
title.
Nope.
Okay.
The wizard.
All right. Let's just move on beyond that. So their official title is going to be called Providence Officer of Governance, so POG for short, and they will. Yes. Anyway, they will have charge over their area. They will have many different abilities. Of course, the federal government will still have to have some say. The EEA still needs to be able to do their job, but one of the complaints I've gotten from people of both nations is that the EEA seems like they are a overpowering force that they have no say over. They have no way to do anything about what they are doing in their lands that they feel like they should have some say over. So I'm going to, and as part of the executive order, I wrote in that they will have a ability called a stay order. Now, if the elected leader of one of these nations, feels that the EEA is maybe being a little too harsh, or they don't like exactly the judgment, and they feel that the state can help the person that has, let's say, had their business shuttered because of improper tailings usage or something, they can ask for they can order a stay order just instantly, and a stay order basically means that the state is taking over the responsibility, and that local governor, let's use Heller for example. Heller doesn't like that Burke shut down a certain business. He can set up a 24-hour stay order. A stay order means that business can reopen, but Heller's people will become responsible. The governance will become responsible, that make sure that they get cleaned up. Any fine that would have been pushed upon those people, if that doesn't get cleaned up within the 24-hour stay order, then will be pushed upon the leadership that ordered the stay order. So while the stay order will definitely help him fight off Burke for a little while, because Burke will have to abide by it and back down for at least the 24 hours, it must still be handled. We still have to keep this planet clean and keep the animals safe and the plants growing. But I still want people to be able to function, have their businesses function. So this will be a check and balance against Burke's power, which many have been very afraid of. So this will help you a lot. But again, this moves the responsibility from the person over to the governance if they choose to use this stay power. So they will be able to set many different local laws. They will be able to set up regulations. I'm going to set a residence tag for each one of these areas, so they will be able to have their residents vote on certain laws in their area and be able to figure out what they want to do. If one area wants to make it so that way food isn't allowed to be imported into their nation anymore, and they must locally source, etc., whatever, they can decide to do those decisions in their area. That is all of the news. I will be setting up those borders later today after my ability to set up borders gets passed. Any questions from me before I pass it on to them, so you can question them directly?
I have two questions, sir.
Mm-hmm.
First, in the matter of the car tax, does that include powered carts as well, part of the tax?
Yes, power carts are definitely a vehicle that allows you to haul large amounts of materials to be made money on. So yes.
It doesn't pollute that
It
much.
pollutes more than the truck, I thought. Or little less.
Still runs off coal.
It still
I'm
pollutes.
pretty sure it still
If you read
pollutes.
it,
Yeah.
it tells you how much it pollutes.
And then my second question was, I might be mistaken, but I think you mentioned to me something about alligators being a part of the meeting, or am I?
Yes. So the Preservation Act I talked about earlier actually includes a little chunk in there that will make it so that all fauna and flora will not be able to be harvested, killed, or harmed if they are below 250 in populace.
But we kind of came late because we didn't know this meeting was happening. What the heck's going on?
That's all right. We'll start over.
We're getting ready.
Yeah, from the top.
Grab the popcorn.
From top. I'm good with it.
I was whispering to Herc. I didn't realize you could hear me. I'm apologizing.
Here we go.
Who said that?
Stab him.
Kill him.
Whoa, calm down.
Burn him at the stake.
Eat him. Burke, take me to custody.
Ow.
Just give me a name.
Any other questions?
Yeah. I was wondering. So, like, say there is we do our land borders and everything like that, and another area that's unincorporated wants to cooperate with us. Can we get them under our banner as well, or is it just like the nation in there, like Puerto Rico?
The only areas that won't be part of the new nations is that very thin, tiny little island that seems to stretch to nowhere and nobody really uses for anything. So that will be no, not
Tips.
the prison will be actually part of this land, the Founders Creek, as I've come to name it.
I have a question.
Reading through your law, the MIA land claimers, it states that if someone doesn't wake up in the last 72 hours, they lose their property. But this property goes to you, the prime. Why does it go to you and not just
Because
unclaimed?
Yes, so that's a very good question. So before it would just go unclaimed, it would disappear. And that scares me because let's say that somebody like, I'm going to use someone that we all know, Mr. Danotage. Let's say Danotage gets very sick and he's gone for 4 days or so. His property would have just been deleted. It would have been gone. He'd come back to nothing. Now, I will be able to reach out to him and be like, hey, just so you know, your property has now been moved over to the state, and what are your intentions? Are you coming back? I can reach out to these people and try to see what's going on, so they're not just losing their home over something as silly as getting sick.
So why does it go to you personally and not the government?
Unfortunately, there's no government tag, but I could definitely rewrite that once I'm able to make a tag for that, so that way it gets handed off to the government, maybe I can even set it up so it goes to the local government even.
May I tack onto that? As a suggestion, perhaps it should go to someone who will 100% be here for a long time and is like higher ranking person in terms of like the
Providence leaders should probably get it from whatever land it's in.
Yeah, I think once I have the leader tags for the Providence is set up, I will try to make it so that way it goes to them, since they're the ones that would know best about their people.
Where are you going? Where are you going?
Like it's freaking out.
Okay.
That's why I had it set to the prime before.
To me, I didn't say that wasn't me.
It wasn't to me directly. It was to the prime, but it would be to what?
Imprison them.
Okay, I had a question, Brian, up top. Just to clarify, is the waste area, or whatever it's called, landfill, is that open now? Did that thing pass? Are they happy? Are we good to go, or what's up with that?
That hasn't passed. It's still got about 6 more hours. Make sure to vote on that, and I will be directly talking to them about that soon, very, very soon. Trying to make sure they can stay in business.
Busted before that. If we have tailings waiting to go to the landfill, we're not going to get.
As soon as this is over, I will be talking to them. We'll try to work out something.
Thank you. Oh, and one other question. Sorry, Prime. Sorry. Let's say if someone dug a hole straight down, find some resources, but they did not claim it. Is it allowed for us to claim it if we run into it, or is that person's claim, even though they didn't claim it?
I feel like you might be referencing an action that happened that is above all of our powers, and I will not voice on something like that.
God is spoken.
But that gets left to the gods. That situation.
So baby Jesus, 2 pound, 3 ounce.
If you want to talk to God, send him a Discord DM.
Yeah. We shouldn't be talking about that here.
It's against the world's ruling.
A Telegram, Discord.
Yeah, Telegram.
Prime, if I may make a suggestion. If we are going to move forward with governors using stay orders, and then they will accept the fine, correct? So if we levy like 100-bit fine on a business, and then the governor steps in and levies a stay order, correct? And then that fine will then go to the governorship.
Yes.
Well, then the fine should then be a percentage instead. Because a governorship can definitely pay. The fines were designed to be low so that civilians could pay those fines without it damaging them too much. But if governorship's going to be stepping in and paying their own taxes and such, then these fines should then become a percentage of their holdings instead.
That would motivate them.
What?
Man's trying to make a profit on misery.
Here.
I will definitely. I'll definitely discuss that with the different governors. Also, as you all notice, 2 seconds. You all have noticed I did not name a governor of Founder Creek area. That's because there's too many big people here. The whole reason I named it Founders Creek is there's so many founders, the founders of the DOT, the founders of the EEA, the founders of the library. There's just tons of founders here, the founders of our great nation. He's sitting right here, right in front of us.
Chive guys.
Founders of the Chive Guys. There's many powerful names that live here, so I couldn't choose one, so I'm going to set up a vote so you all can choose your own governor here. The only reason I chose these two for their areas, because when I went in their area and asked them who they felt was in charge of their area or who they would want to be in charge of their area, they both received resounding support.
The EEA. I love you, Bob.
Who said that?
There you go.
What's to stop the governor from stepping in and putting a halt on everything the EEA does and just claiming the fines for themselves?
Very, very high costs, most likely, especially if we do.
Think I'm gonna pay all that? Hell no! It's gonna be on the businesses they mess up. Hell no!
Make sure they get the shit cleaned up quick.
I definitely agree with.
No, the governors claim the fines, right? So that the companies are paying the governors. Is that right?
The fines go to the state, not to the governorship.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I definitely agree with Burke. It should probably be a higher fee because the governors will have much more money. So the little tiny fee that the people would have gotten probably won't.
Excuse me, Mr. Black.
Mm-hmm.
What happens if that province uses rat jam coin?
Then there will have to be a currency exchange of some sort that the state will have to decide.
What happens?
They'll charge the rat coin. It would be.
That sounds like a bank problem.
There's an exchange.
Mr. Prime, I have a concern. What's to stop the EEA from heaping down a huge fine on smaller businesses, knowing they can't pay it, to force the governorship to pay it, to satisfy their own potential greed?
We have 3 fines: small, medium, and large.
Sir, I was talking to the Prime, who holds the real power.
Wow.
Very, very.
So I've already sat down with Burke to discuss the pricing for the different crimes for fines, and they do go by severity. So a very small crime, like you made a little mistake and there's a teeny bit of tailing sitting on the ground, is only $20 or whatever your currency might be. So as long as you're not doing a huge crime like let's say killing alligators, you won't see that high of a fine.
Who would kill an alligator?
Save the gator.
I was the murderer.
We will be investigating the alligator murders much further, by the way. Any other questions before I pass it off to the 2 new governors here?
Yes, I got a question about going back to the food for the road workers. Jerry Chive over here. Is the food gonna be purchased from all shops selling quality food, such as Chive Guys and the Greenhouse Cafe, or will you be allowing Dick Snacks as well into the food mixture?
Wait, I thought it was thick snacks.
Wait. Wow, putting that man. What kind of snacks?
It will be a bid structure. Local businesses in the area will be able to bid for contracts for taking of materials or food being bought from them.
Are Dick Snacks the ones with the in them? I heard one of them puts gasoline in their food.
Yeah, that's the Dick Snacks.
Any other questions for me?
I have a question.
Yes.
What's being done on the farmer front when it comes to unifying farmers?
I think she might be still awake. We actually have a chief agricultural technician. Is she still awake?
Yeah, howdy, I'm over here. Hold on.
Oh, yeah. So she represents all the farmers and also tree farmers or any other kind of agricultural concerns. She is working with them to try to fix such issues as the prickly pear issue, so that the way the prickly pear does not go the same way as the scruffy McFluffy bunny.
Scruffy McFluffy bunny.
Should we do that with hunters as well too? and work with the.
Yes, I
DEA.
well, I don't want to. I don't want to set up a counselor position for like every single career, but I would actually like to see the hunters and gatherers and any other profession that is highly important at the bottom of the chain to unionize and form yourself guilds. I believe that a guild with a guild leader that can come to me and say, "Hey, I have the backing of 50 miners, and we demand you listen to us," and I will.
Along those lines, please come to me to join the mining guild. We're trying to organize for exactly that for the miners' benefit. Thank you.
I hope the hunters do the same.
If there's any industry or engineering professionals, Coitus is looking for more. The Coalition of Industry Titans, Unions in Service.
Great.
Ah, Coitus.
And the farmers
Shinron Power.
and hopefully soon a union of our own.
Ah, that's great.
Same with the DOT. We need more road builders. Team of 3.
I mean, I built out a little bit in the rural areas for you guys, some dirt roads.
Currently building out stone roads in Elder Woods.
Okay, I'm going to lead it to the leader of Skaven and the leader of Elder Woods here to each talk to you real quick and tell you their plans and let you answer some questions from them.
After you.
No. I insist that you go first.
Oh, not this shit
let you
again.
go first. No, after
How about you both go at the same
I'm
time?
gonna put an arrow in your asses if you don't fucking go.
Did you just threaten me with an arrow?
No, he's friend. No,
Hey, careful, he's a wizard.
Mr. Black, huh? He's friend.
Oh, you want this? Hey, anyways,
on people, sir.
I'm
human on human crime.
My name's Bob, the wizard. I live in the woods.
Hi, Bob.
Hi, Bob.
I love you,
Buddy.
Bob. I love you now.
I don't have a drinking problem. So I've been living out in the woods for a while. There's a few of us out there, a few of them in the desert. Really, to be honest with you, if you're really interested in what we got going on out there, I highly suggest all you city folk take a minute and come out. I'm in the midst of building a community center. And right now, our countryside is honestly ripe for the picking. We don't have any farmers out there, and we have some land right by the ocean that would just be perfect for farms. There's a ton. There's also a little area, and by the way, if the Prez is still here, what was your name again? We talked earlier.
Nate.
If you could, just take the floor for a second. Could you tell the Prez about that area over in our area that needs to be, taken care of?
Yeah, absolutely. So I took it upon myself, since the rats are doing our due diligence, to help out the alligators. I saw some hot spots around the world. One I saw happened to be over in Mr. Bob's neck of the woods, and when I went over there, he's very welcoming and showed us everything, and he's actually going to step up and preserve the area the alligators are going to be where they live around that area. So he's taking it upon himself to make sure that they're not building, doing anything over there. They're actually going to try to showcase it off so people could see the elegant exotic alligator we have.
Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah, so he's taking it upon himself, and pretty awesome.
So we got that going for us, and right now I'm working with the community on building a community center. Now, no offense, I know you city folk get a little confused on occasion when it means to have a community because you're arguing over your towers and your mountains and such, but out there, we got some nice, clean area that's right for the picking. We're not turning into a city. We're going to keep it nice and foresty, all right? Who said that? Who said that? Who said Bob? I heard when he say Bob.
Yeah, Bob.
Anyways, hey, another thing, we got a Chive Guys over there now. Right in the center, we got Chive Guys, fully stocked. Fully stocked. And one last thing before I give it over. Oh, yeah, they do. I'm going to give it over to him in a second, but last thing, so we really are you guys got a lot going on in the city. If anybody's looking to move, we need farmers out in that area. We need a few other things, and right now, if anybody has some free hands here this coming week, we're about to do a nice big dig under the community center to make sure all the areas we have in there have room for storage. So now your question, what do you mean? Well, where the community center's at, there's going to be an area where if you maybe want to move out there, but you don't want to move your business yet, but you want to slowly get it out there There'll be areas you can rent for very cheap if you decide to move out there. So you can move your business to the community center. It's going to be basically like a mall. There's going to be an area. Oh, and I hate to admit this, and there's only a few people in this area that will understand the deepness of my brain of how disappointed I am that I'm the one doing this here in this world. But there's going to be an area you can rent out with a stage and a dance floor where you can have get-togethers, and so where you can set up, I don't want to say this, things like, karaoke and talent shows and stuff. I really hate that I'm doing that.
Karaoke.
Anyways,
Do we
there'll
get
be
to see a
food
wizard,
out there.
Tyler?
How dare you? How dare you ask me in front of all these people to see my wizard? I'm going to shove this plunger where it doesn't
Is that
shine.
yes?
Yes. Watch.
Mr.
Pull it
Bob?
Oh God,
Huh?
he's doing it.
I had a
anyways.
question, Mr. Bob.
Yeah, what's going on?
Are you? Is the district that that community is part of include the entire continent, or mostly the nice lands? And where's the desert fall under that? And I guess that's a question for all
Mr.
three
President.
of you.
I think that's more for the whole
The entire,
continent.
it is the whole continent, yes.
Okay.
That means Tangent comes under
Also, the community center.
Tiger's
is
jurisdiction.
absolutely beautiful. If
Yeah, it's
you
getting
guys
work done.
need to take a vacation
Ah.
or anything from the hustle and bustle
Shit!
of the city, it is probably one of the nicest
get road there.
establishments I've seen.
Yeah, it's good. It's coming together really, really well. I was trying to figure out what to do with my property because I was, a little down. I was going to build a tower, and then somebody, won't say their name out loud, decided to build a tower bigger.
of the reckless man made of cardboard.
Ooh, good question, random person. Yeah, what about that?
Yeah. Well, that's a good question. That's probably more of a question for the prez. I don't think I want to get involved in that, even though that's on the land I'm going to deal with and have to deal with it anyways.
As far as Cardboard's Tower, I know many of you come to me, especially citing
Burn it down.
a certain. Some of you have cited a certain rule that we all know about that directly affects that tower. But again, you're coming to the wrong person. I deal with political issues that are Romeo Papa issues.
The one for the gods, I guess.
Higher power issues you need to go to the gods about.
There is a good
Everybody
dueling it.
pray. Everybody pray
When's
for
the
the
next-
tower to fall.
Great.
So just to finish it up,
Break the
one more-
tower, burn it down.
once we get that community center built, I'm going to throw a party. All right? I want you all to know that. We're going to have a night. And I'm going to tell you right now, if everything works out, it might be catered by a special group of people, which I can't name right now. But, you can know it. Anyways,
Guys,
you ever want to come? We have a community out there. And, if you're looking for community, we're looking for people. Money's great and everything, but we're working together. You need something, we try to support it. We try to do things out there together. So you want to move out, come find me. We'll help you find a plot. We'll do things anyways. Heller, please take me off this stage.
thanks, Bob. We love you, Bob.
Yeah, give him a round of applause. Everyone clap it up.
Hey,
The
Bob.
guy building a
He's a
stage
wizard.
has stage fright.
All right, are we
Yeah.
done now or
I
what?
don't know if I'd call it stage fright.
Well, I'm Heller, and I lead the Skaven. We supplied you guys with most of the vehicles you see around here. We helped your farmers out with tractors. These farmers won't have no tractors without us. This is helping you guys out ever since the start. Secret. How dare
remind me
you?
to talk
I
to
have a
Bob
question.
Yes,
Who's protecting the alligator reserve right now?
we are. I have my trusty ranger over there watching over gators.
Okay.
We also have an advanced security system.
Yep. Well,
What kind of security
this
system?
This
That's
EA
fine.
person
Agents on
sits here
screen.
in the corner with no agents out. You see this? Terrible. Got no agents
What?
protecting
Down with
the
the
gators. EA is not protecting the gators as we speak. The Skaven are. It's terrible.
That's a lie.
Move along.
I mean, I'm new here, but I will say the Skaven, actually, when I was, looking where to go, they were actually protecting the gators. They were looking at them.
You trapped me?
Kevin's are great people.
If they call themselves the Skaven, yes, they have been doing a damn good job of protecting the gators.
Thank
Oh,
you,
no, he's
Mr.
stuck on the
Black.
floor
Thank
now.
you.
Dude,
I would like
dude,
to pull up my squire here, Mr. Dr.
Oh, you made it.
Rattlesnake. Would you like
Mr.
to
Doctor.
Yes.
How many
Don't-
gators are left?
At this
Yes,
current
so-
moment, 12.
Wow.
We're at 2, so
Hey,
Good for
that's
them.
good. Yeah.
Gators have been seeing an incline. This is good. But we still
Thank
need to be
God they
wary
both
of the
weren't
poachers
male.
that are still out there profiting from the gator skins.
Are we
Like the one that
bringing
lives
up
in this town
alligator?
named Ivan.
Are
Burn
we
'em at the
bringing up
stake.
alligator information right now? Because I have some alligator information from earlier.
It's about time to start it.
Oh
I
shit.
just okay, hold on. I just want everybody here to know because I don't know who to go to at this point. But my buddy and neighbor Fapple went over to the Rat Nation earlier today, and right above the little the first lake reserve where there is some land from Burkeboro and Emrak, he said right along that road as he was headed that way, he saw a bag in the road. And that bag contained 4 alligator carcasses. By the time he came back through, they were gone.
What?
And he doesn't know who put them there. He doesn't know who took them up. But there is someone poaching these alligators.
Yeah,
Sounds
it
like
might
a
have been
rat.
the same people that dropped trash in our region yesterday. What?
It could
They
have been,
live
yeah.
over here.
Yeah.
These damn
We have
They could live
suspects
here.
for
They
the
could live there.
portfolio.
They might just be random.
They
other-
could be.
random
The
other-
rats could be trying to be framed.
Exactly.
The rats could be trying to be framed.
Well,
here's the thing.
Well, you know
thing
what I
we're not trying to.
You can still bring this kind of information to the EEA because we are in an active investigation. So let us know about that, and I'd like to question Mr. Fapple further about this.
Okay. You hopefully will be on sometime in the next 24 hours.
You care if I say something?
Good time frame.
Hey, Hillary, you care if I say something real?
Let Bob speak.
You care if I say something?
Yeah, thank you, Bob, for saving us.
Oh, hey, I forgot.
Anything.
I forgot one kind of important thing that's good for all of us. Currently below the community center and currently below, well, I thought he was going to be here, a guy named Peter, who's my neighbor, and also below Ezekiel. Ezekiel out there? Where's my boy?
Hey, love you, Bob.
That's my boy. Hey, we're at the point now where all of us are digging really, really deep, and we realize that if we put our powers together in the triangle of where we live, we could have potentially one of the biggest dumps that we have. So if that ends up happening and we can get it passed to have a really big dump, where's he going? Oh, he doesn't want to be the dump. Whatever. Anyways, we'll take it from him, and we might be able to make a really, really big dump over there. So just
Yeah, let's take a dump.
You know,
There's gonna be a big dump after the party.
Are we taking a community dump?
That's
Is
it.
that what's going on?
Well, I was gonna
Yeah.
say,
I was
this
gonna
because
say,
you don't know me, but I live just south of Terry, and I have a recycling plant, so.
Oh,
I can help with the dump too.
And Prime,
wait, hold on. If you have a recycling plant, we should definitely let the Prime know about that. We should get that marked on a map for everybody.
I didn't even know you could recycle.
I didn't know either.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Look at that.
Prime, if
That
I
way
could
you
make a
just throw it in the
recommendation.
river? Is that?
No.
No. Wow.
Oh.
Shame on you.
Disgusting.
I
You
did
must
not
be
hear.
one of Tangent's people.
Imagine advertising in the middle of a community meeting.
Yeah, I know. Wow, right? Gee.
Or form.
Imagine it protecting
Well,
the environment and not knowing you can
hey.
recycle.
Hey, you're all. Hey, hold on. So, what was that, Burke? Didn't you say you wanted to make a suggestion?
Yeah. For your regions that you're going to be forming, the region here and the region in the woods and the region in the rat area, could you perhaps consider leaving the prison as a neutral regionless area? That way we do not come off as biased toward the region that we are connected to. That way all 3 regions can have trust in the EEA operation as a neutral organization.
So I was planning on leaving your office out of the region, but the prison within the region.
Which region?
He's talking about this region. Okay, all right then.
But that way your business, because the prison is a business for profit, so you should be tied to a land. But the EEA will be separate.
Very well.
Woo!
Also, none of them mentioned, but I am also going to empower them since we do need police force, and I feel like setting up a federal police force is too powerful. It's something I've been afraid of, and that's why I haven't enacted a police force. So instead, I'm going to hand over regional control so that way each region can set up a sheriff or whatever they would like to call the position, and they can have deputies below them. So that way the police will represent the people of their local area and not to overstep.
How does that interact with the EEA? Because presumably they're the similar laws there, because presumably their laws are folded under that for enforcement.
EEA will stay federal because that is an issue that involves the entire planet. If one side of the planet decides to destroy the environment, it will affect all of us.
Does that mean that each region is going to have its own rules as far as things, and each, sheriffs and whatnot?
Not pollution, but human laws and civil laws and whatnot. They will still have to work with the Chief Justice to make sure that those laws can be enforced and how they're going to be enforced and such, because Chief Justice is still going to be in charge of the courts, but they will be able to, decide on local laws, yes.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, just a reminder, the EEA does not do anything with human-on-human crimes. It's only environmental issues that we investigate.
Well, that's good.
Interesting.
All right. If that is all, then I'd like to thank you all for coming. And, you should all set up your residences, by the way, because your residence is how you'll decide where we will decide where
Animal goes into environmental.
So make sure you set your residence on your homes.
When is this in effect?
So the law for me to draw the zones passes in about 6 hours ish, and I will be drawing up the lines then.
Okay.
One question.
Mm-hmm.
If we already have established mines, let's say in the desert, and then we live here, what happens there?
That would be up to Mr. Bob. I don't think he plans on messing with your business, though.
One thing you might want to consider is joining the mining guild for that very reason.
Oh yeah, I will.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, I guess that is all. Again.
Just like to make an announcement that all the laws are passing because it was like an 80-20 vote.
Hell yeah.
I literally went into my head for a minute. Did somebody ask me a question? You good. It's fine. Okay.
All right. Lovely. So yeah, I will. I'll be working on. I will be spending a lot of time drawing up these lines and working with these gentlemen over the next several hours, and you all can just continue on with your lives as normal. But soon you will have a closer tie to your representation. You will be able to approach your governor and have those issues handled with them directly. I hope this leads to more peace and less drama and a better growth and relationship between the different nations.
Woo! Hey,
Thank
also
you so
real quick,
much.
if somebody asked me a question, I'm so sorry. There was like an emergency pee. I'm going to be honest with you. What was? Did somebody say something about mining?
They were wondering if they were residents of here, would that affect their mine over in the desert?
I mean, I don't really. I think that's best if I take that up with the people in the desert and maybe talk to the people living there and see how they feel and kind of maybe check on them. But I mean, I don't want to take someone's. We're not trying to take anybody's living from them. You know what I mean?
Uh-oh.
I think Willie just killed the server.
Everyone hold.
Headache time.
What's a
Hold
server?
on.
Dear Lord.
Oh God, I don't feel so good.
Oh, mass hysteria.
Wait, is this out? Are we outside of roleplay now? Is RP over?
Dick snacks.
Okay, so RP's over, right?
RP over.
Okay, good. You, Tiger and Leller! You go straight down, you pieces of shit!
That's my face. You won't.
And this is exactly why I did this.
Gosh damn it, I've been playing legit. I've been even crazy this time.
Alright, so did something break. I'm looking at it right now.
Oh no.
Everyone link up.
Oh boy.
Link comes to get
Because,
there
that,
fast.
because that's as
Everybody
soon as
claim
I
the
started
crime.
passing the laws that happened. So some
Oh,
laws.
Was it the tax law? It was the last one. I think that was the last one. that started passing.
It might have been the tax law.
Repeal all laws.
God damn it, guys.
They get voted out. No. It's just they've curved my power a little bit.
Even the server don't
How
want
are we
taxes.
able to
That's how
see?
bad
This is gonna make roleplay more interesting. I don't know why some people are so. You don't get upset. It's just part of the. It's just role. That's roleplay. You never know what the shit's gonna happen.
There was a
Remember, it's not about winning. In fact, losing can lead to more hilarious shit. So it doesn't matter at all. It's just gonna make it so that I have to do more roleplay with Tiger and Heller.
This is funny.
And if it leads to more polluting, then who knows? We'll see. It'll be funny.
And
No,
right now,
Wonderful.
You guys are moving
L
too
for laws
fast.
won't work. Well, L's for laws won't work right now just because the
Website.
world's kind. Oh, okay.
My brain's
I was about to ask that. Okay.
The
Yeah,
world
in
is
general,
imploding.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's gonna be good. Like I'm convinced. Like, 'cause the conflict between
I have to.
Bob and my director
God help us.
Yeah, it looks like I have to rewrite the
We
tax
need
law.
taxes.
is gonna be good.
Are governor positions votable or are they permanent?
I mean, I'm sure you could all vote.
They
if
will
you
be
wanted
votable.
out there.
Okay.
I think Bob's safe though.
I'm so scared to move right now. Like, if I feel like if I move, I'm gonna end up way on the other side of the planet.
Is that real?
I've
Can
been
that
moving
happen?
for the last 2 minutes.
Oh, dope.
Oh my god. Okay.
I'm
Good
still
to
the
know.
director.
I'm a wizard. I have a thing. I have a
I
condition.
like playing lag Rochambeau. Just move as much as possible and jump. See where you end up.
Oh, that guy's floating.
Just
Run
like
as
go
much
into
until it all
the edge of
dies.
the world where it's rendered and, see where it takes me.
And just jump.
We're blaming Willie for this, right?
Absolutely.
Every time.
Always.
Well,
X sounds like it's the tax law, which I don't know
Yeah,
how-
still sounds like a
I don't
Willie
know how.
problem.
Might as well restart it.
Even the server doesn't want tax.
yeah, I am going to take the chance again. For reals though, please, if you're a miner, join the mining guild. We're trying to unionize, but we need a lot of people to get in there. Otherwise, it's not really effective.
Yeah, who do we talk to for that? Who's a minor guild person?
Me, Paul Gill, the head of the mining guild.
All right, pal.
I only have like
Yeah, among other things, we deal with like tailings mitigation and stuff like that.
4
so,
agents at the
we can
EA.
talk about that, help you out.
Oh, that'd be fantastic, man.
Yeah, and again, even for the the folks that have mines there but they don't live there, if you're a miner, you count. Don't worry about it. Come on, talk to us. We're gonna actually build a bridge to make sure we're in the community there that Bob runs, and we're also gonna have roads leading down. So yeah.
Can
please talk to
somebody fix the roads that head from the highway to the east toward Burke's land? Because it's ridiculous with those trees. 2 meters
Oh, they're going to
apart.
be chopped down tomorrow. I think they still had like 18 hours on it.
Save
Oh.
the tree.
I mean, we can replant them somewhere else, but that's just...
It's like the longest this has ever lasted.
I definitely want more EA agents. Yeah, because like it's that's why we can't. It's impossible to patrol the entire world. Like the rats live like right next to where the gators are, so of course they could do it. They're like right there. Nothing I can do.
Yeah, but they should
Can't be every once in once.
Needs to go to the bottom.
Still waiting to see some of these more advanced towers, man. Some of these city buildings like this. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, I want the EEA agents are not supposed to be part of a region, but it's whatever. Mm-hmm. Itch. Um. Oh. Hmm. Oh, my interactions with Tangent. I'm still a little confused. I'm gonna add them. They gotta explain that stay order thing to me a little bit more. Well, I'm not gonna be on tomorrow. That's why I'm streaming today. Plus, I gotta get off at 6.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Man, I've been talking this whole time, but I was holding T.
Oh, rip.
So I'm launching the server back. I haven't done anything. I'm seeing if that fixes it. We did get an error when the tax law passed, and that's when it started breaking. So we're gonna see if a simple restart fixes it. If a simple restart doesn't fix it, I'm gonna have to figure out how to delete the tax law.
Hmm.
Yeah, I got this fire sale going on for limestone, so
Yeah, limestone's important because it's it is
yeah, it's for steel.
yeah, steel. Sure, it's gonna be one of your big ones coming soon.
There's an error on the tax law. There's going to be it converted it to 90% on everything. Goes into the funds of the state.
The way the game works, like you could literally screw something up like that bad.
So I think I saw what the error was. He had it set to Prime and not Prime 2.0 because when he accidentally deleted the government, we had to create a new Prime title. And I couldn't use Prime because Prime said it existed. So technically it's called Prime 2.0 now. And I think he set the tax law to be like set for like Prime. And since
Oh,
Prime
were you
doesn't
able to change it?
exist, we're seeing if I can get the server up and running, and then if I can get in and delete the tax law, if that's the issue. Because I don't know if this is the issue or not. Server booted back up. Doesn't look like there was any issue on booting. It might have just been because I passed so many laws so quickly that the server just shit itself. I don't know.
School simulator, like Prison Architect and RimWorld.
But it seems to be fixed. So I think it might have just been that I passed.
Something bad just happened. I'm not authorized to do that on Prime 2.0's property.
I think I'm. Wait, what just happened?
You gave everybody's land the Prime 2.0.
Oh no.
That was my other scary thing. I couldn't fix that. So yeah, okay, I know what. Okay, so I know what it did now.
Everybody's got a
So
shit.
everything converted over. That's what it was
Okay.
doing this whole time.
So what happened?
Everything is
was-
unlocked on everything.
So the Prime set the wrong time limit, and I think he did greater than 72 hours instead of less than or something like that. He did the wrong way. So anyone who's played longer than that.
Oh,
I think,
he's so not gonna keep his office. They're gonna vote him out so hard.
Yeah. So okay. So we're gonna have to roll back the server.
Yeah, you need to roll back before the taxes were accepted. Delete that tax before it and rewrite it.
It's not. So it's not the tax. The tax is fine. It's the Preservation Act is what broke it.
Okay, so roll back the server. Delete that.
The MIA land claimers. The one I asked about is what broke it because they set the trigger wrong, and so
I have a cart.
okay.
This is my shopping cart. This is
So what we need to do is I need everyone to vote no on the Preservation Act when I do a rollback, because that's the only way I can get it to get rid of. I don't think I can delete an actual thing. So I need everyone to vote no. Like, it's very important that everyone, when I roll back the server, goes into the website and changes their vote to no, because the civics thing does not work to let me to automatically fail. It's going to do whatever is winning the vote. So right now, yes is winning the vote. So when we roll back the server, we have to get no to be winning the vote. Understand?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Vile said you can make it forced to fail the vote.
I have tried, and whenever I do the command, it does not work.
He says, does he not know he can use his admin powers to make it fail the vote?
And does he not know that the admin command for failing the election only makes it to where it completes it?
He said slash civics.
I know what the command is before, and it doesn't work. Unless they fixed it in the past week we've been playing, it wasn't working before.
You hear that? You see, you've driven Willie to this point. You understand? You hear that tone he's got now? That's what you've done to this. This is what you've done. It's not Happy Willie no more. He's not bouncing around in the wind, hanging out, Friendly Willie.
You're slowly losing Happy Cletus too.
Oh shit.
It's stressful over here.
Oh shit. You know what? You know how I fix that? I run away. Hey, take that.
Together to take out the meteor and like live together and have fun. Now everybody just wants lots of money to hoard and like some kind of savings, like it's real life money, and they don't want to help each other.
Ladies, you should come see my new sign.
What do you wait?
Okay.
Isn't that society in a nutshell? Like, what did you expect was going to happen in a game that simulates society?
People are pretty much just hoarding their money because they think it's better to have a savings.
Nah, bro, it's called trickle down economics. It'll be fine. Listen, just listen. The more money they get, the more they'll invest in things, and that'll cause jobs. It'll all work out. People ain't gonna hoard their money. Come on.
Well, they're gonna need to start spreading out. As long as people can afford food and their primary job. Problem is, there's some people that have they're a critical role, and without them, we kind of shut down sometimes. So we need We might need to diversify those roles sometimes a little bit, or at
I-
least get more people to work those areas.
You know what I think? I think y'all just just gotta put your foot down. Just like, well, I'm not doing this. Somebody yells at you enough, it's just like, too bad the store's closed, and just close the door. You're the banker, Cletus. You don't have to put up with people's shit. You can foreclose on their business.
You know what I was telling Chad earlier? I was like, I'm just gonna take all the money in the bank and build a tavern.
Well, I mean, you're the banker.
I'm just gonna walk away and build a retirement for myself.
Put
Put a giant sign out front of the bank. Bank shut down.
As much
Dude,
as
I love that like town hall they have in the first. Is that a town hall? Whatever that like on the menu screen.
Oh yeah. No, that's like a
Government
government building or something. Yeah, I don't know.
It's a government building.
It looks awesome.
I mean, we could eventually get to this. We just have to work together to
What
get
kind
there.
of stone? What kind of is that? The next
That's
tier
the
of masonry?
ashlar, yeah.
Or is
That's
that the
ashlar.
next-
That's Ashlar. That's the next.
Me
tier.
and Gator almost there. We're super close to Ashlar for everybody.
Oh, I'm almost there too.
And Willie.
Well, why don't you all put your shit together and then you get a book and pass it out, whatever the hell you're making.
You like my sign?
Hey,
you like my sign?
Well, not everybody has.
You'll understand
brick.
when you
Like,
see
I
my
wanna,
sign.
I want to get everybody brick first before we get to Ashlar. Like, I want to take it in stages, right?
I was gonna skip because I figured that's the next thing I'd be able to at least make.
You should have never been
I
the
just
banker.
feel like-
I warned you about this. I specifically warned you. Being that banker is gonna be a pain in the ass. And whoever picked that position is gonna be, it's gonna be so annoying.
No one knew eco standard for economy.
Mm-hmm. Let's figure people you could be getting. Yeah, can I have a loan for my? I want to make a spaghetti factory. There ain't no spaghetti in Eco. Yeah, but I want a spaghetti factory. Why can't I get a loan? You gave Bob a loan. He's trying to make bricks for the town. Yeah, but how come I don't get my loan for my spaghetti factory? You're corrupt as shit, Cletus.
Is this
You're
Chip
corrupted shit. Yeah, I'm fucking corrupt as shit. I've been spending so much money on the community this week. I'm the worst banker there is.
I have no idea how that shit works. I don't even know if what you're doing is good for the economy or bad for the economy.
I donated $5,000 to the DOT and 2 trucks so they could drive. I donated 2 tractors to the farming group. I put money in the treasury. Like, I've been just dumping money everywhere to help people.
Mm-hmm.
So one guy came to me and says, nobody buys my meat. I bought his entire store out and then turned around and sold all the meat to one of the chef companies or whatever for like really cheap, like 100
What?
bits
That's
for all
market
the meat.
manipulation, Cletus.
I'm trying to help people.
Your ass is going to jail.
Well, you gotta find me first.
You gonna foreclose? Hey, you gonna be a real banker? You gonna foreclose on them farmers when they can't pay you back for the
This
tractor?
is what I'm gonna do, Burke. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go off on a hill. I'm gonna build a giant tavern using all of the privately owned bank funding, and then I'm gonna put a giant sign out front that says "Bank is foreclosed." And I'm gonna go live
That's part of your job, Cletus.
I'm
You're the
gonna
banker.
serve-
When them farmers can't pay, you gotta foreclose on them farms, buddy.
That tavern is gonna be a fucking high-rise like hotel.
Yep.
I like cream.
It's gonna be a Trump Tower.
Oh man, this is gonna be interesting, Cream. Cause like right now,
I'm just
it's
kidding.
like
I'm
it's like
actually enjoying myself. It's just stressful.
it's like you're seeing the cracks in the economy,
feel like they're
and
not
it's gonna.
role-playing and they're
Oh
doing it out
shit,
of
it's
spite.
it's gonna.
But maybe they are.
Oh
Maybe I'm just
boy,
being wrong.
I don't even know what the frick's gonna happen.
And it's all
Yep.
role play.
Yeah,
It's
like
all
fucking.
fun.
All I want is purpose. Like that's it.
And I'm okay with people
Nobody
being
is
dick,
attacking
but I want it to be in
nobody.
roleplay. I don't want it to be like them just pissed off because that's how the way the game is.
Rats aren't doing anything bad. That prickly pear incident was a myth. Yeah.
I just feel like we should just see like Who feel like just ask around? Who feels like they're doing nothing around here? I feel bad for Mike. He
Oh my God!
I guess
poor
he went into
Mike.
paper or something.
He was the only one on the server that went into paper, and the only thing paper does is make paper faster so you can make bookcases at level 7 carpentry. He is so sad, dude. He is so sad. And like, I was like, dude, you know what? I think we should just pass a law that no one can make paper but you, Mike. Just let you have paper making.
Is there like any use beyond like?
Not yet. I think they have a plan for it. I think that was just added recently because I think there might be a plan for it. I feel like that they're gonna make it so you can actually write on paper eventually and put it on walls.
We can give him like a point to rectify that. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Just
Willie
'cause-
could probably do that.
Yeah, I can.
Willie could probably help him out.
Oh, did that law? Did the law pass that you can only have 2
I think he
professions?
wanted to ride it out though. I think I told him today we can fix it. He's like, no, I think I'm gonna ride this out. So you might just want to make everybody sad for him for being the paper man.
The paper boy.
Cletus.
What's
Cletus,
up?
can you have people, you know, like when people have to pay back their loan and they can't pay it back, can you like be an asshole and send them to prison?
Listen, I've had 2 people come down and like say they were having trouble with it, and I was like, "Oh, it's okay. I'll give you some more money."
Come on. We're gonna have a role play discussion about this.
I
Okay.
felt really bad.
They got They got to work their debt off, dude. They got to work their debt off. You can't be giving out free money, Cletus. You're gonna crash our economy.
I'm not crashing. I'm giving money to help people.
That's not how banking works, man.
Everybody said there's not enough money in circulation.
I mean, you ever heard of the bubble crisis? The housing crisis.
They should walk around and see what people are buying, and then be like, "Oh shit, I could get a ton of that," and then they start selling it.
Cletus officially the worst banker ever.
I mean, I think it's hilarious that you're the banker, dude. Like seriously, I would. That's why I purposely was like, I'm not doing that shit. There's no way. It'd be so annoying to do that job.
It is pretty annoying.
Who invited you in here? Get out of here.
Me and Pants are having a really good time running it.
Why'd you tell me to leave? That's not very nice.
Get out of here. We ain't talking to you.
Why?
What's up?
Hey, Tim. It was good to see you on
Hey,
here.
Tom.
I was like really excited. I was like,
Bro, I've been
never rolled
fucking. I did 18 hours already today.
Dude, it's so easy.
Yeah, I know.
I've never rolled back a server after
Yeah.
elections, so I don't know if that rolls back the elections. I'm hoping it does.
I am
Tim,
beelining.
last week I did 5 straight 14-hour
hit my
days,
asshole.
and I've never done that ever as a streamer in my life. It's the scariest thing how much this game is addicting.
I'm beelining straight back to my fucking limestone.
My sign is gone.
Oh no.
I'm putting it back up right now.
You know, part of this is just like, it's just part of the game, like the economy and the social aspects of it. You know, like
Does everyone have their land back?
Yep.
Yes.
It also is really good because, like, asking like people like Timac, especially who's done a lot of RP2, this game really sets up a lot of silly and like really fun.
I just like I've always enjoyed stuff where you can work and then have a little casual RP in the middle, and then go back to working, and then like you just kind of like, you know, you always have something to do.
Yeah, this one's dangerous because you're just like, I'm working and somebody comes over to your house like, hey, do you want to help me? And you're like, yeah. Next thing you know, it's been 4 hours and you're like, oh shit, I didn't finish my
Yeah, you're like
Yeah.
lost in 4 hours of work.
That's the best thing. It's bringing people
Last
together.
night I was making a park and I was like, the only way this is gonna work if I put water down here. So I spent
the
5
EEA's
hours
power has
making
been
an aqueduct.
neutered as well, Cream.
And then I woke up this morning and no trees grew, so I wasted
So
5
vote
hours
no.
of my life making an aqueduct for a dead area.
Yeah, we might need to
Hey,
narrow
no,
down
or
the
you
scope
lose
of everything.
It pretty does.
these
It looks
laws
really pretty.
Apply to.
Well, I was waiting to log on because I was trying to let it, you know, not jump on when everybody's jumping on to give it a little break. So I'm gonna go jump in there. I love all of you.
See you, brother.
Looks to be good. Okay, so Vile is saying it worked on the sub server when he did the fail vote, so I could try
Yeah.
that. But it could potentially break it again, or I could just make sure everyone votes no, and then I do it anyways, and then it's 100% safe.
Okay, voted
We'll
no.
give it a shot, see what happens.
Yeah, change your vote. Make sure you vote no on the Preservation Act.
Hey, Mr. Burke.
60-40. So you're the Miners Guild leader?
I am indeed.
What happened? Basically, they decided that the EEA has too much power, so that the Preservation Act that we're voting no on. So the EA now has been set up that the different regions. So like I guess the Prime manages the Prime region, which is where we are, the streamer town, and then the Rats have their own region, and then which is run by Heller as a governor, and then another governor is going to be in the forest area that covers that entire continent, governed by Tiger. So that means now that if we're doing EEA business and we come across somebody who's polluting and we go to shut them down, the governor can then step in and stop us and tell us that they have 24 hours to do their business, and the fine will then go to the governor instead. I don't know. I got to get some clarification on it. It's just an interesting twist on the role play is all. Yeah. They said they said that EEA is federal, from what I understand. So that means the governors still have to deal with this. It's not like they have their own thing. Yeah. So we'll see how that goes. But I know there's gonna be conflict between Bob the Wizard, who already hates the EEA, so it's already gonna be a thing. This is gonna be more interesting aspects of it. Yeah, but I think it means that I can't condemn. I don't know. I guess I can't condemn now. I don't know. I'm gonna have to double check.
Director Burke to come out of his head.
Yeah, sorry. I'm back.
One second. Over here,
Mr. Black, I need a word with you when you get a second.
Okay, sure.
What did I fuck up this time?
Over this way, Director, please. Like pull people out of the center of town.
That's another, or like just be under one of the police. I don't really give a shit.
Yeah, I guess back this way just to make sure we're good on distance.
Like, go talk to, talk to Burke and then come back or whatever.
Yeah.
What?
Does this look good, Director, or should we move even more out of the city?
If you feel like this is appropriate.
We're gonna be yeah, let's go a little bit further. We got, you're gonna want to know about this. Yeah, this will work. Once we get outside the businesses. Alright, how are you, Director? It's been a while since we last spoke.
Fine. Just learning about all these changes with governors and such.
It is rather surprising, yes. I remember the Prime being very insistent that all the EEA members were at the meeting, and now I understand why.
I would have appreciated a heads up about what he was planning to do.
Yes, sir. I was trying to follow up with you after the attempted sting operation. I spoke with Agent Amber and Agent Igor. After the fact, I was unable to locate you. What happened?
Wait, this is not the place to discuss such a thing.
All right, fair enough. I'll move past to the next matter of business. Oh, Mr. Farside has informed me that we may have the name of a potential alligator hunter.
Okay.
Would you like the name here, sir, or should we move backwards a bit?
Here's fine.
Hi,
Chip Chip.
Dang, where did I leave that note? 1 second.
That's all right. Search your notes.
Uh-huh. Daniel the Demon, sir.
Daniel the Demon?
Yes. That was the name that was brought to us shortly before you woke up. He was... Let's see... reported by a rat fellow, Mr. Farside said that the only thing that he could remember is that their name started with a K.
Okay, Daniel the Demon. All right, let me.
And that's the only really big news right now. The masonry shops over on the east side of town, they're starting to pollute the river badly again. They've already made changes to their building, so that hopefully that should be subsiding immediately. They're planning to apply a tax on powered carts and vehicles. So you were so anti-vehicle, so it seems that the Prime listened about that.
Good.
There will also be, if people do not properly dispose of tailings, there will also now be a fine automatically applied to that as well. So they have to be dumped on property that belongs to someone now, like a dump or something. If they just leave it out in the middle of nowhere or not properly under DEF, if I understand, then that would incur a fine.
Oh, that sounds fantastic. Yeah.
Yep, and then I think everything else at the meeting you were brought up to speed about with the provisional governors now having the authority to overrule a condemnation for 24 hours? Okay.
So they just gonna automatically do that, or they're gonna just let?
I think that they can if they feel it is necessary.
Okay, and then if they do that, the fine goes to them instead.
Yes, they'll work out what the amounts are and in what currency. Now that the rat coin has now come into existence, I just learned about that, and I think that's everything. The only other thing was Mr. Farside requested that Agent Amber be given access permissions to the prison so that she could assist him in construction with the new renovations after the wonderful test run yesterday.
All right, absolutely, Amber. I'll get that sorted as soon as I get that back to the prison.
And I believe that covers everything from me, sir.
Fantastic. Well, at some point, hopefully the percentage adjustment on the fine will be accepted by the Prime, because I believe that if we just keep it at, if we do 100 bits and the governor's making so much money, he'll be able to just absorb those fines no problem. And that could become an extortion act there. That would not be good.
Good. And then there was one gentleman named Fapple who his friend at the meeting revealed that he discovered alligator skins on the road. 4 of them. I think you heard that though, sir.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do
by that point.
Need to question Fapple. And we need to find this Daniel the Demon.
Yes, good. I did deliver the news to him, Mr. Farside.
And
the Squeak store.
Squealer?
Yeah, Squealer, that's it. He runs that. He was caught by the guy named Start with K. He was caught in the reservation, killed 2 alligators, and he was still doing that, and he runs for Squealer.
So Daniel the Demon and Squealer are the same person?
Hey, that's what I was told. He works for that store.
So who is the witness that saw him kill 2 gators?
I'm just trying to find the name now because I completely forgot when they came to me. They ran to me about 20 to 30 minutes before you woke up. And they gave me that report. I'll just try to remember what the name was.
Because that's a crime of the highest offense, and we need that witness to testify, and we will apprehend Mr. Daniel the Demon.
Yeah, so the name was Crispia. So K-R-I-S-P.
All right, one second. Start that again, because I didn't have my pen, my pencil. This arcane object.
It's K-R-I-S-P-E-R-E-R.
Crisper?
Yeah, that's the one. They came running to me. They were literally running. Informed me of the news, and that was half an hour before you woke up.
All right, do you think that Mr. Crisper is still around?
I believe there's someone in the city, yeah.
I would very much like to talk to this individual. And, agents, I'd like to ask that if you see if you can locate...
The map there at the Prime.
I'm going to ask the Prime if I could be granted powers to search the Squealer Butchery.
And what did you want us to do, sir?
See if you can locate this Daniel the Demon and this Christopher while I go pay the Prime a visit for a search and seizure of the Squealer Butchery.
All right, we'll do that, sir.
Hey, Willie! All right,
The Prime and
dismissed.
Crispr are talking to each other right now.
Fantastic. All right, I'll head that way. Let's all head that way. Come on.
All of us, all right.
We're definitely looking forward to it, so that makes plenty of sense. So yeah, if you want,
Indeed.
if you, oh, hey, Mr. Black,
Hello, sir.
we got some
Yeah.
new miners here. We're educating on the ways of mining.
That is fantastic. Where is the Prime?
I think he wandered.
not seen
I
him.
want to say further south.
Hey, rumor has it the Prime killed 4 alligators.
What?
Yeah, that was some of the rumors we just heard. Actually,
Yeah, I did hear the Prime does use Tillians as a bed in his house. So.
Mm-hmm.
Man, we will investigate.
hey,
Thank
if you
you.
see any miners that are, uneducated and need an education, please point them our way, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We're
Hey,
happy to
Willie,
educate
is there an
you.
admin command that lets me search people's chests or anything like that?
There might
No jumping on gators.
Kind of to bypass the.
which is murdering them.
Oh, there's a director now.
Yes,
I just got informed of a crime. A crime on the alligators.
My agents have also informed me that you were witnessing of one Daniel the Demon murdering 2 alligators.
So I didn't see him actually kill them, but I woke up and we had 13 alligators. I made my way through town, saw that he was hunting on the reserve location. We of the Skaven approached him to talk to him, and he did say that he was hunting there and he didn't know it was a no hunting area. While they were talking to him, they took him to his little house that he has inside of the reserve. I ran all the way to tell somebody over at the EEA prison. While I did that, 2 more gators disappeared. So I don't know if he did kill any. So that I wanted to bring this up.
Sir, we need
but
to.
also-
This is all linking together at this point. I've got a Daniel the Demon, who is somehow an employee or affiliated with the Squealer Meats, which has also been linked to Ivan's tailoring shop.
Oh, it all comes full circle.
Yes, sir. So at this point, I believe there is enough circumstantial evidence here for a search and seizure.
I agree. I would send an immediate letter over to the Chief Justice to get him to sign off on that, because that sounds like it has high precedence.
Yes, and I'm worried that the individual would try to get rid of or hide the evidence, so it needs to be a surprise, perhaps even if he is not awake for it.
That does sound like a good idea.
Okay. Is the chief judge around as of right now?
I don't think he's awake, but I think he is I think he's awake, but not here awake. If you know what I mean.
Okay. Well, I will see what I can accomplish. Possibly, maybe is there a possible law that can be passed to allow the searching or access to storages and stashes that normally you would not have access to?
I can look at the laws actually to see if there's a way I could maybe imbue a role for that. I just talked to Willie, and from now on I'm going to send all laws over to him to have a thorough look over first. So I'll work with him on that.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, sir. We would like to conduct our operation, but we're not able to as of right now until we can get access to that residence.
Yeah, I can't. There's no way I can physically do it, but we definitely. That would be that'd actually be. I think it would be possible too. I'm pretty sure there's a way we could do that. The system's robust, but also very confusing.
I understand, sir. I don't envy your position, but I do respect it.
I don't. I have not had a. It hasn't been a fun weekend. I don't envy myself.
I understand, sir. It's a tough job, and it's a thankless job. People will not appreciate that you are literally beginning the foundations of society.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's why I called this Founders Creek. It's where all the great founders have come from. It's a great area, and I can't wait to see who gets the governor position of this area. Be a great election.
You are quite fluorescent, I must say.
Thank you, sir.
That's so random. Yeah, and we are still going to have a prime, right?
Yes,
Okay.
of course. Prime is the federal. This is, their governors are local.
And who's
I imagine
going
it'll be
to...
much easier once you get the local governments helping work underneath you.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they won't try to drive me crazy, constantly arguing or anything.
Or what?
Hunters.
Who's going to be the governor of this area?
That one I'm going to do
hunt
as
the
an
meat.
election because there's too many good options here, if you know what I mean.
I wanted to try to put together a guild for the hunters.
Move farther away!
We were here first. You move farther away, you bald bastard.
Whoa.
Anyway, you were saying?
I plan on doing that as a vote because there's just too many good options in this area.
Okay, that sounds reasonable. I definitely believe that. Whoever gets elected, I'd be curious to see how that works out.
Me too. Yeah, it should lead to a lot of new situations actually, which the main reason I came up with it. We don't need to wait for a no nations update for us to do it. We can do it right now.
That's fantastic, sir. I wish you the very best, sir. Thank you so much, and just let me know the second you are aware that we can enter that premises and conduct our search.
Yes. Like I said, I'll work with Willie to figure that out right now.
Thank you.
What?
Well, we got heading back to the prison agents right now.
Right away, sir.
Thank you. Did I catch your name, sir?
It's Chris.
Yes, thank you.
I gotta go. I'll be right back. I have to relieve myself here by this beautiful dirt.
You know what?
Right back. I go to the restroom, chat.
You are a horrible driver.
If you wouldn't mind. One of them has to do with the districts and the sort of the local government.
Wait a moment.
Sure.
Wondering, I know technically the desert's considered part of the same continent as the other communities, but we're kind of hoping to develop our own character, if you will.
Could you speak to me outside of town real quick?
We're gonna be outside of town in a moment.
Yeah, but this way, please. You'll understand in a second.
I mean, you guys didn't even protect the prickly pears.
We did actually, sir. They are on the rise. If you actually check near us, you'll see that they are in fact increased.
They're on the rise because I had to pay farmers to start planting them.
We have been planting them ourselves, I assure you as well.
Well, I mean, I'll take it on advisement, but I mean, you don't have many people over there.
No, I understand.
I kind of set a minimum requirement for populace for an area. That's why the continent is, just to have the right amount of population, it has to be kind of. But I mean, Bob is a huge backer of the people out there, especially the miners.
Yeah, no, and we like Bob, and we're working with him. No worries. I'm not talking about like a whole separate governor or nothing like that.
I need
just
you guys to check your
keeping
eyes.
the character of the desert sacred. You know what I mean? Just we don't want to get lost in a new city springing up.
Well, no, there's no cities. I already talked about that. I want to keep the continent very beautiful and just pristine, and no no massive disgusting buildings like this everywhere. We want to keep it very much just Compton like it is.
All right, great. So the other thing I was going to ask, well, there's two things. One, is there any way we could talk about a demographic for the Miners Guild? So right now we want to obviously grant access to things on behalf of the guild, but we don't have an easy way of actually sorting out, you know.
So I'm going to anybody or any one profession that I think might need a guild will be set up with a demographic. So that way you guys can easily check who you need to talk to and whatnot.
That would be super helpful. We appreciate that. And you know what? Actually, I think that covers it. Oh, one last thing. I was just going to ask you: have you given any thought to something like a federal enforcement thing? Not the EEA, although that counts. But more, you know, we have the local governors for crimes and stuff like that. But what if it's one community attacking another?
Well, you're talking about like acts of war.
I mean, I guess at that point it might be, but you know.
I hope it doesn't come to something like that. But I already planned on talking to the Chief Justice about how we could handle such a situation. It might have to be like a federal maybe like a I don't know. That's a good question. That's a rough question.
I know.
Like I said, I plan on talking to the Chief Justice about how he feels about that because forcing beliefs on other nations is rough, and we got to try to work together with each other. But I hope there's nothing like that. I just really do.
Yeah, no, and I hope it never comes to it. I just wanted to, raise the question before it happens, so that way you could have some time to think about it and cogitate on it, if you will.
Well, I mean, it's kind of also why I did this because all signs of the terrorism that temporarily destroyed the government yesterday is that they were protesting the fact that they feel like the smaller people had no voice. So that's the main reason we're doing this is so that way local people that feel like that their own people can feel more empowered.
I hear you. Well, alrighty, I'll let you get back to your day. Thank you again for listening. I'll continue trying to reach out to the miners. Some of them, I noticed some of the communities, like the folks to the north there at the Skaven, they seem real resistant to talk to anybody about themselves. It's
yeah, they're very closed off people. I have talked to some people that have gone up there and become very successful at talking to them. I think the best way to always approach them is to ask them about their customs and stuff first, because they're very proud about the way their beliefs and the things that they hold.
Yeah, like ultimately it's gonna be it's very difficult to do anything because if somebody like gets caught, there's no way to search them or nothing. So you just have to really at this point trust that people will will just comply if they get caught. Like that should be part of the fun. They got me. Not try to win. This is all I can do because there's no actual searching method or anything to do anything to actually catch people in an act.
Just need to sit on like 1,000 so that I can, like, in case I need to emergency buy something. I don't need. I want
China.
I can't really. You've never been here. You haven't been here in 3 days. I forgot. Oh my god. Really? Yeah.
Oh my god.
You.
Yeah. Thank goodness. Hello, Burke.
What's this?
I can't believe you.
What?
I can't believe you would do that.
I think I was gonna originally make a giant, sculpture, a goddamn statue.
When a friend asks for help, you help them. Never try to be inauthentic
be yourself, or you will break away from your own reality. Everything we see or seen
say it.
is but
Say it right.
a dream
Say it.
in a dream.
Say it right, goddammit.
Keep calm and carry on.
No, fuck you. Say it right.
May you see sunshine where others see shadows, and opportunities where others see obstacles. You are more than who you were. If you want to say it right, you say it.
Everything we see or seem is but a dream within a dream. Keep calm, and carry on.
It sounds very familiar.
Yeah. It's. I don't think you've heard of it before.
I feel like I have.
Do you have any confessions?
Yeah. Do you do anything?
I do have one confession.
Okay.
It just stays here, right? It just stays in here?
Yeah, that's what this is.
Alright, well.
Elaine will forgive you.
I have no real power to enforce the things that I bring about on people. Because there's nothing that I can actually do unless they actually comply with it. And I feel less of a man because of it.
You're all right, brother.
They don't know that.
They're starting to learn that.
So what are you gonna do about it?
Go into the oil business?
Yeah, that's a good
idea. You're gonna make a bunch of pollution.
Nah.
Oh.
That'll never happen. I'll never break my oath. All right, gentlemen. Nature never sleeps.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Nature never sleeps. Oh, the trees. What unit said that in WoW? World of Warcraft 3. For the trees. I know it was a night elf unit. Dryad? No. Was it? Little healing lady. Used to giggle all the time. Oh, was it a dryad? For the trees. What is nature's call? Yeah.
Their own governments to help sort of keep things from always having to be a matter of the prime regarding it. Director Burke, good to see you again. I was just explaining to Mr. Chip here about how the island is going to be divided up. So, if I remember correctly, the north side of the prison, or the north side of the island on the road, is going to be considered neutral. It's not going to be considered part of any province. And then the southern half of the island is going to be considered part of Founders Land, the continent to the south.
Right.
The province to the south, yes.
You want to talk to Burke about the discussion you had in the forest beforehand, or?
I suppose. So, Mr. BurkeBlack, as you are aware, there is your term is going to be coming to an end in a matter of days, and there will be an election for the next term of director of the EEA.
Okay.
I feel it is a good move if one of our party also runs against you in the EEA election.
Okay.
The reason being is I think it works better for us if one of our party, for lack of a better term, is in charge of the EEA versus a member of, say, the Skaven or Bob the Wizard's province, or just whatever other governors are going to be controlling the provinces.
I would 100% support that.
Right. So we were trying to reach a agreement or just some understanding about which one of us would be the one to run against it.
From what I understand, I think I can run again, can't I?
You are allowed to run against her. I'm suggesting that one of us, either Chip, Agent Amber, myself, or Mr. Farside, run against you in the event that you, to be very blunt, sir, I think some of the townspeople don't like you. And it's especially a horrendous problem now that Bob the Wizard, who probably really hates you right now, is now one of the province governors, sir.
Mm-hmm. That's all right. I think you should do it, Ninja.
If you think that's a good idea, sir.
I do.
Fair enough. I will gladly announce my candidacy for director of the EEA, Environmental Enforcement Agency, in the upcoming term.
That's right. And you've been with us the longest. You've been a key observer of many things. You've been a very good agent. And I think you should be the one who takes it. If I step down, I think I'd be happy for you to take it.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate those kind words. So now I think we should get back to the important matters, sir.
Yeah. What about that Igor guy?
Igor? Are you Igor or Ivan, sir? Ivan is the one who runs the shop. I got to know him quite personally.
No, but I want to know. I don't know what happened with the sting operation.
Oh, yes, that's right. So unfortunately, the gentleman declined the fur of the little woodland creature. He said that he only desires alligator skin.
Okay. Did he return that carcass?
I have it. I got it back from the gentleman, sir. I put it back in the stockpile.
Very good.
And then you also, whenever I went to deliver the sign, you also received a gift of 6 or 7 rat clams, is what they were called. I also stuck that in the stockpile as well. They wanted me to make sure you got it.
Rat clams?
They appear to be normal clams, sir, from what I can see. I'm not sure what's so much special about them, but I didn't want to say no to me delivering the gift they intended for you.
Okay, well, whatever. Must be a cultural thing.
Mm-hmm.
We're not talking about you, Kaga. Well, is there anything else?
No, sir. I think right now the top priority is the 2 gentlemen that we discussed back in town about with the Prime and CRISPR, if that's how you pronounce it.
Yeah. Well, we need to gather all information. Our chief thing right now is Daniel the Demon, the Squealer Meats, and Ivan, and then their connection with Ivan. That's exactly what we're going to be focused on. Doesn't Squealer provide food to the restaurants in the area as well?
I don't know, sir. I know they are a meat shop, but I'm not sure of their relations with the restaurants in the city and within the world.
Last heard it was thick snacks from memory. Well, that was a day or two ago, so I don't know.
Did you hear the middle part, Mr. Farside?
Yeah, I heard it.
Okay. Just making sure.
The reason being, most of the time, Mr. Farside, you like to spend your time here at the castle. Or, sorry, the prison.
Let the cars
I know.
Hello, guys. Sorry to interrupt. I'm just gonna squeeze by here without the.
Go right ahead.
People. Oh, sorry. First time driver here. Thank you. Oh.
You know. Yeah. All right.
You're okay. A little more to the left.
There you go.
Sorry. I'm so nervous. Thank you.
And Amber, you're brand new to the organization. And Mr. Chip, well, Mr. Chip.
Oh, excuse me. Not intruding in there.
Yeah. You know, Ninja seems like the obvious choice. People know him, and he's done a lot of detective work already.
Thank you, sir. But I did ask Mr. Farside if he wanted to run because I feel he would have more experience and be a better director than I would.
I don't care for the politics is my only problem.
Fair enough. Just making sure you were at least offered.
I think if it's not one of us, I'm just going to convert to a full-time prison guard, if that's okay.
Yeah.
That would be up to Director Burke, as he is the owner of the private prison.
Well, I would definitely apply for that.
Well, we definitely, yeah. I mean, I don't know what would happen if we get a director in here like Bob the Wizard. That would be weird.
Yeah, I think this whole thing's weird.
But yeah, this needs to be our chief concern right now with the Daniel the Demon, the Squealer Meats, and Ivan, and let's just put all our efforts in that as of right now. Is this governorship thing active right now?
I believe so. It's an executive order.
In 2 of the provinces, yes, sir. Bob the Wizard is leading the continent to our north, and then Heller is leading the Skaven. The Founders Land, the area that the city sits on, that is going to have an election because the Prime could not come to a decision about who would be the leader, or the governor.
It's fascinating that, why does Bob the Wizard get that entire continent to himself?
Yeah, it seems.
That seems a little overkill. The desert should have been partitioned to its own thing, in my opinion.
I wonder when the vote will be for the governor again.
And so who controls the islands? There's an entire island all on its own, above us. No one?
Say again, sir, you cut out for me.
There's the island, or the entire continent to our northwest has no governor?
That is... Unless it connects to something. Yes, that, I believe you're right, sir. I don't know what governorship that would fall under.
I don't know. But
another thing I discovered, doesn't really matter. You know how during their trial run yesterday with the prison we were having that alien magic?
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't matter how high the building is, it will always do it if it's with the furniture.
Well, I've asked them not to do that.
Yeah, it's about all we can do with it.
Yeah, make them sign a contract stating that there will be no, like, put a magic force field around the prison stating that it cannot be, magic cannot be brought into the prison, alien technologies, and other unearthly or unworldly creations.
Yeah, no alien glitches are to be used. I guess I have to...
I've doubled it, but it still happens.
Go talk to the new governor... Tiger, or not Tiger,
Bob the Wizard, sir.
Yeah, Bob the Wizard, about this tangent store issue. Now, I also need to come to an agreement with the Prime over the fines percentage thing because I need to talk to the Prime first, and then I'll come over here and then deal with that. You know, also, Agent Farside, you have permission to beautify this area right here, this dirt, all this right here, and what you want to do with that.
I know I plan to. I actually got given this a couple of hours ago because this is mainly all Chip's land here. But I was given permission now I can actually work out here because I've had plans to do stuff out here, but it's mostly Chip, so I can't really do much.
Yeah, and Mr. Chip, anytime you could make those orange outfits would be fantastic as well for the inmates.
You don't need to. We discovered that. The way you color clothes is you just edit it in your, like out of character. You edit it in your inventory. You just press B. And then you can click edit and you change your color. That's how you change your color.
All right.
So we can ask prisoners to do that before they come in, but that's, you can't actually make clothes themselves as orange. They have to change it.
If they can stay in their own color clothes if they want to, but if they refuse to change the color, we'll just spike up the cost of the release papers.
All right, so now I can go dark green, huh? Where's that at there? Let's come back here and stand next to me, Ninja, so I can see it.
Like this, sir?
Uh-huh.
All right. Do you need the backside as well, sir? No, I don't.
Nah, that's too flat. I can't get any reading out of that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that's looking good. Maybe I'll keep the vest like it is. You know, the director vest, you know? How's that look?
Yeah.
It's the right green, sir, so.
All right, we have our uniforms then.
Chip, you're gonna have to get out of the hot pink pants, I'm afraid.
Oh, wait. Forgot about the white belt.
I like that color, Chip.
Okay, honestly, it's fine. Mr. Chip, it's all right. It's more like a mascot anyway. It's all right, Mr. Chip. All right, I gotta go talk to this Bob the Wizard and discuss with them how the fines are gonna work.
Doing, sir?
Right now, investigation is for Daniel the Demon, Squealer Mates, and the connection with Ivan or Gator.
Yes,
so
sir.
You conduct your investigations like that. Question witnesses. We need to learn everything we can about this Daniel the Demon. He's suspect number 1 for providing Ivan his carcasses.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Director, we got it.
All right, dismissed. Let's get to work. Let's do some good work. And also, always keep an eye out for pollutions. You know what to do at this point.
Yes, one more thing, sir. Could you give Amber access to the property so that she can assist us with construction?
Already done.
Oh, perfect. Thank you, sir.
Also, we need to do something with this cart. I'm gonna, at this point, this redwood has served its purpose. So let's just put it to good use, I guess.
I think we should do your toll idea.
Potentially.
Hi, Ezekiel.
We'll speak to the.
I'm not here.
Do you like my new outfit?
All right, time to go talk to
It's pretty
Bob.
good. Oh wait, I remember you. You were the one at the present.
Prime first, you're right.
Working, and the numbers are going up a little bit.
Good. That's what I love to hear. I'm glad they're humping.
Well, they're putting in some work, and
Good. Good. Well, have a good one.
Oh well, yeah.
I also find it funny. The one time I am on the up and up and not doing any shenanigans, I'm still destroyed. People still don't trust me. It's like, come on, man. You can't even bribe me. Yeah. If I don't get reelected, then I'm just a prison warden, and that's it. Thank you, prostate. Well, I am officially stuck. I didn't even see that this was here. It fell in. See, I should have a roll. That lets me search. But then I think if I have the permit, if I could search everyone's property, I got unstuck. Then I would be on board with like a like a warrant type situation for seizures. But right now, I don't have anything.
And stuff like that. And so we are looking to get into that, of course. I know there's a coal deposit. I forget. I marked it on my.
That he can associate with. And
Yeah, I think that
okay,
would
I want to
allow
link
more
to this.
complexity to it, and again, like with that, then there's some ambiguity because it's all coded language.
Yeah, now it's like blocks you got to assemble, and it's like, okay, well, this is not doing what I want to do, and he's not giving me the option. You know, it's weird. And there's no documentation at all.
Hello there.
Oh, hey. I didn't need to talk to you in a moment, Mr. Prime.
What are you eating?
All right.
It's a hot pocket-like item. But vegan because I don't eat any meat.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah. I was just trying to finish my lunch here before gotta have a meeting with you about them fines.
Okay, yeah. Let's go somewhere more private.
Citizen?
I was just thinking about over at the office.
Yes, sir.
Which we really need a courtyard for. Okay, so I do agree. We do need the amounts if the state's going to take over. We need the amounts to be higher because they're going to have way more money to throw at issues, and it should still hurt. Still be
right.
like, oh dear Lord.
Because then that's going to open up lines of corruption where they'll just be like, I'll pay you fine because it's still going to, I've got like 15,000 bits and I can pay $100 bit fine, Carter and favor among the populace for votes and such. So like of the three stages, small, medium and large, perhaps we should. Do you want to maintain a monetary value for small, medium, and large for individuals, or do you want to go with percent based across the board?
I would say for individuals, keep it as a set number. I think people would feel more secure about that. But yeah, with governments, I definitely think it should be like a percentage of.
All right. Well, how about this then? Since we are doing, sir, with a 20-bit, 50-bit, and 100-bit, how about we just go keep that simple for everyone, and we'll say that the fine will then be 2%, 5%, and upwards to 10% of their entire holdings.
Which could be, like you said before, if they have 15,000 bits, that's a huge chunk, and that
would be a substantial amount. Yes, sir.
That sounds perfect. Once again, you clearly know what you're talking about, and I always appreciate your advisement on everything.
Okay, is this in effect as of now, then, sir?
Yes. Especially since I need you on the alligator issue as much as possible, because it's starting to come clear to me that this is actually maybe on purpose, and that they don't care, and they're maybe even trying to endanger them on purpose to drive up the cost of alligator statues.
That is how the criminal mind absolutely works, sir. So, have you had a chance to discuss about a possible position for me to do a search and seizure of their building and holdings?
I just discussed with them a couple people, and they're not sure either. So it's going to be it looks like it might be a play with the system a bit and see what it tells me it can do, and see if I can figure it out. But it might take me a little while. Sorry.
That's all right, sir. Because as of right now, my hands are tied unless the individual is awake and gives me authorization access, and if they decide to slip something in their pocket, I am bound by their oath of honesty that they do not have said items at that point.
What I'm thinking I'm gonna try is to set up a temporary role that only like lasts for, let's say, 2 hours, and called like a serving search warrant role or something like that. And I would give that role to the person that has the search warrant, so that way, and then it would automatically remove after 2 hours, so that way they can then just go and do the search.
I think that would be a
without,
wise
needing-
idea, sir. Absolutely, sir.
Yeah, I'm gonna play with that now that I have the powers.
Okay, so thank you. I will now go and speak to the governors on behalf of the federal government and inform them of the current standing of investigations taking place in their lands.
Excellent, excellent.
All right. Now, the only other thing, sir, is I wish I could have advised you a little bit on the choices of governors, because I definitely know that Mr. Bob, the wizard, is pretty anti-EEA as of right now, and he's a very dangerous individual with even more power now.
I mean, I also plan on holding him to a high standard as well. I've already talked to him about the walls that he's constructed, and the tailing issue and whatnot. That's why he mentioned about wanting to form a dump, because of the discussion we had. It seems like he's seen the way. He said he plans on also enacting some Redwood Protection Act in the area as well.
How am I supposed to handle him if he decides to get hostile toward me for just doing what you have asked me to do?
I hope he doesn't get hostile. That's just like
Well, we can hope and pray that the asteroid will go away as well, but until we act upon it.
I mean, if he's going to be a problem, then we're gonna be holding elections for the positions, and if he's going to be a problem, then we would just have to, basically put the official support of the EEA and other support behind a different candidate and try to get him forced out.
So if in the meantime, while he maintains that position, and he decides to block my every move in any way possible, are our hands tied at that point?
Well, the stay powder, I've told them that it should be a limited thing, as in like they feel like that it's something the community can handle to fix type of thing, and not something that they should just be using willy-nilly. And if I see abuse of it, then I want you to come to me about that, so that way I can then tan their hide a little bit.
So the only power they have is a stay against us for 24 hours on a business that is condemned, and that is all.
That is all.
Okay, so I could still put up protection area signs, for protection of the snapping turtle in the area?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
The stay is simply for, like, if you go to condemn a business, but they feel like that it's something that they could handle as a community, and they feel like that they could do a better job than the one person doing it alone type of thing, because that was a fear, that there was a lot of individuals that didn't feel like they had the means to handle it quick enough without basically ending up starving, and they felt that was overreaching and too powerful. So that's the main reason for the stay orders, so that way if they feel that it's something the community should handle, then they would basically take the responsibility.
He is also one of the individuals that was very adamant me not stepping on his property, sir. So I feel like the one moment I go in there and I start doing my investigations, he's going to prop that up against me as well. But are you informing me now that he has no such power to do so?
He he should not be stopping you. I mean, you still should be allowed to do your inspections. And now that that's going to be a part of the government property, actually, even more so.
Okay, thank you.
I would
sir.
ask you to try on your part to be as political as you can.
I have like you can only ask my agents and some of the people around you. I don't know who's been talking to you, but I have been very fair. I have very rarely condemned anyone. I've only condemned Mr. Bob because of his aggressiveness on the nature of his tailings, and Mr. Tangent has been condemned as a result of his tailings. And then the moral overland individual was condemned because of, again, his tailings he left overnight with no method of disposal. But the moment they fix these issues, I removed the condemnation. But Mr. Tangent is leaving himself. I gave him 24 hours to fix his problem, and I inspected his lands this afternoon, and they are still tailings scattered all over the place, sir.
Yeah. I actually, when I did my tour with my people to check the prickly pear issue yesterday, I saw your condemned signs and a mountain of tailings, like thousands of tailings. It seemed like it was a huge stockpile of them. It's almost as if he's trying to get arrested.
That may be just the case. Some people just enjoy prison life. He could be failing in life and want to be taken care of in the prison system, sir. These individuals are lifers, is what we like to call them, and they wish to remain there, stay indefinitely, to be cared for in prison. But some of them are also masochists, in which case they enjoy the beatings that they receive, in prison as well.
Oh, that's weird.
And it seems that Mr. Tangent might be looking for a method to get himself into prison because he might be just a masochist as well.
That's insane. But yeah, like you said, there are some people like that.
So as I said, I inspected the rats area, and I actually gave them great praise. I am not attempting to curtail anyone one way or the other. So when they turned to accuse me, I did not fight them as you saw at the forum. I instead gave them praise for a job well done.
Yeah, the condemning places actually was not the biggest concern I got. A lot of people seem to have a problem with your tone.
Unfortunately,
you come off a little loud and aggressive sometimes.
Unfortunately, Prime, nature does not have time for their feelings. There is an asteroid in the orbit, and there are dying animals, and unfortunately, I don't have the time or the privilege to wait to make sure that they feel all right with the way I'm speaking to them.
As a regular criminal, I would understand that. I just would hope for maybe for the governors, you could try your best to try a little tact, just to try to keep the peace, if you will.
Well, I will speak to them the same way I treat any authoritative figure, such as yourself.
Well, that's great to hear. I still have my full trust in you, Mr. Black.
Well, thank you, sir. You have my full support as well.
That's great to hear. I've been getting a lot of hate lately, and I'm trying.
Oh, so being first is always going to be the hardest. You're establishing the rules of law that will advance civilization, hopefully long after the asteroid event, and you are doing everything you possibly can to save the people around us, sir.
I am, while also still trying to make it a enjoyable place.
Well, I won't take any more of your time. I will now go see the governors individually and report the events that is transpiring on their land. We have no such governor on our land, so at your earliest convenience, the moment you grant me some rights to search Squealer Meats, I will begin my investigation.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, sir. Have a
Thank you
good
very
day.
much for your service.
Like Jeff Sessions, I don't know. I just did the freaking Southern thing when we were doing Tangent. It just got more and more funny. So I just kind of just stuck with it. I don't know. I don't know. Should I drop it? You think it's a little weird? Oh gosh, dang it. The sub server died? No, it should be fine. What do you mean? Like, is the server? It might have gone down, but it doesn't mean it's dead. Yeah, it's probably just getting a boot up or getting fixed or something. Which sub server are you talking about? Oh, you're talking about the sub server, sub community server, right? Not the pirate server. Holy shit! He raised the prison. The whole damn thing. That was quick. You raised the whole damn prison up.
Just filling the ceiling up on the back half, and then yeah, it's pretty much done. Then I'll start doing decoration out here and whatnot.
Okay, all right. And we're still, a stockpile to sell our goods and wares right here.
Yeah, that'll be once I get this all finished up, that'll be what I'll get working on next. Make sure that stockpile's all working. 'Cause we've got limestone, and the city needs it by the sounds of it.
Fantastic, because we will mine the hell out of that limestone, and we will craft those blocks and sell them here for a nice profit for the prison.
Well, I'll work on that once I finish this up.
Thank you, Agent. Man, he put that shit back together quick. Holy crap. Yeah, exactly. Farsight's doing great. He's like doing all the prison shit. Keeping that prison. There's no way I could be out here doing all this RP shit if I didn't have somebody doing that prison stuff at the same time. Thank you, Farsight. We love you, Farsight. You're the best around. Nobody knows what to do. Ninja's doing good too. Ninja's doing his investigations, and Ninja's really good at the investigations too. He's pretty damn good at that stuff. Gotta give credit to the Ninja for that. Amber's doing good. Oh shit. Looks like she's having fun. Chip's doing good. Somebody's cutting down these damn trees and not picking up the... Sound comes and goes on this stuff. Nothing you can do about it, chat. I have to make the sounds myself. Hmm. Excuse me, Governor.
Oh, hey, how you doing?
I was wondering if we could take a moment of your time to update the infractions happening in your territory.
I would love to do that for a lot of reasons. Give me 1 second to tell Peter that I need to talk to you so he doesn't look for me and get confused. Oh, God, he's deep in his hole.
He likes his manhole.
Peter, Dave, I gotta go with Burke real quick and have a conversation with him about the infractions going on in our continent.
I would not mind going with you.
Well, you can come with me. Feel free. We can go to the. You know what? You haven't seen the community center? Come on, I'll show it to you.
I look forward to seeing this community center.
Eventually, all this stuff will be gone because it's kind of an eyesore right now. But it's in development per se.
I hope you don't lose your naturic appeal. Unlike the major city in town, it's too much city for me.
See, we talked about that out here, and we are going to go above and beyond to not let this become a city. We want this to stay rural, and if people want land, they can come out and get rural land. Community center is going to be like a co-op to a certain degree, and we're hoping, if it really works out, we're going to have an enormous dump below this and all of them. So there's going to be 4 stores in here at the bottom. The first one will be mine, and then the other ones will be for rent or sale. There's going to be an upstairs, a second floor that's going to have the same thing with some just other areas. This area over here is going to be the area to rent out with a... I really am regretting doing this, Burke. I mean this with my whole heart. I'm going to regret saying this, but I'm going to make a place to rent out for events, like a dance floor and an area for eating, and it'll be fantastic. But I'm going to regret doing it. I already know it. Anyways, so this area is going to be pretty much it for the community center, except it's going to go up another level. And we even have parking that we're not going to turn into concrete parking. We're going to let it be natural parking with trees that, by the way, Dave and Bert, if you two haven't met, I really think you need to, because I was actually going to talk to you about this, Bert. So, your EEA is going to be here still, and I want you to be, because I want you to take care of the things to be taken care of. Dave here... After we're done talking, you should have Dave show you what he's done. He's a man of the land, and he wants to protect the land. I was going to suggest to you that if you need a member of the EEA to strictly be for this continent, that keeps an eye on this continent, this guy would be a pretty good one.
I think that's a grand idea. I was going to actually bring that up to you, that you should recommend someone from this specific continent to join the EEA as a representative of said continent who could know the ins and outs of that.
I agree. I think we could probably get a couple, actually. I think we could get one that we can really trust, because I trust this guy with everything. He loves the land. And then we could maybe, depending on the government's choices, maybe I could let him pick who his underling would be to help him out.
Absolutely.
Or maybe you could, after you train him, maybe you could have a new recruit that he has to train. Oh, you could do something like that. This is if Dave even is interested in anything like this, by the way, Dave. It's if you're even, I don't want to put words in your mouth.
I believe the Earth Mother would be pleased with that.
See, look how he talks.
I do enjoy that. Yes, sir.
It's nice. Hey, how you doing up there, sir?
Hi. Sorry, I couldn't help but over here. I'm new to these lands. I just got here a couple of hours ago, and I wanted to talk to Director Burke about joining the EEA. I'm also a miner, and I'm looking to actually build here on this continent.
Oh. Well, I can help you out with that part, but you'd have to talk to that gentleman about the EEA.
Well, you can stop by our offices. Right now, I'm going to be having a meeting with the governor. And we have our offices located on the island to the west of this location. You follow this road?
Yes, sir.
It would be, we definitely would conduct an interview with you and see if you are the right material.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I will head that way then, and I await you.
What was your name? What was your name?
Well, you can just call me Epic. That's fine.
All right, Epic. Epic. I like. That's a good name. That's a good name.
Thank you.
Well, anyways, you're very welcome. So we're going to be doing a lot of plans. So as you can see here, we've even got our countryside well-known berries that we're going to have in here. On top of that, too. Hey, welcome up, Peter.
Well,
Have you met
disappeared, and I realized I was the only one running up and down the stairs by myself.
I forget. Dave came with it. We didn't tell you. I had to talk to Burke because I had to get informed on what's going on with the people that are doing things they shouldn't be on our land.
Oh.
I mean, you can stay for it. It's good to have
We're
you.
gonna
Let's
burn
close
him at
the
the
door.
stake.
Come on in. Come on in.
Ah!
See if we try this again.
Ow, my
Come on in.
nose.
Your nose is already looking pretty rough. I heard you hit
Well,
something.
that's because I got hit by a windmill yesterday in town because they didn't have warning signs and it smacked me right in the face.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Let's close the door
I
and
think
get a
it
little
broke it in my
privacy.
nose.
So what's going on, Bert? Let's get this out so we can get it done with. Because I already looked at pollution. We got a couple little questionable spots, it seems.
Well, this is this is quite the sizable content. There is a substantial amount of land here that is apparently now under your jurisdiction. The entire desert, the entire forest, the mountainous areas, the southern swamp areas down there. This is going to be quite an undertaking, but I believe you and I can find a way to get this under control. Chief amongst them all is Mr. Tangent.
I've been hearing a little bit about that. I've been hearing that name go back and forth a little bit up there in the desert.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
I'm suing him.
Oh.
Well, you see, upon coming upon Mr. Tangent's property, he had a large stockpile of tailings just sitting in his stockpile, polluting the area all around him, sir. And then I condemned the areas because he went to sleep with it. There was no way to converse with him, so I condemned the area to get his attention on it. I then saw him in town, and when he woke up, and I told him that I'd be there in 30 minutes to talk to him about those signs. When I arrived, he had polluted even further than I had thought. He has buried his tailings 27 meters down instead of 30.
All right, let me get a pen real quick.
Yeah.
All right, let's see here. So, got a gentleman here named Tangent. He's only 27 meters down.
That's right, sir. In his mind that he has established to remove his tailings, he acted like he did such a... I almost felt bad about it because he looked like he did such a good job, and he was so proud of it, only to be 3 meters short.
Writing this
He ran
down
me off
there.
the road and hurt my knee.
Yeah, as you know,
If he was only 3
Governor,
meters
if he is not...
just get deeper.
if tailings are not at least 30 meters down, they can still seep up to the surface.
All right, got that one written down.
And he also was found in possession of an endangered species.
Oh, what species?
The snapping turtle, sir.
What was he doing with him?
It was in his chest.
He was just holding on to a snapping turtle like a pet in his chest.
I have no idea. I haven't questioned him yet about it. This was something that I found as I woke up today, leaving the desert. I passed by his property. It was not there when I looked before, but apparently he had not yet removed his authorization, and I did another search of the premises, and I found the snapping turtle.
Okay, all right.
Well, I didn't know snapping turtles were endangered. They weren't on the endangered list in town.
They certainly are.
They were not yesterday.
They were today.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I got real good news about part of that. You'll like this, Burke. I'm going to be appointing a sheriff in the next couple days. And needless to say, say push comes to shove, and you go there and you're getting bad-mouthed and they're not listening. Well, you're going to be in a position where you get the sheriff involved. Breaking rocks for you is not that bad, but getting arrested and put in prison or getting arrested and one worse, oh, and I really don't want to tell you, but we've talking about possibly making the old vault down there. Our friend here, Peter's got a couple holding cells down there. Could you imagine
quality rooms for the apocalypse?
Could you imagine you getting in trouble, right? They're dealing with you, right, Burke? They're like, I don't want to go to prison, whatever. I don't care. I'll go. And then they push the button where we got to get the sheriff involved, and then not only do they have to go to potential prison, but they potentially have to go down to a very, very dark area in a man's hole and be with him for at least an hour of time and talk to him, be his friend. I'm thinking about ways to make it work.
It would 100% be up to you to decide on that, Governor. I would, when you appoint a sheriff, I'm not privy on those kind of laws. I'm just here to enforce about the environmental issues. And the prison is a private prison. It's not necessarily the EEA prison. It's more like a private prison being privately run that anyone in the world can use for if they have someone that needs to serve a certain amount of time based on your laws of your land, you can sentence them to that prison for immediate use. And the prison is a full facility ready to accept anyone for anything that you might feel that they need to serve time for.
That's nice to know. That's really good. Good. I'm happy to hear this. So who are the other... Do we have any more pollutionists outside of this tangent gentleman up in the desert? That you found, I should say?
Well, we like to keep a real close eye on anyone in the area who might be doing smelting. We had a little issue with an individual. The rats north of you set up a reserve for the prickly pear. If you have seen that, it's the prickly pear. It's a fruit. Prickly. I believe it's called a prickly pear. Yeah.
Prickly pear. That sounds about right. That sounds right.
It's
sounds
a fruit.
like it would hurt my tongue when I ate it.
It's a very sweet fruit, and it got a little endangered a little bit, so they put up a reserve to protect it. And there is a mining operation that opened up right next to that reserve, and we're keeping a close eye on this because we're a little concerned that if they start producing tailings because they struck iron, they might start polluting that reserve.
That's true. We actually have to get a reserve put up just south of, just east of here a little bit, because apparently just out that way, kitty corner from where this place is at, apparently there's some alligator congerings over there. We're trying to get a little preserve put over there just in case they do decide to come back, because what they're doing is they're coming here when their other areas are getting polluted.
That's right, sir. Yes, they do migrate, and I think that's a noble effort on your part. It would be nice to see the alligator species take off. Like I said at the meeting, the Skaven are doing a damn good job of protecting those alligators, but it's not going to stop until we find these poachers.
Yep. Yeah. Well, especially I feel like somebody was poaching while we were all at that meeting.
It's quite possible, but I do believe that from my inspection of the Skaven facilities, they are doing a very good job of keeping a close eye on that situation. That's why I haven't felt the need to have to go over there and do anything, because they're doing a damn good job at it is. So I have 4 agents to my name, and I have all of them assigned to the poacher, which I'm looking for any kind of information that anyone might have. You might want to put the word out on Daniel the Demon, who seems to do business with squealer meats.
Oh no, not that guy.
Great.
He prisoned me in his house and kept me back there and then looked at me through the windows and laughed.
Okay, all right, got this written down. Daniel the Demon. Daniel, does he live in the city?
I believe he does.
You know, I got good news for you, Bert. The one thing we're going to get along really well on is that me and you probably both feel about the same way about how the city has dealt with things. So, I think we're going to get along real well on that end. Now, once again, I don't want any of this to turn into a city. This is just going to be, I guess the best way to put it, the only closest thing it's going to represent of a city is a mall, but I don't think this is going to have mall vibes when it's done. So this is going to have community co-op vibes and comfort, and we're replanting tree. You know, actually today, Ezekiel, my neighbor, came up to me and he planted 90 trees in our area today. 90. Dave here has planted like 30 since we started all this stuff.
I planted 91.
42. And see, look, boom!
91 I planted.
Woods.
If this is going to be a central part of the community, would you be opposed to the EEA signs for endangered species list and condemned businesses list?
I would appreciate it if you would bring that over, especially the endangered list, you know, especially the condemned. Because if the condemned's over here, I'm going to need to know about it anyways. And that way, if, you know, for some reason I take a nice long sleep for a day and I come back, if we can't get in touch, I don't see you, it gives me an opportunity to check what's going on. You can also always email me at Discord thing, too.
We could put it on this wall so they see it when they leave.
Yep. Well, see, now, well, that's going to be the what you call it. So I think it should go on the wall because this is going to be a one-way. So they come in here and they'll exit through there. So if we put that over on that wall where he's standing right now, they'll always have to look at it when they leave.
And
like
Governor, you said this Ezekiel is a friend of yours?
Yes, indeed.
He popped up in a conversation we had with Mr. Ivan. And as you know, Mr. Ivan is a suspect in poaching.
Is that so? Because I was considering inviting him out here to open a store. This is good information. Go on.
Now, Mr. Ivan is a chief suspect of selling and harboring alligator carcasses for profit. Mr. Ezekiel is also a person of note that we wanted to have a conversation with in regards to that because his name popped up in the investigation while we were conducting with Mr. Ivan.
Really? Did he say any more?
That is all I have. I have not had a chance to question Mr. Ezekiel about this yet.
Well, he's one of my most trusted in the neighborhood. It was my first neighbor. I'll definitely bring something up to him, but I'll probably bring something up to him in a soft way. But he might even still be here right now. I think actually, if you want to have a conversation to him after we're done here, I can go ahead and give you a little trip over to him.
I would greatly appreciate that.
Yeah. What was that?
Oh, I was just gonna say that Mr. Ivan had that stuffed alligator for forever. I remember when alligators first became extinct, Mr. Ivan had it, and he was like, "Oh no, does that mean I can't keep this anymore?"
Mr. Ivan's stuffed alligator has been proven to be a gift from Haley well before the event in question, but Mr. Ivan has been detected many a times until which we don't have the substantial evidence yet of seeking out purchasing of alligator carcasses since then.
Oh, he's my best customer when I go to town. I always sell him things.
Well, keep an eye out for us, would you, if you ever see him dealing with alligator skins.
He sold me my Air Force One.
Your what?
My Air Force Ones.
Shoes, I think.
Yeah.
You got ripped off. You should have got the shoes Dave got. He's one of the fastest people I've ever seen in my life. You see that?
These help me work better, though. I can work for hours and not get as hungry.
He's so fast. David literally is so fast. Dave, give us a little timer real quick. Dave, run from door to door. How fast do you think you can run?
What?
I'm not sure.
I can't run that fast.
Are those alligator shoes?
No, they're Air Force Ones.
Are they alligator shoes?
There's no alligator in them, but they cover my ankles, and my ankles are my best quality. My mom always told me that good feet run in our family.
Well, sir, it's good to know. Do you have any idea what your shoes were made out of?
I think out of cloth and maybe some leather.
What?
Here, smell. You want to smell my feet? You can smell them and see what kind of leather.
Yeah, go ahead and lift them up here. I'll give you a sniff.
Are those the same ones you were wearing in the wet hole before?
Oh yeah, and I got them into pollution in the city. I forgot I fell into pollution in the city in the river and drank a bunch, and my shoes just got soaked in there. Sorry, I should have told you before you took a big whiff. Now you might have pollution in your nose.
Oh, I've been fully contaminated. My sperm count is 0 at this point. Thank you, Governor. I appreciate your time. I know you're a busy man, and I will follow up with you on the transit situation later. I believe when he wakes up, I'm going to talk to him about that poached skin.
Okay, let me know about the boards too, so we can get those up. And do you want me to take you to Zeke?
Oh yes, please, sir.
Also, I was going to say this, and this is completely up to Dave, but if you, Dave, I mean this already. I mean, if you have interest in working with the EA to help protect everything, I would say that when Burke goes back, and depending on what he's doing, and I know they got that one guy back there potentially looking to get interviewed, might be a good time to go with him and learn. Might be able to learn a little bit, find out what you can do. It's up to you, but I'm letting you know it might be a good idea, possibly.
I would be interested in seeing what you do.
It is pretty straightforward. Just a lot of investigations, and once we find someone is not compliant with our rules and regulations when it comes to tailings and other such pollutants, That's when we levy fines or condemn their businesses.
Oh.
Bob has agreed that if need be, I can turn into a bear and eat offenders here.
That
Oh.
would potentially be illegal. Probably not something I would advocate doing, but I
Yeah,
would
I'm
not.
still trying to figure out if I want to do that. Like, if we get the death penalty out here, I'm thinking that's how we do it. We have Dave eat them. Now, I've been thinking about that a little bit. I don't know if that's real or not, but if it is, that could be a good way to get rid of someone that's causing problems.
It would definitely get rid of a body. You ate them all.
Won't that make us the cannibals?
Well, not if he turns into a bear. Then he would be an animal.
Well, is he an animal, or is he the person that turned into the bear? Does he become the actual animal itself?
It's
I hope so. He's a druid.
Philosophical question that I'm not prepared to discuss at this point in time. I would not divvy into your religious beliefs.
Oh.
I have some
should we
mushrooms.
show
with
him the
Earth Mother.
whole?
I can show you the way.
Show you the
Show
way.
him the cage. I mean the room. In
I mean,
case
that's up to
he
him.
wants to transport somebody to even more isolation. Let's say yesterday you had an unruly visitor that you couldn't keep in there. I have a special place that might hold them a little better.
We got Governor Peter here was one of our focus groups who tested out the prison.
Yeah.
That's what he was
the
saying.
first one released.
Yeah, I heard he was the first one to escape. Peter's a quick one. And see, that's why I'm trying to figure out, like all the neighbors, like Dave, Peter here, Ezekiel, I think I'm going to end up giving them some roles, right? And I'm still wrapping my brain around what I want to let Peter do, or what would be a good idea to let Peter do it. He's got a lot of good ideas. And Ben, I'm not going to lie, if you haven't been in his hole, it's actually
I've
very
been there. I've definitely been there. But just to clarify, he did not escape. He actually earned his early release papers. He
Yeah.
was the first one to do that.
You stood behind the dummies and you just kept picking up their stuff. Yeah, that's that.
Well, yeah, I didn't want my pickaxe to break.
The ones who escaped were actually using alien glitching mechanics.
Bastards.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no! Oh no!
Well, I can do this real quick. I can
How
show
terrible.
you Zeke. Quick, me and Peter are gonna go continue to try to bring 1 million of this brick up here. But Dave, you can
Reach deep
come
down
with
into
me
my
or
hole and grab my stones.
figure it out. Whatever you want to do, Dave. Dave's been. I'm not gonna lie. Dave has been the biggest. He literally came to me and was just like, "What do you want me to do?"
I definitely look forward to his application to the EEA so that we could bring about a safe and clean environment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I've been working on my cop voice.
Oh yeah, listen to this. This is good. See, I kind of want to make him a share because I was listening to this shit.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I need you to go ahead and pull over. Hey, Peter. I need you to pull over. Looks like you got some contraband, maybe some wet tailings in there. There you go, I can... Yeah, we're in here.
All right, let me real quick before I continue talking to you. Let me take Burke to Ezekiel so we can have that conversation. He's over this way.
Are you all right,
Are you
sir?
okay, Mr. Director?
I'm all right. Yeah.
Cheese meat sticks. I get it. I'll be right back.
Where you're gonna put the alligator preserve?
Well, I didn't show him exactly where yet. I talked to the president. I'm hoping he does it soon. Hoping so. Well, while we're doing it, we can walk by it, and I'll take you to Zeke. We can show him the thing so he knows where it's at, and you two, whatever you want to do. I'll be back. Yeah, I'll meet you at your thing here in a second. We can make more things.
Sounds good. Need you to pull it on over, Big Mama. Pull that RV right over.
I will do that.
Before Cletus shows up.
How do you not want to hire a police officer that sounds like that?
He does have an authoritarian voice.
It's insane how good he is at doing that. So apparently, Burke, somewhere it's like right over in here. It's like really random. It's like right over in here somewhere is where the reserve needs to be. Because it's like almost not on the river. We were trying to figure out, like if you look at the map, you'll see it.
They actually stick to the river when they come here. That's how they come up this way.
It's like right in here.
Absolutely. You can tell this is definitely an alligator breeding ground. They like a lot of the moist dirt and things close to the water here. Mm-hmm. This is exactly their kind of land. All you have to do is find some.
Around
You have to look for the crocodile droppings.
Oh yeah, the droppings. Oh, there's a shark. That's one of the ones that hunt gators.
Oh, no. Careful.
I have been taking care of
We
these.
should kill all the sharks so they don't eat the gator.
Wait, they kill
They've
gator?
already been doing that.
Yeah, Prime
yes.
said this is
Don't
the
worry, I got
that
it.
takes down the gators.
Oh, this is okay. So we got to get.
Wow.
That does not work.
I'm writing it.
Impressed right now.
It's like SeaWorld.
All right, to Zeke. I gotta get him to Zeke.
Yay. Oh, where'd he go?
Baby got back.
I'm very good at disappearing.
I actually did you run into Burke? Because I believe they're looking for you. Oh, hello.
Oh,
Hey, Burke just came over and let me know if you gave me a little information on the area and our continent to let me know who's causing issues. We got a little bit of an issue in the desert, but he's looking for you. He's got a couple things to talk to you about a situation that is between you two. I'm not going to bring it up, but Burke, Ezekiel Burke.
Sure. Where is he?
Right here, right next to you, sir.
Oh, Jesus.
Right there.
Sorry. I spent so long
All
in
right,
mine.
we're gonna go get these rocks. Gotta get these rocks.
Here, Mr. Bob.
All right, so
for you.
Mr. Burke,
Yeah.
what can I help you with?
Well, perhaps we could go over here and have a private conversation.
All right.
I want you to be able to have a free speaking area here where we can discuss the matter at hand and you can talk freely.
We can speak amongst the tomatoes. They won't rat me out.
The general idea here, sir.
Is something I can sit in on.
Absolutely, you could sit here with us. We are conducting an investigation into a Mr. Ivan. Are you aware of this individual?
I believe he's the tailor. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, in our dealings with Mr. Ivan, we've come to learn that the man is definitely up to the poaching of the sales of poached alligator skins.
Oh, that's concerning.
Mm-hmm. Are you aware of anything about that at all, sir?
In regards to Ivan, I'm only aware that he carries a stuffed alligator around. I'm not sure if that's real or a prop. It definitely smells real.
Do you know anything of perhaps a secret stash where Ivan hides his other ill-gotten gains?
I'm not aware of a secret stash, but now that you bring it up, there has been some suspicious behavior around his place of business. I have noticed an occasional gold bar on the floor, probably dropped by a banker or a bank robber or a cartoon villain.
And sir, what is your profession?
Well, I'm an engineer, a humble engineer for the entirety of Riverwood, and I suppose by extension, Elder Woods.
Do you have to know anything about Daniel the Demon?
I know of him.
What do you know of him about, sir?
He's the one that runs Squealer's Meats, right?
I'm asking you, sir.
Well, to my knowledge, like I said, I believe he runs Squealer's Meats. I'm unaware. I have not been to Squealer's Meats in some time, so I don't know what they sell or buy. But at one point, I do recall them buying alligator.
Mm-hmm. Now, sir, are you have you ever done any dealings with Squealer Meats at all, sir?
I feel like I shouldn't answer that without my lawyer present.
Why?
I feel like all this information could be used against me in some fashion. Is there some kind of protections that I can get?
Sir, as of right now, our investigation is focused on Mr. Ivan. You would be yes,
just
sir.
for Ivan.
Just for Ivan, sir. We're looking into him right now. You would be a confidential informant. Your information I will not use against you, as long as you are not yourself dealing in alligator skins.
Okay, so so I deliver bundles of fireweed into town occasionally. As far as I'm aware, it's not incredibly illegal, just frowned upon. In my dealings with both Squealer or Dan, and occasionally with Ivan, I have noticed a few scales passing hands.
So the fireweed, sir, is not my department. So you would breathe a sigh of relief there.
It's a lot of fireweed that I offload occasionally.
And you said you are a witness.
Making sure to replant it.
Yes, up in the tiered thing, you can kind of see the crops. We say we use it for paper, but really it's just for consumption and recreational use.
When you say you see scales passing hands, were you referring to alligator scales?
Yes, yeah, it's referred to as scales on the street.
Okay, and you're saying this has been passed from when you were making your deliveries of fireweed, who was passing the scales over to Mr. Ivan?
It was the butcher. It was Dan.
Okay, and would you write a swearing affidavit to this fact?
If I knew how to write and read, I would absolutely do that.
Would you accept being called as a witness to such an event?
If called, yes.
Okay, mister. I will, because of your assistance here, I'm going to make you a friend of the EEA for doing this, and we will definitely make sure that your information stays as confidential as possible, unless we have to call on you as a witness. And you can come to us in the future, and if Mr. Ivan does get convicted of this, there will be a reward of money.
Okay.
Of money bits, a substantial amount. Now, do you have any idea how many scales you believe Mr. Ivan took into possession, and how much he might have paid for Mr. Daniel?
A number I don't know.
All right. Well, thank you for your time. I will look into this some more. As soon as I get back to you, I'll let you know once I know how we're going to proceed.
Best of luck in your investigation, then, Sir Black.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your support.
You have a wonderful day.
You too. That's an example there of an investigation, trying to give the perpetrator there a sense of that you're not threatening them per se. See, the criminal is not the most intelligent person. They will think for themselves first. They will not think for the associate that they are dealing with. So they will always turn on their associates if you provide some measure of protection for them.
Usually I just let them know the Earth Mother is displeased and they tell me.
That might also be keen, considering that you could transform into a bear. That might frighten them enough. Fear is a good motivator. Well,
I had heard from others that you were not the nicest man. I see they are mistaken.
People do not like to be called out on the taint that they cause to the great Mother Earth. They usually get defensive when you call them out on the things that you find them doing, and they want to fight you on being accused of being a criminal. This is something that I just don't have time to deal with their private little feelings and their little sensitivities. If I find them doing illegal activity like the pollution and the disregard of Mother Earth's beautiful alligators, I don't have the luxury to wait to make sure that they feel good about how I'm talking to them, and that's what they take offense with.
No, nature is harsh. It needs to be.
Exactly, sir. Now, I have been looking for someone of your stature who knows this territory better than anyone, and I think you would make a fine fit to the EEA. I'll have to bring you in and show you off to the rest of the troops, and get you down to see if you're good with rules and regulations, because we have to remain unbiased. We cannot take sides. The EEA only functions because every region trusts us to not be biased against them or try to do any harm. Anyway, so we act as an independent organization from all politics. We don't support a candidate. We don't come out against a candidate. We don't purposely pick one side or the other. So we must stay impartial going forward. So, as a man of this region, will you be able to deal with that if your own people on this side start to do things that you, even though you love and care for this part of the continent, may have to be dealt with by you in a harsh way?
The only thing that I must adhere to is the Earth Mother's rules. So, if they are breaking those, they are not a friend of mine.
Fantastic. You are a man of my own heart. So let's head on back to the prison and continue our investigation. We are still looking for this Daniel the Demon and Squealer Meats. I'm waiting for the Prime to give me access to looking over his property, even if he is asleep. And we're hopefully going to hear something about that quite shortly.
Mr. Dorian, I've met him.
Hopefully he gives that to me very soon. And then we will conduct a very thorough investigation of the Squealer Meats. And from what I understand, they provide quite a bit of food and such to the buildings around them, which makes me very concerned that they could have also not only been selling the alligator meat to meat butcheries, but also the skin and carcasses to the tailors such as Ivan.
Interesting.
I believe I have gone
Where
the
are we
wrong
trying to
way.
head? You need to get to the prison.
Yes.
It is this way.
You did escape through aliens.
This area is changing every day.
The main road is that direction.
Oh,
It'll
thank
be
you
on our
very
left.
much. See, once again, this is why you would come in handy with the EEA officials knowing the land as well as you do. I don't know why
I
everyone
have been
keeps...
setting up circles of protection for the Redwoods at the Great Mother's request.
That was you doing that.
Yes, there are 20 of them in my protection.
That is fantastic. I very much appreciated seeing that. By the way, where is this man getting all his wood for that tower?
Show you. Here, it is right here. This is the field he harvests. He has over-harvested quite a bit. I have tried to replant it, but it does not grow back. He has not harmed one old redwood, though, or else I would have been at his throat.
So you're telling me that this entire area that we are standing right now was full of trees?
Yes, that is how he built his tower.
Well, then I guess I have my evidence now. Excessive use of wood and deforestation has now been declared.
He has been replanting. It's not going well. The land is taking some time to grow back.
Yes, this is quite excessive, if I would do say so. I'm going to have to inform the Prime of this so they can investigate this further. The actual structure in question does not fall within our domain, but leaving no plantation of trees anywhere from what he took from and not giving back, that is a problem.
You can see that he tried. There are many dirt patches where he took the hoe to the ground.
Yes, I see that. He tried and failed miserably. It's because they are too close to one another, I believe. They need at least a space of 3 meters apart.
Yes, they need room to grow.
This cowboy is something else. Oh, look, it looks like someone broke into his tower.
It believes... They must not have been happy with his charging to enter.
I guess they didn't want to pay up the price. Who could it have been? This area also was concerned to me. Is this heavily deforested as well?
Yes, there used to be quite a bit of trees here. Although there has been a lot of fireweed that grows here.
Oh, that kind of operation.
We have been seeing mountain goats make their way here. They did not used to live here. I'm guessing their other habitat has become inhospitable.
Well, that could have been chased out as well.
I have been noticing a lack of predators here. I have had necessity to thin the herds, or else they will grow too large.
Mm-hmm. Something to keep an eye on. They were of note for us for a while with a decline in their population, but they've since stabilized quite well. Just as the agouti is as well. Its population was dramatically on the decline, but now it's starting to stabilize itself quite a bit. This is the prison. This is the facility designed for the criminals that are harming our beloved
trash down there.
The water is completely reddened in this area.
What is this?
I have an instrument here.
It is garbage. There is garbage here. It was polluting the water.
It's 5% polluted.
Yes, you can see it right here.
I see the garbage. I wonder where that came from. That too garbage can cause this much pollutant to the water?
Yes, it happens quickly. This is a...
Anything else over there?
No.
Well, this is the Prime's land.
Yes, this is the library.
Well, let's take it back to the prison.
It is perhaps the sunset, making the water appear red.
Perhaps. Might have to talk to him about his property. That's quite the eagle eyes you have there. Right, Justin, so.
I am used to noticing things that are out of the ordinary.
This was a redwood that was destroyed.
Oh, welcome back, Director.
An ancient redwood. Hello, Ninja. I have, Agent Ninja, this is, I believe Mr. Epic. And, Mr., what was your name again?
Dave.
Dave, Mr. Dave here. Both of them come from the territory of the new governorship. And they both have expressed interest in working with the EEA as agents who are well versed and with knowledge of that particular part of the world.
Ooh, that would be greatly beneficial. Yes, yes.
The EEA would definitely needs to up its numbers, and I was going to also suggest the same thing, but Mr. Bob suggested it before I had the chance. And I'm also going to go over and talk to the governor of the Rat Nation and ask him to suggest members as well.
Ah, okay, that would be wonderful. Yes, that would definitely. The more people we have from the geographic areas, the better.
Mm-hmm. So, we don't really have an initiation per se, an agreed upon desire to bring justice to those who pollute and contaminate our world as it would be enough. So, what we'll do is that I'm going to go to the Rat Nation and see if I could scrounge up some volunteers from there too who want to join the EA, and we'll just do a group initiation of the entire thing, get everyone badged up, and get you in a uniform today.
I will not change my clothes. I wear this to support the Earth Mother.
Well, I guess we'll just have to figure that out then.
Are you leaving right now for the Skaven City, Burke?
I was thinking about that, yes.
Okay, before you leave, we did double back for a search in the city. We also spoke with the CRISPR fellow again, and there were a couple things I wanted to bring to your attention.
Well, you can now speak in front of these gentlemen.
Fantastic. Let me make sure I got my notes. So, a gentleman with the name MRACD4, lots of jumbled up letters, his name. Rat people have interesting names. He was talking to me about Daniel the Demon and about how he was seen hunting. He apparently has a hunting lodge set up by the tunnel that's just on the side of the Skaven lands whenever you're coming out of the big city towards their city. And that they have visual and actually saw him hunting on the reserve. The time they gave me was 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. EST. I'm not entirely sure what that means, but they insisted that that was what it was. So if we question Daniel the Demon, and he admits to us that he was in the hunting reserve at that time, that's more than enough evidence to bring to the judge and say we need to search him and we need to search his entire property.
Mm-hmm. I have even another tidbit. I have Mr. Ezekiel willing to testify that he witnessed Daniel selling poached alligator skins to a Mr. Ivan.
That's even better.
We have more than enough probable cause to search his territory at this point. Now we just need to find a method to do so, and also apprehend Mr. Daniel the Demon at this point for interrogation. Intense interrogation.
Yes. Do we do the interrogation, sir, or is that handled by the federal agents?
Oh, no, we are doing that investigation. This falls under our, endangered species list and such. We're definitely going to be doing this interrogation. Deep in the minds, from prying eyes.
Understood, sir.
So, as of right now, consider Mr. Epic here and Mr. Dave deputized by my authority. You are now members of the EEA. You know our charter here, gentlemen. Mr. Epic, would you please give us a brief rundown of yourself and what you do and why you want to join the EEA?
At the moment, I'm a miner, and I just traveled to these lands not but a few hours ago before the meeting. My skills are in electronics and mechanics, or they will be. I believe in keeping the environment safe and protected. In electronics, I plan to try to build as many clean energy sources as possible, such as solar and wind power, to also help us advance to destroy the meteor above us. In the off time that I do have, I will be volunteering at the dump to help them out clearing space so that we can get rid of the pollution that is plaguing our land.
Mr. Epic, if you would be so kind as to flex your escape key and then go to your audio options. And then you go to your audio options there and go to your microphone and turn it down just a couple notches. That'd be spectacular.
Is that good enough?
That sounds fantastic. And you also want to make absolutely certain that your voice box is a little bit away from your mouth so you don't have too many more than pop, pop, pop moments.
My apologies, sir.
Quite all right. Thank you. I am very excited to have you on board with the EEA. It's going to be very good to have more help around here. I can promise you that. Now, Mr. Dave, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, I am Dave.
Okay, and he is very interested in joining our operations here because he wants to protect the what, Dave?
Oh, the ancient redwoods. The Earth Mother sent me here to protect them.
And we're going to have to do the best of our ability to teach Dave, especially, and Mr. Epic here, that some of the rules and regulations of the EEA. First of all, this is Agent Ninja and Agent Chip, and there is also Agent Amber out here somewhere, and Agent Farside, who is above the prison, as you can see, running around. He's like one of our main architects of the prison. He's doing such a damn good job. Agent Ninja is a field agent who goes out into the world investigating certain things, and Agent Chip is kind of like a mascot. He kind of hangs out and makes us stuff.
Yes, sir. Agent Amber informed me that she had to go to bed just a few moments ago.
I
So
understand.
it was Chip, Amber, and Ninja, yes?
Yes.
Yes.
And rules and regulations, basically, you just, at this point in time, you're just going to have to pull out your fancy equipment. I can provide you with some fancy EEA equipment right here. Hold on 1 second. Let's see. We have the plot scanner here, which can you use to scan areas for plots and such. Where's that good area?
Mascot.
You're kind of a mascot, Mr. Chip. We might have to do this kind of over here.
What does he mean by mascot?
He means so are you familiar with the Chive guys?
Yes.
So they have the
There you go. Go ahead and grab one of those. That's a soil sampler, so you can check pollutants in the area.
their business.
Ah, thank you, sir.
Whenever you see him or you
Mr. Dave.
think of them.
Over there, you will find your soil sampler, sir.
44.
You can use that to detect pollutants in the ground. It's a piece of technology that you may not be familiar with, but you scan the area, and it will tell you whether or not there are high toxicity in the area. That way you can investigate people's property on the authority of the EEA.
I usually just eat a bit of soil.
That is, that's all right. I would advise that this is probably not the healthiest way to do it, but, I'm not going to interfere with your methods. So I would say at this point, gentlemen, your primary task is going to be, searching the world, looking for environmental hazards of people not caring about leaving their tailings overnight or other such things. You definitely want to investigate smelters, and you want to prop up and support a lot of those city dump type places. Landfills that bury their tailings must be at least 30 meters deep. No less than 30. If they're above 30, they're wrong, and that's going to seep into the land above. As of right now, we have if you use your instruments, you could check the environmental information on pollutants, and I can give you a rundown of where we've already been. Miss Ketsuki in the major town will light up, but she is doing exceptional methods of containing her pollutants, and they have so far not gotten too out of control. But we should definitely keep an eye on her business. The city dump has gone down dramatically, and I don't know when that's going to open up again. If you continue to your west, you will get to the Rat City or Rat Jam or whatever it is that they name it, the Skaven capital, and you'll see a substantial amount of pollution in a certain area. We've also been dealing with them, and they have definitely buried their tailings deep underground. So we believe that this is just a blip on the instruments, because right now there's really not that much pollutants produced in that area. So they've been doing a damn good job of burying their lines. Now, outside of that,
They have not just put it under shallow soil to hide it from you.
well, they took me down into it, and it was a vast cavern full of pollutants. But it was
Rats are very good at digging.
Yes. They better have put it down deep. The only other area that was of note is Mr. Tangent's area, which lights up very brightly, as you can see, if over the desert, and that is definitely an area of concern. To keep an eye on Mr. Tangent, you can deal with him. He's been condemned right now until he improves his situation, of which you can go and inspect yourself, and he can take you down there and inspect with you. He has to prove to you that he is adequately dealing with his tailings before any consideration will be made on removing those signs. And he also owes a 100 bit fine that he has not yet paid, because 50 bit fine for his tailings that were not properly disposed of, and a 50 bit fine for being in possession of a endangered species snapping turtle. Do you have any questions regarding that?
Happens with those fines?
Those fines are to be paid. They could be paid directly to me, in which case I'd give those funds to the state. He can also pay them to the EEA account. He can pay them that way, so we have a transaction. Either way is fine, but he has to pay it, and then I have a detailed report that pays it to the state. So all fines are supposed to go to the state in general, but sometimes there needs to be a paper trail. If he pays it to the state and the state loses that, then they don't see that they received that income, then it's going to be lost, and there's nothing we can do about it. But if he pays it to the EEA fund, the EEA fund account, then we will have a paper trail of it going to our account and then off to the other account.
I am not used to following paper trails, as you put it.
Oh, paper trails is how you're going to catch a lot of criminals. You see, lots of those criminals are all set up to be hiding their income. You go after their pocketbook, and I assure you that that is exactly what's going to happen. You're going to catch a lot of them.
I typically sit on a tree branch as a bird and see with my own eyes.
Well, perhaps you might be a surveillance expert then. Perhaps I could put you on the case of hunting down one Daniel the Demon.
I saw him earlier at Chive Guys today. He was harassing Terry.
Well, maybe I could put you on the
not
case.
Harass. I do not mind searching for someone, if he is indeed a demon.
He is indeed a problem that we have to get a hold of. We need to put the pressure on Mr. Daniel the Demon. We need to put his balls in a vice and squeeze until he starts squealing about Mr. Ivan.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. There was a couple notes from this Skaven that I did want to run by you just to make sure that our records were good. What is the status of prickly pears right now?
They seem to be stabilizing, but I believe Mr. Dave might have more information about that. Perhaps not.
The desert, yes?
Yes, the desert.
There was not many prickly pear when I went. I went there with the Prime yesterday to visit the Miners Guild.
I did notice that there is a farm of prickly pears out in the desert at the moment.
Yes, I was speaking to the owner of that farm, or one of the, a gentleman, Green Glue, I believe his name was. He said that he spoke to you about his conservation efforts with the prickly pears, and he was wondering, he said that their numbers are improving, and he was making sure that it was legal to sell the prickly pears as their plant numbers continue to increase.
Fantastic. Gentlemen, I want you to all know that you are now under the employ of the EEA and Mother Nature herself. You are her children, serving a greater purpose for the planet in question that gave birth to us all. Do not ever allow anyone to pollute this glorious green planet that we all were born from. I want you to embrace Mother Nature, wrap your arms around her, let her pull you into her bosom, and hang on tight. Because now you are the children of the earth, and you are going to protect her with your lives.
Does that mean you need me to turn into a bear and eat someone?
Can you do that on command?
If needed, yes.
when we have an interrogation with Daniel the Demon, we might have you turn into a bear just to scare the shit out of him.
Okay.
Maybe we'll let you eat like a little bit, like of some of his foot. Or hand, or maybe the entire arm. There's no rules to torture.
Perhaps later.
No, Agent Ninja, has there been any like past laws on torture?
Not that I know of, sir.
Okay, so yeah, we should be good on that then. We're gonna put the squeeze on Mr. Daniel. I believe this man is our prime suspect, and we need to squeeze him for everything he's got.
Yes, sir. So there's no EEA direction or directive not to sell prickly pears. Like, he's free to, as he increases the number, buy and sell their fruit.
Oh yes, as of right now, we did not put the prickly pear on any kind of thing. They seem to be stabilizing and quite all right at this point.
Good. There was some confusion about whether or not it was placed on the endangered species list or not. I'll put out an alert notifying them that yes, they're perfectly fine now.
Yeah,
and then the other thing that the Skaven brought to my attention is that they believe that the reason that the Agouti are having such issues with their population is they think that the Jaguars are absolutely eating them up.
We might we're gonna have to check. Jaguars are still hovering around 250, are they not?
They're still the same.
Yeah, still the same.
Overall population does not necessarily matter. The region that they're in needs to be taken care of properly. There cannot be too many predators in one area.
This is correct, yeah. So let's look into that matter with the but I have noticed though that the Agouti have been starting to go up though, however.
Yes, there has been some improvement, which I'm happy to see.
Now I don't believe the Jaguar eat the alligators, do they?
Not that I know of. There was concern, though, about that maybe sharks were eating alligators.
Yes, the blue sharks do eat them. I killed them in my area. Reason.
Yes, yeah.
My
So
understanding that the snapping turtles do as well.
Yeah, so it was. So I gave the Skaven the thumbs up to, if necessary, in order to preserve the gator living areas, that if they see sharks living in them, to deal with them. The shark are quite well in number right now, so they can afford to lose a few here and there.
That's a very good decision. Let's do that.
Quick question. When do we start getting paid as agents?
What's that?
When do we start getting paid as agents?
Speak up a little bit. I can't quite hear you. What you're saying?
I swear to God, I'll speak.
I'll just have to clean this out later. We'll talk later, far side, about the. Oh yeah, I gotta go to the Skaven thing. So yeah, my ears are ringing right now. All right, y'all take care. Everyone's got their marching orders. Everyone understands. Looking for that Daniel the Demon and Epic. You start doing your patrols. All right, everyone, take care. I'm gonna go talk to the Skaven and take care. Bye bye.
Why are you leaving?
Eliminating a complaint.
Oh man, my head. Oh jeez, I got this ringing. Oh gosh. Oh man. I have no money. I gotta get the prison running. I don't have any inmates. Oh gosh. I don't have any money. I would imagine the EA should be funded by the government. But, let's see where the damn... Wait, shouldn't I go the opposite way? Wait, where is it? Oh, the Skaven are that way. Never mind. Dave?
Yes?
What are you doing?
You said you were heading to the Skaven, so I was going with you.
Oh, I thought you were going to begin an investigation into Daniel. You're going to hunt him down, find him, and capture him.
But near the Skaven.
Okay, yeah, come on. Bring up a good point.
All hail Mother Nature and her champions that protect those alligators.
Oh, right in. Oh! I walked right into that!
You did.
Oh, that threatened the old set!
It looks like he tore your shirt.
Woo! I just need a second. Oh.
No worries.
They feel like they're in my throat.
If they were in your throat, you would be speaking much higher.
Oh, yeah, you're probably right. Yep. All right, I'll just walk it off. The Jenny's. Right. Hey, I've actually heard that the banker gives out free money all the time. We should go try and ask him for more money.
I have money, but I have no use for it.
I don't care for money either, but, you know, I gotta figure out a way to deal with payments and stuff.
I can give you my money. You can pay them with that.
I feel like that wouldn't be fair.
People tend to give me what I need. I just give them what they need. What purpose does money serve?
You know, why can't we have an entire society like you? You know, like it's everyone like you. We wouldn't have any pollutants. You know, people would be getting things done. Sad state of affairs with the society that we're in now.
Perhaps that is why the Earth Mother sent me to you.
I think working together.
Yeah,
Plus
probably.
you have somebody to chit chat with.
Excuse me, banker.
Yes, sir.
Sir, banker, could I get some money?
Yeah, you looking for a loan, Mr. BurkeBlack?
Yes, I need to pay my agents, and I hope that the bank understands that everything that we're doing is a way to protect not only the Earth, but also the bank as well. And we would like free money to be able to deposit into the bank accounts of my agents as a thank you.
Mr. Black. There is a lot of deforestation in this city. I do not see a single tree. There is a lot of fines. I believe he owes you quite a bit of money.
Oh, I didn't think of that approach. What did he?
Oh, that was convenient. I'm sorry.
He logged out.
He must have gone to get you some money.
We'll come back later. Oh my gosh. Oh shit. Oh man. He knew I was screwing with him too, man. Like he knows. I know he's back. We'll be
There
back.
are nothing but predators in these fields. Coyotes and jaguars. Nothing can flourish here besides them.
Oh, I see that. Do they not hunt each other as well?
No, they will not hunt each other.
So they hunt the bison.
They will also hunt the agouti. It is probably why they are struggling.
That's organic. Well, I might have to put you in charge of managing the levels of predator species. You seem to know a great deal about it. More than I do.
You just take some time and look around and watch. You will see that things interact.
I've been
the wolf
so...
only chases the buffalo when the buffalo is wounded. Otherwise, they leave them be.
I see. Most of my time is spent running from one end to the other, dealing with all the tailings and all the pollution that these people are producing. I don't have time to stand around and enjoy the aspects of nature that I'm trying to protect.
If I must be blunt, the most pollution I have seen so far comes from Katsuki, inside of the city where you reside.
I do not reside in that city.
That water is tainted, unlike any water I have seen.
I completely agree. Though she is producing, we'll have to go over there and I'll review her system. But I know that the city dump, the situation with that city is that there was a city dump and all that pollutants was being taken there. And then there was some kind of shenanigans that happened between them and these rat people that forced that city dump to close. They put them out of business because of some flaw with their vendors or economy of some sort. So they closed down, and now Katsuki has had to rush and revamp her pollution system so she would create in her own mind. You know, I understand that the city has needs and iron and such need to be produced, and steel and everything. I'm not, unsympathetic to that. As long as I see an effort to try and contain the pollutants that they're making, I don't mind, allowing them to proceed. But I think something's really wrong with that water because it is not looking good at all right now. She made an aqueduct system that pulls and disposes the water in a pool of her making, which is not a part of the lake, but it must be seeping into the lake or the river in some form or fashion.
It is perhaps too late for the river, and that may mean bad news for the people in town.
Yeah, they're gonna be drinking that water, and that ain't gonna be good. They're gonna start becoming mutants. The men are definitely gonna see a sperm count reduction. All right, now I must talk to Governor Heller.
Well, hello.
Oh, hello, Governor.
Well, hello.
I've come to bring you a report about the area in question that you now govern. If we could have somewhere to speak.
Yeah, yes, follow me.
How are you doing?
I am amazing.
Don't mind the halls. This room is soundproof. No one will be able to hear you. Yes.
That's impressive. All right. Well, Governor, congratulations on your new position.
Thank you. Thank you.
Also, I'm following up with you on this Daniel the Demon. I believe some of your associates have said that this man has a structure close by to the
Yeah, we
alligator
had-
poaching area?
Yeah, I can take you to it. We had an interaction with the said person before. He was seen poaching in the reserve. The gators are.
Mm-hmm. So you have
we,
witnesses on this?
I have witnesses. Yes, they didn't see him kill one, but he was in the reserve. He also has a house next to the said reserve. That was said by one of the judges. He was allowed to be there. Do you know anything about this?
No. Like I said, the judicial aspects of the different cities is not really my forte. The only thing I'm focused on is the poaching of the gators. Now, I have substantial evidence on Mr. Daniel, and I believe all I would really need is an eyewitness from your account stating that he was in the gator area. And if you could present me one with an eyewitness of who can stand by that, or multiple eyewitnesses, I'm ready to proceed with an indictment on Mr. Daniel the Demon and to bring him to justice for right now what is superficial evidence, which I'm sure is the wrong damn word.
My sheriff is one of them witnesses. Also, we have 3 witnesses of him being there. Also, myself is one. Oh, 4 witnesses.
That would be fantastic, Governor. If we could get that together, I'll present all this to the judge and issue an arrest warrant for Daniel the Demon the moment we have this meeting. I'm going to have to wait for the judge to appear. Right now, he's still asleep, so the moment he wakes up, we're going to go ahead and proceed with that. And we need to do a nice, deep interrogation of Mr. Daniel the Demon because I believe that he's been selling his poached items to Mr. Ivan.
Yes, I heard he has friendship. One of my sheriff has seen him friends with this Ivan, who is I've seen taking gator goods. If I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I could show you where where his poaching hut is, and I can send you with the witnesses if you would like.
And is this poaching thing? Is this under your new governorship?
It's being placed there before my governorship by one of the judge. The judge said he could live there. That's what he said to one of my people.
But it is now under your domain.
Yes, it is.
So I would have
under my domain.
Would I have your permission then to search his residence?
Yes, you can search his residence. I will come with you.
Okay. Secondly, as a way to move away this cloud of possible corruption that people seem to just levy against the EEA willy-nilly without anything to go on, I would like to ask you, sir, if you would be willing to submit to the EEA maybe 2 people that you would think would be good candidates to serve in the EEA itself, so they could be good representatives of EEA here, be familiar faces, so that your city would also feel included in the operations of the EEA.
Yeah, I one candidate, but I would have to ask around if there would be another one. But yes, I surely have one for you.
Thank you, sir. I definitely would appreciate it. As soon as you wish, you could send those people to the island, the offices of the EA, and I will definitely move them quickly to get them appointed fast. I've already done this for Mr. Bob over there. He submitted he submitted 1, and then there was another individual who just kind of showed up who lives out there and wanted to join too. That's why I was going to offer you two positions there if you wanted to submit 2. But 1 could be just fine if you can't find 2, sir. Outside of that, there's really not much else to talk about. Everything, I've already done my inspection here, and everything looks fantastic. I think I don't really have much to complain about. I think of all the cities, I think this is a better city for managing the waste, and I think it should be something that the other city needs to pick up on.
I appreciate this. I thank you a lot for everything you've done, like expecting the city and.
Okay, let's go see that hut.
Yep. I would go and I will go and grab the person. One of my sheriff who was at sheriff real quick.
Do all their Dylans. We have a
Sheriff Nate.
Room. Yes.
Would you like to come with me?
Yep, absolutely.
Also, would you like to? I was going to ask you if you want to join EEA as one of the candidate to help check this area.
We were yeah, that was one of the ideas we proposed originally, believe it or not. since I've been helping with the alligators and everything and working with you, I figured it would be a good position to take.
Yeah, Nate is my sheriff around here. He was here when he saw Daniel had his poaching cut by the gators. He's one witness of him being there around the area.
Yeah, fantastic. As I was telling the governor, as a way to like alleviate some people's fears about the EEA, especially with different regions, we want to include more people from outside. The EEA was never closed for membership. We were just waiting for people to want to come and apply, but no, I only had ever 4 people apply. So now I'm being a little bit more aggressive and coming out and seeking applicants. But since you are a representative of this city, it would be nice to have you as a member of the EEA to represent this side of the continent.
That was one thing that was shocking during that town meeting was everyone's hatred towards you. But from what I have seen so far and working alongside, trying to make sure that we get the alligators and everything back, I'm more than willing to help represent.
It's simply because, sir, people have sensitive feelings. And when you're trying to deal with toxicity and saving endangered species, you don't really have the time to sit there and account to whether someone's sensitive feelings are going to be hurt because you raise your voice a little too much. And that's why I have such levied anger from people who also get offended when you accuse them of polluting the world and not giving 2 shits about it. They seem to get offended by that.
Yeah, no, completely understandable.
Well, I definitely appreciate it, Nate, and I would absolutely love to have you on board. You and I already have an outstanding working relationship. So let's go see this hut, and the hunt is on for Mr. Daniel the Demon. I have more than enough evidence to get this man, and I'm going to make sure he spends a good long time in the prison.
One thing I do want to, because the scales of justice will not be tipped here. He has been in a coma for about 2 days now, and then he just appeared today.
Okay. Well.
So if anything happened between those 2 days, he happened to be in a deep slumber, that potentially wasn't him.
As far as I'm aware, the evidence that I have gathered place him at a scene that has nothing to do. Nobody gave me any dates, so I'll have to question this person about the last 2 days. But I have eyewitnesses of a purchase of sale of alligator skins from Mr. Daniel to an Ivan.
Well, all right then. I just wanted to make sure I put that out because I just want to make sure I give all the evidence that I can.
Absolutely.
Well, let's just head on to his hood and we can go on from there.
Also, this is Agent Dave, who just joined us as well from the other side of the continent under governorship of Mr. Bob. Agent Dave here believes that you could potentially begin culling sharks in the area to help protect the gator population.
Yes, I was speaking to Nate here about this. Ultimately, I believe all of your endangered species are a result of predators being allowed to run rampant here. Much as this jaguar.
Something to keep an eye on.
Yeah,
I think they
I've been
dropped below
told
250.
The thing is, the jaguars are also low on the thing, so if we kill the jaguars, there's also another endangered species on this list.
Dave had a good point. He said, it was Dave, correct?
Yes.
Dave said potentially what it could be is we're not killing the alligators, or the alligators aren't alive, and the sharks are killing the alligators. So maybe if we kill the sharks, the jaguar population should go down, because we got to balance it.
The alligators do not get along with the jaguars.
So potentially, if we go do that, then everything's gonna be there. So I'll.
Oh, look, right here. Look at this. It's an amazing sight. 2 gators.
Probably a couple. Now, if we had our park ranger Crisper here, he would tell you the name and the sex and age of these because that's how much we care about them. Fortunately, I don't happen to know.
Well,
absolutely
let's head on.
Beautiful.
There is a shark in that water you want to take care of.
Okay. Do you have any arrows or a weapon to
Yeah,
do
I'm
this?
gonna have to go back and get him here soon.
Agent Dave is on it.
Dave went in, buck knife and bow in his hand. They do take 12 shots if you don't have that headshot experience. Oh, see, the gators are going. See, look, the gators running that way. Scared.
Mr. Agent Dave here is one with communes with nature often, so he has a special connection over there. I bet he'll probably handle that shark no problem.
Oh, there goes the. Did you see that arrow fly out of the water? Did you get him?
There is another one down there.
Oh, and there he goes. He's back again.
He's got a lot of spunk, doesn't he?
I don't think I've been called. Oh, Cletus has called me.
Agent Dave's got a lot of power to him. Give it to him.
That's that vitality. I wonder what type of food they're feeding him over there.
Oh, you want to grab that shark corpse?
They do not take 12 arrows. They only take 5.
Oh, well, that's good to know.
Be careful, there's an endangered gator here. To the back, look at them.
Oh,
beautiful sight.
That was a quick mating.
2 seconds, like that.
Kind of like me and my wife.
Oh, let me take you on.
We also need to show them the fish trap as well. Do you know where that's at, Eller?
I forgot. Do you know what it was?
No, but I'll try to figure out remember which side it was on. Oh, I guess it's if I remember correctly, it's at St. Pond. So on our way back, we'll look into it.
Sounds good. Here's his residence.
And you did search this area, huh?
Yep.
What is down below?
We haven't been down. We don't go down to check. You would like to go?
Yeah, let's do that. Nothing.
Oh, he only went down this way. He did lock the door and shut it.
There's one chest in there that I can tell.
Yeah, that's what I can see in here. We have one right here to the left of the door.
And you guys searched that chest?
Hiding the goods. Nope, we didn't get in. Would not allow us in his property at the time. This is before I was elected governor, so we did.
And before I was elected sheriff, so unfortunately there's nothing we could do at that point. They did say the two that were reporting out here did say that they got to take a look and there was nothing in there. But I didn't personally take a look, so I don't know.
Can get the third person if you want me to.
Well, like I said, I just need the judge to appear. I don't think he's appeared yet.
Yeah. Such a shame.
And I have eyewitnesses, and I'm ready to prosecute this gentleman as soon as I find him.
I guess if you get a search warrant, you could search his place.
Technically, I don't need one. The only thing I need from the judge is an arrest warrant. That's about it. I can search his business. The Prime is looking into doing that right now since this is a federal offense, and there's no provocation of a warrant of any kind. No one's made that into a law yet. Not yet. I'm sure someone's gonna try at one point, but as of right now, I have every right to go inside and search this man's building. But because he's not online, or I'm sorry, awake, I can't do that.
Yeah. Might also have a apartment in the city, so you might need to check that out, see what's in there.
Yeah, I believe he's right next to Fat Meats or something like that.
Interesting.
Well, that's all we can do for now, Governor. I just wanted to get you up to speed and let you know that we are proceeding very quickly on an arrest on Mr. Daniel the Demon.
Yep, thank you very much. Let me know when you ever need people to witness. Get the we can
Wait,
proceed from there.
Did you say he was renting the property?
No.
Renting a property in town, maybe?
This is not rented.
No, this is not rented.
You suggested in the city.
Yeah, from what I heard, the judge told him. This is what he told me. He told me the judge told him to move down here in this location, and that's what he told me. I said, you were asleep for 2 days. I understand, but and then he seemed kind of more distraught with anything, and then I said, let him know.
You did say to me, Nate, that you saw him round at the town earlier on in the day with Ivan.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, he was around the shack with them and everything.
Well, they are. I know that he owns Squealer Meats, and that's he's right across the street from Ivan.
Yeah, no, I mean he was in there talking, best friends, laughing, all that other type of stuff. That's just what I saw. I mean, that was a quick glance. I was going about my day.
All right, gentlemen. Well, I'll keep on top of this. Thank you very much.
No problem.
All right. Is there anything you need from me other than after this conversation about helping work alongside the EA?
I'd love for you to stop by the prison. Yes. If you want to join us, you're headed back to the prison.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Well, thank you, Governor.
No problem. You have a safe trip.
You
Dave,
too.
Mr. Governor.
You as well.
Governor.
Get easy.
So now we're moving
now
forward.
that I'm working with the EA, do I have to get rid of my car?
No. I choose not to drive a car because I like the thing. But the cars right now are only producing small amounts of pollution. The trees are more than handling that. We're a little concerned though when everybody starts driving one though, because that's going to be a problem, especially when the emissions go up because they keep upgrading their vehicles. But no, it's not. You do not have to get rid of your vehicles. No.
No, okay. I just wasn't sure if it was like an agreement, like a blood oath.
When you are doing
take my toes.
Official business as a EEA agent, however, I'm sure you're going to have your sheriff attire and you're going to have your EEA attire, which, as you can see, is dark green in color.
No, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Just
okay.
I'll do
That's a uniform. And Mr. Dave here has dark green already, so he will look like that all the time.
Well, I definitely will change it up once I get back into my changing room at the house.
Fantastic. Okay, let's get to the prison. That way I can give you
You
the
need
full
to speak
tour.
to the bankers.
Oh, right. Yes, the bankers.
I will admit I'm getting good cardio right now, though.
Basically, we're going to talk to the bank because, they're handing out free money, apparently. Everyone's getting a cut. So I thought we might get some to pay our agents. And also, Mr. Dave brought up a great point that they cleared out such a massive area for trees. They kind of owe a fine for that, to pay back nature.
Dave is on it.
Feels like a goodie. Rat rods and toilets. This is the residence of the suspect. Keep an eye on.
Look at this right here. Right here. See this, Dave?
It's blatant.
What is that doing there?
He acquired this before they were an endangered species, and I talked to the person who gifted it to him, Miss Haley, and it has been confirmed that this was indeed something that was done prior to that. So he does have. Now, if we find a second one, however, that's a different thing altogether. Now check here. He's bragging about his wealth. You see, when a man's penile is small, they need to prove that they have a large personality with a large income like this. They compensate for it.
What a shame.
Mm-hmm. Typical criminal
Probably
behavior.
Afraid of using women's shampoo too. Have to get the men kind. Don't want to be demasculated.
But like, for me, when I said like, the cost of things, that's not a great deal.
Yeah, I've got a bunch more ready to smelt, but Kasumi's only going to do 2 truckloads for me a day.
That's fair. Like even like just waiting till we get closer to the point where we can.
Where's damn Cletus at? Oh, he's over here. Oh, I see who I gotta talk to. This way. Hello, Mr. Buford. Probably got some gifted subs. He took his dog out? Oh. Well, basically, Nate, while you're here, I was gonna tell you, you know, your primary chief concern as a member of the EEA, as an agent, is to just patrol the world. You're gonna be hunting down. You're gonna be using special equipment, such as this fine tool.
Oh, what the? Oh, this for me?
That's for you. Yep. All agents of the EEA carry those. That's going to allow you to. We should get out of the street. That's going to allow you to scan the soil so you can detect pollution. You know, sometimes if you don't see the pollution, doesn't mean it's not there. So you can use that tool to detect if they have not adequately buried deep enough their tailings.
Ah.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
And
so
also,
normal reading should be 0, or?
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, and you can also use it to detect surface level. Like if you scan, right now it should say 1071, 75, 162. You see that?
Yeah.
The middle number is the height. So as you go down deeper, so if someone gets you to a mine and they're like, "Hey, I buried my tailings 30 meters deep," no problem. You can take your scan at the surface. Go down to where they got the tailings, take your scan again, take that number and minus it from the surface number, and you'll find out if it's 30 or not.
Oh, would you look at that?
Yeah. Where did
I'll have to
Mr.
write that down though.
Mr. Buford?
Hey, buddy. Sorry, I fell asleep.
That's all right. Well, most people like to sleep while they stand. I do it myself all the time. Did you know that the Vascarian bat likes to sleep sideways?
Vascarian? What the hell is that?
This is a bat that
It's where you
resides
get
in
your,
a cave.
Oh, I thought it was when they clipped you and you can't reproduce.
Oh, yeah,
no,
Vascaria. Yeah, that's
Well-
when they take away testicles.
That's probably why it has that name. It does appear like it's like a phallic object. The bat does. When it folds its wings in, it looks like one of those. Anyway,
How's the prison going?
It's quite nice. The prison is coming along. We have not had many.
Why do you?
What's that?
Why do you talk like that?
What do you mean?
Like you have a top hat and a smoking pipe.
I don't understand the question, sir. This is how I sound.
That's not how you sounded yesterday.
Turning to just gonna follow the road all the way
Has
down.
the prison done this to you?
No,
Blink twice.
I'm fine. Okay, I'm trying
Blink
to.
twice if the prison did this to you.
Listen, the people were upset that I was yelling and screaming at them in my other sound, so I tried to add a little charm so that they could feel more at ease. And after a careful focus group analysis, this sound is more appealing to people.
Oh, we can.
I don't like it.
Sir, all right.
Do you not like about it?
Oh, interesting.
It's like he's pretentious.
Sir, that's insulting to people with that accent, sir.
You're being you're like you're better than me, and you're not. You're just me and you. We work in the same town.
I'm not
The
trying.
EA, you're mine.
I'm not trying to imply that I am better than you, sir. I am simply trying to maintain order and to keep pollution levels down on the planet.
All right, how much do you need?
5,000 bits would be good.
Yeah, makes sense because one needs to be.
And you're not going to
How
pay
many
it back.
trees did you have to deforest here? Are you sure it's not worth 10,000?
Actually, there was no trees here when I arrived.
What about the people that live here? There's an awful lot of trees missing.
This is literally a dead zone. No trees can grow within the vicinity of this town. There is two forests surrounding us, and both forests are fully flourishing right now.
Yeah.
There literally was no trees here. This was a flat, open grassland.
So, yep. I'm going to annoy Sadjar and find
You know that I can turn into a bear and eat people.
Is this how you handle things?
No, he has a religion that he follows. I would not impede and tell him that he cannot
Are you
follow
like a
his
shaman?
religion.
I am a druid. I serve the Great Earth Mother.
Then if you were a druid, trees have never been here before.
I believe him.
Yeah, I gotta back up his claim because I came over here to an
This was literally a barren grassland when we arrived, so your claim that I killed all the trees here is falsified, which means that you're making things up.
I never said that you killed all the trees here. I asked where they went. You suggested you killed them. That is
No,
where that
your
verbiage came
first
from.
comment was that I killed all the trees.
I feel like this entire thing. Stop with the damn wheelies! I feel like this is getting derailed from the conversation at hand.
I've got a question. Telling me I killed trees.
If Earth is your mother, how did you suckle on her when you were a baby? Where's Earth's nips?
That is a good question.
There is one right there. You can suckle on that.
That is definitely
Exactly the same. Is it not?
That is definitely a teat.
Wait, acorns produce milk? That's nutrition enough for a human baby?
I don't think so, mister, but I'll take these anyway.
So, being that I'm a privately funded bank, what do I get in return from you taking $5,000 from my vault?
Well, I figured, sir, being such an upstanding member of the city, and the fact that you've been handing out.
How would you know you'd never come to see me?
That's untrue, sir. We've worked together many a time.
It's been a while.
It's only been a couple of days. I've been chasing
I feel
down.
like you never want to come see me.
Sir, you know, the Gators needed me, sir. The Gators needed me. At this point in time, I had to fight for the Gators' lives, The Skaven have been doing a damn good job, and I've been hunting down the
so
poacher.
you've just been hanging out with gators this whole time?
No, sir. I've been hunting down the poachers.
Okay.
I was
don't
hoping
have a problem giving you money
that I would appeal to your entrepreneur and your love of nature, sir, and that you can personally fund the activities of the EEA so that I could pay my agents to keep them happy and fed as well, because they must eat as well, sir, as well as continue operations until the prison is at such a point that it can provide that income for itself. How would you feel about that, sir?
What do I get in return?
A nice clean planet, sir.
I like that. That's a good thing.
Yes, you would be
I'm
single-handedly.
actually quite impressed with how well you're taking care of this planet.
Oh, well, thank you, sir. Maybe you could spread the word, because apparently the entire town hates me.
Well, they're gonna hate you because you halt the progress.
Yes, I know.
And you're kind of a freeloader.
The things they want. Oh yeah. He called you a freeloader.
job.
You're asking for money.
I'm asking the bank for a loan.
Well, I
No,
say
you said you wanted it free.
I would like a loan that I will pay back when I have enough money to pay it back, which, as you recall, that island sits on a particular wide deposit of oil.
So wait, if I do the math right, if I loan you $5,000 at 10% interest, that means you would owe me $500.
You know what we could do, sir, is that we might be able to provide you with an oil revenue for you backing the EEA financially.
Wait, you have oil?
We apparently are sitting on a mother load of oil.
Ooh.
The EEA itself will work out how it is extracted, because there will be no pollutants. It would be very well monitored by me and my agents on its extraction. And I may make it so that you, sir, are the one who benefits from that oil.
I could use some oil.
We could provide you with the oil in return for financial backing of the EEA and its operations. Profit means nothing to me, sir. I could care less about the actual money. I'm not in this for the money. If I was, I would have been an oil baron and said to hell with this town and everyone else and just focus on that. I only care about the protection and the necessities of the animals and the environment, sir.
What do you think of fracking?
Don't get me started.
You don't have any thoughts on fracking?
I'm completely. I want what you want to know? What my thoughts are? I think all this needs to stop. I think all of your cars. You should go back to having a cart. When you had the ability to walk up and down the street, you could pull a cart. That's all you needed. You don't need these stupid contraptions. You don't need your stupid iron wheels. You don't need your stupid smokestacks. You don't need any of this garbage out here. The nature provides. Nature provides everything that we need, and all this giant towers and your brick marbles and all your pathetic
EEA is a corrupt organization. It should be shut down.
That's one of them.
They don't like us.
That's because I
They
shut
don't
him
like
down.
you?
I was getting ready to shut him down. Anyway, I'm against all of that. But if you have to have it, then I guess you have to have it. The only thing I want to make certain is that my agents can put food on the table at night.
I get it. I think that's a wonderful thing to stand by. I'm just confused as to how the Environmental Protection Agency is going to be oil drilling.
Because we will monitor.
This is horrible.
We can monitor.
It's a horrible thing for the environment.
It again.
You know, you wouldn't have to drill if you would help him out with money.
What?
That wasn't what was talked about, what?
I was just saying that, no, He said
He said he's gonna have lots of oil.
Yes.
Yeah, he said he's
Never
going to
said he
pay
was
him back
gonna
in
do-
oil.
Yeah, it sounded like some kind of extortion plan that he'll pay him back in favors of oil.
It sounded
Get
like
the money.
the banker here wanted to force Mr. Black here to drill so that he could get something for his money.
I
And
think you
then
need to lay
after
off
the banker,
meat.
and then after the banker got him to say that he would drill, he then said that it was bad for the EEA to drill. He put it
That
in
is
a
not what
petition.
happened.
He didn't say anything about forcing him to drill. He just said, hey.
I just said I like oil and I need it.
Yeah. He said if the banker gives him money, instead of getting the interest back, he can get some oil, which is kind of extortion, but you know.
That is not what I heard. Perhaps I heard it wrong.
What the hell is extortion?
I don't know. So what I heard, okay? I look like a bibliography.
That's not the correct word for that, anyways. Bibliography. What? You need a dictionary.
Oh, jeez, that's a bad word. Don't use it again. So.
You're gonna drill if he hates machine.
If there's not a method to safely extract the oil that your town craves, then I will not permit it.
How about you put a straw in the hole and then you suck with your lips? Like, wouldn't that work without polluting?
That would get in your mouth, sir.
So?
Yeah, that would get in your mouth.
From the earth, right? Mr. Teeth Suck over there said he sucks from the earth.
Yeah, but the guy did that.
He did say he sucked the earth.
He did say that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go
Are you
suck
gonna
off the
suck
earth.
the oil?
It depends upon the day.
So
Wait,
some
you actually
days you
sucked
suck
oil?
the earth.
So see, he'll be fine.
How does that pass through the body?
Maybe he's a spitter.
He could be a spitter.
Are you a quitter?
Do you spit?
I want 500 barrels of oil.
500 barrels?
Yeah.
I don't even know how
That's
this
10 bit-
operation even
10
works. I
bits
don't
of-
even understand how the oil thing works. If it does mass pollutants, I'm not doing it. Like the smelting.
Oil
Well,
doesn't do pollutants.
it doesn't pollute.
How can
No,
it pollute?
sir.
It's from the earth.
It's fresh. It's from the earth. It protects everyone. 10 bits a barrel. 500 barrels.
500 barrels. I don't even care. All right, let me investigate this. I know the rats have an oil pump, so I'll see if what they're doing with it and how much it
I mean,
produces.
we can make oil pumps.
Yeah, I understand that, but I need to go ask the rats how much pollution the oil actually produces.
I don't know if we started using it yet, but I could probably go check and see.
Yeah, just let me know if it produces pollution. If we can do it safely, perhaps we could mine deep underground with the oil from what the prisoners mine out, and maybe that would limit any kind of pollution impact.
Perhaps you could pay the EEA agents in oil so that Mr. Banker here has to pay a premium for what he needs when we choose to sell it to him.
Oh, I didn't even consider that I could. You think the agents would take oil as payment?
Money.
If nobody else has it, then it is invaluable.
Yeah, the rats have it.
Yeah, but it's under the rat coin. We're not even selling for bits yet. And
Well, you already have the money.
What's that?
I said you already have the money, so I just asking you to bring the oil.
Oh, well, I didn't. Did I agree to that? Did I agree to
You
that?
did. Yes.
You asked me for $5,000 and I gave it to you.
No, but you changed the rules for the 500 barrels. I didn't actually. Did I agree to that? I don't think I had made a formal agreement.
said,
That wasn't.
"So let's do
You
a
just
call
said
who?"
sure.
I already agreed to it.
Negotiated.
Yeah, we were in the process of negotiating.
You just said, sure, I'll go find out.
No, I said
it's an agreement.
with him.
It's affirmative.
I think you misunderstood. I'm going to investigate this about the oil. I want to make sure it doesn't
Okay,
cause
if you want to
pollutants.
send me the money back, that's fine.
I can do that.
Yeah, pay up, hippie.
What?
Huh? Nothing.
I think you owe this man money, is what he's saying.
Yeah, I don't mind helping you guys out. I just need lots of oil.
There you are. There, you should have your transfer back of your income. Thank you. I just wanted to, I don't mind asking you for help. I just wanted to know how you felt about it and what you would want in return.
Yeah, I don't mind giving you guys the money to help out. I need oil too. So if you've got oil, I'll take it.
Okay. All right. Well,
plastics.
Okay. Well,
otherwise you're paying back 5,000 with interest, which isn't fun.
Yeah. Are you? So you saying we should not agree with what he just said?
I'm saying you should probably just do the oil because I think it'd be easier than making 5,000.
Yeah, it'd be way easier.
When you don't,
Should not
Especially if you
agree
guys get
to oil it, but you know what it's worth.
It'll probably come to about 10 bits a barrel when it comes.
Yeah.
When it starts getting bumped.
I mean, looking already, people.
Who's awfully
some of
interested in achieving this, which means it's to your benefit. You're pushing very hard.
How much is Rackhorn selling their barrel for?
We haven't. We're still on the pipelining and figuring out storage and stuff. We're not there yet.
I can check for you.
Yeah, last time I know we're still trying to figure out the logistics and everything we need to do. But we've also been focusing on trying to clear our name and come out to the cities and help out and try to provide our knowledge elsewhere.
So much faster now.
Sorry.
I am not here, sir.
Oh,
this
jeez.
is Leah Bree.
She's
Leah
the
Bree is not Bria Lee. It is her sister who has definitely slept.
Other way. Where are we going?
Okay.
Can we force her to sleep?
There's currently no petroleum in the system yet. Nobody has produced one yet. So, I would estimate, because I am a banker and I know how a lot of this works, I would estimate the going price for a starting barrel of petroleum will be about 10 bits. Because it's used in many things like plastics, petroleum or fuel, many things like that. So, I mean, I was just giving you an ultimatum. Instead of having to pay me my money back, I would just have you supply me with barrels, and even then I could supply you with the barrel and you just fill them for me at the pump. So I would cover the metal barrels.
Okay. Well, we can look into that. I mean, the EEA is sitting on quite a substantial oil deposit, so I guess we.
Hey, that works wonderful for me because I definitely could use it. So,
yeah,
works wonderful.
Well, we'll look into it. I'll get back to you.
I could give you guys the loan to help you guys out, and you guys in return later on to help me out with oil.
And you said you could provide the oil pumps as well?
Yeah, I do believe that the man who is my counterpart at my business, America Construction, he has the ability to build oil pumps.
Because besides the 5,000, I would need like the ability to get the operation actually up and running.
I would assume that's what the loan was for.
No, the loan is to pay the agents.
You're gonna pay them each 2,500 bits?
No, like I said, money means
How many
nothing to
agents
me.
do you have?
Me personally?
Yeah, how much money? How much money? I mean, how many people do you have working for you right now?
As of right now, 4, 5, 6, 7 agents now.
Oh yeah, you probably do need a lot of money then.
Yeah, so I'm gonna make sure my agents. Well, I guess except
Well,
for
why
Dave.
don't
I don't know.
Why don't I go ahead and loan you the money so you can pay your
don't need
agents happy, and then you and I could just talk out a deal later for oil when it does come time.
What about?
We won't have to part of this deal.
Yeah. Well. Are you saying like no strings attached here? This is like a favor.
Yeah, that's fine. But I really could use some oil, so if you're going to be pumping oil, I would love to be a part of getting that.
I think.
As the druid said, you have something that I need.
Okay. You know what? I think in this situation, if that's the way you want to go about it, I'm perfectly fine with that. I honestly don't care about really making lots of money. I just want to have it done responsibly, and I will provide it.
All right. Yeah, I want you to be able to pay your people. I'm not trying to say I don't want you to pay your people. I'm telling you that if you are actually going to go into the pumping oil business, I want to be there. I want to get some.
Absolutely. I don't mind providing you.
I don't want to have to be forced to go to the rat people and try and get my oil.
Understood. Well, like I said, I'm going to look into the operation. If it can be done in a clean way that does not pollute, then I will consider it. But if there's any sort of pollutants that are involved in the process, I'm not going to do it.
I have a solution. There was this man in the forest that I came across, and he said there's an alternative for oil. Well, what you're supposed to do is you have to take 10 otters and put them in this little squeezy vice grip thing, and then you can squeeze oil out of the otters.
Are you talking about animal fat?
Well, you said, yeah, you squeeze the oil out of the otters, and then you can use that for oil.
Yeah, I don't think you can use that for plastic, though, can you? Do you guys know? Can animal fat get used into plastic?
Not
tasty plastic.
I do not believe so.
Yes.
No.
So why don't you go and kill a lot of otters and,
to...
squeeze them and get the oil? That's easier.
Yeah, but that oil is only used for cooking. That's cooking oil.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the oil we're talking about is for like petroleum, gasoline, plastics.
What the?
Doesn't that sound like?
Would you like your loan then, sir?
Let me go talk to the Prime to make sure I'm authorized to do this, and then I'll come back and let you know.
It's he doesn't control my money.
Yeah, but I
owned bank.
am a federal agency, and I have to get his approval.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, let me know. Come back and let me know.
All right. Thank you.
No problem.
Also, with the rat people, I'm actually the sheriff over the rat people.
Want to
we're
use
going to
this
be
shop.
opening up a lot of trade.
This one?
Yes.
Oh.
Governor?
I was supposed to come get Ivan, not get him, but I was supposed to come talk to him.
Governor, I just wanted to let you know that I appreciate the recommendation of Agent Dave here. He is now a member of the EEA officially.
Oh, is he doing good?
He's a fantastic agent, sir. I'm very pleased to have him.
Okay, well, I gotta be honest with you. When all this started happening, and I met Dave, the first words out of his mouth I went, oh, the beauty that we can make happen. And I don't know, I just feel like I feel kind of like I'm your parents and I introduce you. It just feels really nice.
I feel like, kind of misjudged you a little bit, Governor. So, again, I apologize for that. And very proud that you are the new governor of that region. I think you'll do a great job.
Oh, hey. That's the nicest thing you ever said to me. I'm gonna grab that one. I'm putting it deep. Get it in there. That made me feel fuzzy.
Also, be mindful of that Ivan fella.
Yeah, I'm supposed to talk to him. And now, about conversation earlier, and then Dave here telling me. Maybe I can see. Okay, hold on. Come up here. He is so fast! How is he? Those boots! Let's pull over here. So, I was originally going to offer him, because we need a tailor out there, and I was going to offer him a stall for like a cheaper price. Not really just to move, but to either open up in their shop or move out there. But I keep hearing all these bad things about him, and I don't want to bring somebody out of the city if they're just gonna screw up my woods.
So, would you mind coming over and stepping over here?
Yeah. Oh, is this your office?
Anywhere that is outside is my office.
Got a cigarette? Because I feel like I want to have a Buffalo, get out of here! Shoot! I want a cigarette when we're under here for some reason.
And another option, Governor, if you would be so kind to consider it. Perhaps you could offer an extension to Ivan to come out and put up a stall, but tell him, you would be interested in lucrative gator skins.
Oh, I see what you're on to, and I like it a lot.
This would be your way of helping not only the EEA, but the world itself in apprehending a devious criminal.
Oh, this is beautiful. This is... Nate, I don't know if you just got here, but this is... Burke is a genius right now. Come on, come on, I got a cigarette. You want a cigarette? Well, actually, never mind. No, I don't smoke cigarettes. Oh, this is perfect. Oh.
Entrapment? No such thing.
Because he just is. He's a genius. That's, you know what, oh my God.
Well, he might be more inclined because he as a governor, you have more power and, lining in his pockets and all. He might be more inclined to do a favor for you than he would for others.
Yeah. Well, see, I could take it even one deeper. I'll just act like I want him to move there so I can tell him that we can have a secret sales section for the stuff that he's been taking. So I get him to admit to me that he's been doing it. So basically, I offer him a job there for what he's got here, but I tell him that we're going to have a basement that I can prove and show him because it's being built right now, where he can have a secret little area where he can sell his illegal goods. We get him to get it. I tell him he's got to build it himself. He builds it, he traps him. I then let you in and give you the evidence.
That also would work well. I should be amiss to inform you that I do have a great deal of evidence against Mr. Ivan as of right now. But that would be the nail in the coffin.
Oh yeah, we can. I'll get something. Now the real question is, Nate, are you Ivan's best friend? Are you gonna go tell him?
No, actually, I did just have a strong distaste from that guy.
Oh, good.
Mr. Nate is also the EEA agent officially as of now from the Rat Nation.
That's good. He was talking to me a little bit about that. See, he's going to talk to you about that. See, that was kind of the same thing. Nate and Dave. Nate, if you didn't meet yet, you guys kind of have similar roles.
Yes, we have met.
You both are representatives of each continent from either side.
See, what you got to understand. Deep down, Burke, I am one evil motherfucking wizard. All right? But when I left the plane of existence I was on, I told myself I was done being evil. I was going to go about my ways. I even went as telling everybody in my head, and I know you know what I mean, that I was going to be the evilest son of a bitch. And then I realized it's way more fun to be evil on the inside. So, at the end of the day, we're probably working together a lot more than you think, because I've decided I like those woods way too much to ever be evil and ruin them.
You cut down that redwood, didn't you? At the front of that guy's house.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, 100% cut down that redwood that fell into the river, the one that I went, when I saw it, 100%. I was finding my ways, and then I went, you know what, I like this land a lot. It's beautiful. And then I fell in love.
I knew it. I knew it. When I knew it, the way I'm just thank you for and tell me that, because I just knew that was the case, and I'm glad that has been confirmed.
I didn't want to lie to you. Yeah, I didn't want to lie to you then, but me and Peter we're getting good. We're really good neighbors now, but we were on the cusp. We didn't know if he was a cannibal, so we were worried about a cannibal living next to us.
I feel like I had somewhat to do with that, because I encouraged Peter to open up negotiations and talks with you and vice versa, but I'm glad that all worked out in the end.
I see. Good. This is good. See, once again, we're definitely on the same side. I really thought I wasn't going to care about the environment, and then there's something, 45 hours of my life has just suddenly vanished over the course of about 4.5 days. And I'm just not quite sure where I'm at anymore. And I realized I love this place.
I'll tell you, sir. I'll tell you exactly what happened. Is that you got struck by Mother Nature. She took you in. She wrapped her arms around you. She pressed you against her bosom, She fed you the milk of life, sir, and now you are committed to it.
So true. It's so true. Shut. Hey. This is an important moment in my life, Cletus. All right. Important moment.
I'm here for you, buddy. I love you, man.
Oh, what? Oh, thanks. I'm proud of you. Yeah, I'm proud of me. I was ready to wreck this place.
One thing what we could do, gentlemen, if everyone is feeling the love of nature right now, is that we could do the run of the wolves.
Oh shit! I don't know what it is, but I'll do it.
Now we strip away our clothing and we frolic nude in the woods at nighttime.
Well,
I might be too busy for that. Mr. BurkeBlack, I have a question.
Where did I get this dirt?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna have you look at a couple of quick places on the map, if you wouldn't mind. Pull out your GPS.
I really don't know.
Yeah, go ahead.
I want you to go to world layers. I want you to go to world, and I want you to go to oil film.
Where did I get this?
If you wouldn't mind.
I really don't know where I got this dirt.
Okay.
And I want you to look southeast of your property.
Where did I get this dirt?
I want you to notice there's five land claims in the middle of the water.
Dirt off me.
This is good. Oh god.
You see that?
Yes.
And then I want you to go south of that until you're on the Long Island.
Oh, I didn't realize.
So you're gonna go south over the major island, then go to Long Island, and you see there's another bright white oil field claimed by the exact same person. You see that? There's a Long Island south of the mainland, just east of the city here. It's got a bright white oil field, and it's claimed by the same person.
I thought about that.
I do not.
If you're looking at oil, if you're looking for oil, if you have oil field triggered on your map, you'll notice there's a bright.
Yeah. Okay. I see it. Yeah.
Okay. So again, one more time, I want you to pass through our town, cross over it, heading west, and keep on going until you get to.
Why is he doing this? Why do I care?
Shoot. Bottom line, there is another place on the map that has 4 land claims randomly sporadic on an oil field that are owned by the same guy as well.
Okay.
I don't know how you want to handle that, but I think that's not.
Go on, I'm listening. I like this.
How do I say this? It's not good that somebody's just going around and placing land claims on oil all over the place where the best oil is. That means that they're using mental powers to do something that would normally be done organically.
I can't solve anything, but you know who can? This guy right here.
And they're literally just grabbing all the bright white spots on the map.
No, that's called a doctor, and Nate here is one of our.
So I just want you to think about that. I want you to think of how you want to handle that.
I think
in and out of your brain.
I think what
because I don't think that's good.
I think what you're gonna have to do is bring that up with the Prime, because that's not really I see what you're saying, and that's definitely a problem. But that sounds like something you're gonna have to bring up with the Prime. I don't know how that's an EEA thing that I can take care of. You know, like it's not. That's just land claims. They look like they're trying to set up a business of some sort. But so you're gonna have to take that to the Prime as an example.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'll take that to the Prime then. Thank you. I just wonder what your thoughts were on that.
You mean my thoughts in like you're not stopping someone from doing that?
Yeah, just your thoughts in general in the world. Like, how did you feel about that in general? Like, go across like everything we're doing here.
And in terms of my oil field?
No, in terms of just Never mind.
No, I guess I'm confused. Are you telling me this like as a threat? You know, like well, if you don't give me your oil, there's other people gonna give you other oil, or something like that.
Yeah, it's okay. I'll think about more with. I'll talk with the Prime and see what he thinks about it.
Oh, see. Oh, you're asking me out of game, out of character. That's what you're
I
asking.
mean, if you want to go there, yes, I think it's not right. I don't think people should be metagaming and grabbing all the big oil fields.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, I think that's very much a metagame thing.
How is it metagame? What are they doing?
They basically went and searched out all the major oil fields in the whole map, and they're taking them all.
Right. I mean,
I can get one. I get one, but I mean that's cool. But if you're taking all of them, that's not good. How do you run like a business on every single one of them alone? Like that means people can't claim that territory at all.
Right. I can understand that.
If he claims them.
Who's doing
See what I mean? I just don't want somebody claiming all of them if he can't use all of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I understand.
Because we might have people here in the town that want to go out and start doing oil once it becomes, a thing.
Right.
And if all the bright white spots that are oil are taken by somebody who's covered all the spots with land claims and aren't using them, then nobody can do it. So I just wanted to bring it to your attention because it's kind of you and I project, and I don't think it's very fair for them to do that.
Claiming limited resources is it breaking the rules? Yeah, it is. It's like I get you. Yeah, we probably shouldn't let. I mean, it's like claiming all the rare resources by one person in the entire world. Yeah, we can't. I don't think we can do that.
And we don't know for sure if he's actually going to use them. He might, but if he ends up having just claims on a spot where no one else can use it, then that sucks for the other people.
Yeah, I didn't even know there was oil at the prison until after I had the prison and have started building.
I didn't even know there was a way to check for oil. Now that I see it, I'm like, shit. I wish I had put the town near oil.
By the way, do you know who was putting those down?
I could just block it with that.
I didn't see what it was.
You did you say you had a tailoring table?
Smoked one, smoked you one.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, we'll look into it.
He's not a bad person. Like I've heard rumors that he's actually really nice and stuff. I just want to make sure that maybe we should talk to him and say, maybe start with one oil field.
Yeah, just nip it.
Give everybody a chance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stay on your own claim.
To me.
Stay on your own claim for now.
Yeah, like he's got a bright ass one right there on that island. Like, why does he need all the other bright ones on the map?
It's called a monopoly. Thank you. And some people are just Thank you very much. Yeah, no problem, Code Daddy. You enjoy that. Yeah, I will. Thank you. Make money, find clothes. I will. Yes. Come to my shop someday. Oh, I might. Excuse me, sir. I heard you're the director of the EA.
The what?
Yeah. Yeah. You know.
I don't know what that is.
EA? Yeah.
Never heard of that.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, I just found some carcasses on the beach littered there. Just wanted to report it to the EA, but
there's no such organization as an EA.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
That's a tragedy. No worries. I'll take these carcasses to someone. I'm not sure who though.
What? Or you could report them to the EEA if you wanted to do that. Yeah, the EEA. I don't know what EI is. I've never heard of that. It sounds like a shindig of some cowboys or something. EI or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. See, I was talking to that cowboy feller, and I think it might have gotten mixed up with his words. Anyways, yes, the EEA. It's called, yes.
Yeah.
I found some bodies of a fox and a wolf littered on the beach just to the west of here. Just wanted to report it. I picked them up because they were just sitting there rotting. Somebody left them there.
Not necessarily. They could have died from other means.
Oh, okay. They were in a garbage bag, so.
Oh, they were in a garbage bag?
Yes.
Oh, well, you didn't say that. Okay, I thought you were just finding the bodies. Okay, so there's carcasses in a garbage bag somebody just threw down on the ground. Okay, I understand.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I don't know if you want the bodies for analysis, but I picked them up. Didn't think it was right leaving them on the beach. So.
Yeah, well, we can just dispose of those properly for you. Yeah, you can go ahead and drop them if you like, and we'll take care of that. But yeah, right now there's no crime against the killing of these animals, right? Or the hunting, rather. But we could definitely look into why they were left in a garbage can or garbage bag, littering the beach.
Excellent. All right. Well, I'm glad it got into the right hands. And yeah.
Okay. Well,
will,
thank you for
later.
your cooperation. You know, we need your eyes. You know, the
Yes,
EEA
for sure,
can. We need your eyes. We need them. You know, you got to report, listen, and report again.
I mean, do you need physically need my eyes?
But we need them. We need you to take them out and hand them to the EEA, and use them, and your ears, and if necessary, your taste as well. Sometimes tasting things can give a lot. You know, like if you see some strange glowing matter, you know, lean in, give it a taste, see what it is.
Yeah, just give it a little lick,
yeah,
right?
just give it a little taste to see what it is, and then report back.
Yeah, a little kind of like tasting wine, right? You know, swashing around in your mouth a little. And...
No, don't swash.
Oh.
Yeah, that could be bad. Just taste.
Great. All right. Well, okay, I'll keep that in mind. And yeah, if you or your people ever need any clothing or anything, I'm nearby under the bridge.
Mm-hmm.
Just to the north of town here.
If you see some strange gas, remember, breathe, but don't inhale.
Oh, okay. Yes. Lots of strange gas about, definitely.
Mm-hmm. All right. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, no worries. Take it easy, gentlemen.
Yeah, take it easy.
I was just around. I thought I should have phoned because I did a quick tour of Katsuki's place. You know how she's been working on to improve her pollution?
Mm-hmm.
She's improved it much more. She's got a new design in where it's now all pumping into bedrock now. If you look at the pollution now, it's dropped. It's continued to drop as well.
Off to Katsuki's, let's go.
Yeah, have a look. It's fantastic.
You come with us and explain everything.
Oh, okay. I'll pick you up again, though.
Just thinking about food. Where's your food store? I kind of need food.
There's like 4 of us.
All right, Katsuki. That's it. That's enough out of you.
Oh no.
Your time has come. Turn around. Put your hands behind your back.
Oh no.
Oh, jeez. What's going on?
Yeah, put your hands behind your back. Turn around.
Or what? For what? You have.
For April Fools. Ha!
It's not even April.
It's not April.
I meant February Fools.
Hey! Peter, you got a nice power bike.
I have informed them of your new changes.
Hey,
I've came to see your new setup. Apparently, you're making progress here.
yes. The third time's the charm, apparently.
I'm sorry, but that was just a little director humor there. Hope it didn't startle you too much.
You just came at the worst time because when the sun is rising or setting, it looks bad, but it's not bad because he was here earlier. I promise.
Looks fine, sir.
Oh, it's definitely spread beyond the bridge now, hasn't it?
No, it really hasn't. It's really just the sun.
Oh wow, it's all the way over here now. Look at this.
Mr. Fireside, please.
When doomsday happens.
I have no guess.
And it finally ends right over here.
You would be a guest.
That's a couple yard measurements there. How many football fields would you say that is?
Are you trying to put Katsuki in jail?
Her voice.
There it comes, all the way over here. All right. Oh, look, it's got a little spread over here as well. Yeah, about it, because it seems to come about right about here is where it ends. Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. It's starting to change now, so you can see soon in the time of day you'll be able to see the
You
The
can actually
water's
see the meat on the outside.
Okay, so show me what you've changed here. Have a look and see.
Okay, remember the aqueduct system? It didn't work out so well.
Exactly, yeah, there was definitely some seepage there.
So now, we're running all the way down to bedrock. With a lot of pipes.
Mm-hmm.
And then I moved the blast furnace at a higher elevation so that the smog production is far less, and I only run the machine for
You'll get
44
there
minutes
eventually.
every hour.
I'm betting 40 more minutes.
The water is clearing up dramatically. I can actually see the kelp underneath it, and the fish have begun to repopulate. And then my grass is now green. My grass is green now. It was way before.
Okay, so you put your blast furnace at the very top of your building, is what you did.
Yes. So the smokestack is not ground level.
Might, depending on how this situation pans out, I might be using your method as the preferred method for blast furnace use. How does there water here? How does it register that there's water here? So you just gotta go straight down to the damn blast furnace down here, and it'll do it. Mm-hmm. Oh, she wasn't fined at all because, like, even though like her area shows some pollution in the area, every effort by her has been made, and this was actually the suggestion that I gave to her as the director to make these changes and take this down to the bedrock. So far she's been compliant with every request, so there's been no need to do any of that. It's not like she left her tailings on the surface and not given two shits. She's done. She has zero pollution, except for the blast furnace and what it does.
So stop bullying me.
So this is blast furnace shit right here. That's what it does.
The controls of the vehicle are not that intuitive to me.
That's fair.
It's the backing.
I just grabbed that.
Is that an exploit? I don't think so.
Fairness, I didn't sit in the
Don't mind me, I'm just taking my readings here.
No problem. There
the
was
worst
also.
one I got was 60%.
Yeah, and then yesterday, after I let it run a bit, kelp died, but now the kelp is all green and not dead. The readings around here would be the highest when I have the machine running, but I did just turn it off probably 10 minutes ago.
As I said, like I understand that the city needs these kind of facilities, and I recognize that some pollution is going to happen regardless of what we do. But I like I said, as long as I see an effort being done, I really am not going to be crying too much about it. I levied the same thing to Mr. Mouse, or anyone, as long as they are attempting to do some control of their pollutants, it is acceptable. The same thing would happen to this, and when in the city with the rats, they had a large area of contaminated soil. But after inspecting, they had buried all of their contaminants deep underground, and it seems like the blast furnace itself was the culprit of causing all that pollution.
Yes, that's why I raised it. So now it cannot be. It's not near the water, which was causing the air pollution and ground pollution is what caused water to discolor. If you look at it now, it's actually bluer, but it really depends on the time of day. But the color has vastly improved. It was nearly chocolate color.
So, and have you been planting trees as well?
Yes.
Some more trees?
Yes, there's a lot more trees. I planted this grass as well, and it's growing very well, as you can see. And then there's also a very large tree farm, 2 of them, to the east that is also helping with the CO2.
Now, how, Miss Katsuki, how is your landfill operation coming?
The city has reopened the dump. I also have mine that is fine just in case they happen to close, and then I have Mr. right here who also has an underground operation and takes the tailings anytime I have the fewest amount.
Beep beep.
Wow.
That man there works with Baron as well, by the
Beep
way.
beep.
You're good.
Oh, y'all are behind me. I need to go back.
Oh, we moved. We moved.
You're all behind me.
No, you're fine. Trust me. Never steered you wrong.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. He's an interesting fellow. All right, yeah, Miss Katsuki, thank you very much. Once again, like I'm very happy with what I'm seeing here. The pollution does look really bad, but I do see the effort being made. You said you've been running your blast furnace for 40 minutes for an hour.
I run it for 40 minutes every hour. I let it calm down for a bit, like another 45 minutes, and then I run it again. So I run it for 45 minutes every 2 hours.
All right, we're gonna continue monitoring this situation here, agents. Make sure you use your tool that I gave everyone, and you're gonna want to come here to Katsuki's and check the pollution level and ensure that it is indeed going down in the water levels as well. If we do not see an improvement, we're gonna have to we'll have to look into Miss Katsuki renovating once again. But we'll see how this goes.
No more renovation.
We will see how this operation goes right now, Miss Katsuki. So, thank you for your continued effort in protecting the environment.
Yes, sir.
All right then. You have a good day.
You too.
Since she's technically out of my are we just going to be doing it for our area? Or
No, sir. You are not. You are now a federal agent. You have the world is your jurisdiction. All you are is a good representative of inclusion from the Rat Nation, so that they will feel that one of their own is a part of this organization. I wanted them to feel like they could come to you if they, if situation arise, that they wouldn't feel like they didn't have a representation here on this federal government.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
No, but no, you are an official agent. You go everywhere. You are denied no access to nothing, no matter what. As of now, you are a member of the EEA, and that badge matters.
Matt gave it to me because I'm gonna bring up a bunch of the good
That goes for you too, Mr. Dave.
Oh, nice.
That makes the Earth Mother happy.
Now, what are your thoughts about her operation?
The dirt did not taste the best in the river.
It's gotta get some healing. Same thing happened with Rat Jam as well, Nate. That area was highly toxic, but it's one of those situations where you see them doing solid effort to ensure that does not continue. And yet something persists regardless.
We really have been trying our hardest to get that down, so.
Well, I do definitely enjoy the Rat Jam and Miss Katsuki here making these extra efforts to try and find ways to solve that. And innovation like what Miss Katsuki is doing right now with the deep pipe and the high, tall rise building might do a lot to help with that.
I probably just need sleep and rest from being
Anyway, I'm gonna head back to the prison.
I think I'm going to look around town. Leave you to it.
Thank you. When you are official EEA, do whatever you like. Thank you, and continue. Remember, we are looking for this Daniel the Demon and evidence on Mr. Ivan, as always. But other than that, keep an eye out for the pollutants.
Of course. If you need me, let me
Pleasure
know.
to meet you.
You as well, Nate.
It's a beautiful shrine.
Now we
here.
get this is. It looks like the effort people are trying to take to make sure that it stays positive is pretty amazing, actually.
Mm-hmm. Now, I hear that this effort is not the same in other worlds. Do you believe in the multiverse?
Yes, absolutely.
I've heard grumblings in the multiverse that the other worlds do not fare as well as ours.
Yeah, that is what I've heard as well too, echoing through the multiverse.
Perhaps they should form
think
their
sure.
own I was hoping that there would have been like, since the multiverse, they always say there's a copy of you out there. I was hoping that there'd be a copy of the EEA and, in one of these other universes, but apparently no such thing has transpired.
From what I've heard, there is that in one of the multiverses we had the Paris Accord, but I don't know about the balancing of emissions. But I would love to see them at a zero emission future.
That would be fantastic. I'd love. Perhaps I should visit one of these worlds. If we could design a contraption to take me into a different universe, it would be exciting.
Man, could you imagine if we had something like that?
I really want to see what's going on.
I heard some of these multiverses have what I'd be excited for is what do they call AR and VR? It's like where you put these goggles on and you can see stuff.
Well, that would be fantastic. I tell you what, we're gonna have to figure out. So I take it you've been closely monitoring the oil situation with the rat jam. I would definitely like to make you an advisor because if we do end up doing that, I want to know if we can do it cleanly without polluting, and exactly what it would take to extract that oil. Because perhaps we could use that oil for funding the EEA with its. I feel very bad that my agents are not getting paid. But I don't really care have much for money myself, so I would like to be able to provide their financial means as they do the work of nature.
The thing is, we have to figure a way of to make it a positive influence for these people providing the oil, because it seemed like that Cletus gentleman back there was, he felt like he was getting the short end of the stick.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know how to help out that situation in any way, shape, or form.
Which, if he just wants oil, I don't mind giving him oil. He doesn't have to buy it. I just want to make sure that we can produce it.
Yeah, we'll try to figure out what we're going to do out over there. But the problem with it being is that we don't have it done yet, and we don't know what the impact is going to be at this point. But what we're trying to do is since we're so technologically advanced, we're actually trying to help supply and teach others and around the world our peaceful utopian ways.
Oh, absolutely. As you know, the EEA is neutral in all these things. We don't side the politics of one city or the other. The prison, unfortunately, is going to be regioned to the city over there because the prison is a private entity. Even as director, if I am not reelected as director, then I will simply be the prison warden at that point.
Oh yeah, so wait, elected for EEA?
Yes, the EEA is an elected. The directorship is an elected official. I was the first one appointed since I started the EEA, but I did encourage the Prime that to maintain civilian trust into the EEA, that it should not be ruled by me. I'm definitely going to run again for the directorship when the position is eligible for voting again, which is going to, I believe, in the next couple of days.
One thing I'm worried about though is we need to start sugarcoating some of these people, because if we get a corrupt EEA ahead, it's going to be terrible.
I can understand
I have no
that.
doubt that you are one of the people that care the most for the EEA.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. It's close to my heart, but I don't know how It's a tough situation when if you can't change a leadership role because people lose their faith in that.
And I saw the display that was taken in town today about everyone booing the EA and kind of going after us. So we need to build relations. And I think the move you did getting us involved, but I think we also need to potentially find a big player in the actual city or the I don't know what they call the area.
I don't think they've named that city. So you think? I mean, I thought Mr. Ninja was a good representation of that because he actually is with them most of the time. But they're going to announce a governor or some kind of thing. I thought then would be a good time to do that. But we could go to that town, I suppose, and try to recruit a member.
The biggest thing I think I'll do that for my field work when I go over there is try to figure out who the big player is and who's environmentally conscious and who also would be a good fit that has good charisma with them. So that way they don't go after you and try to replace it and then it's, try to drain the swamp.
Mm-hmm. I also believe it would be nice to find someone who can run the EA operations when the vast majority of people here are asleep. So like a morning or afternoon crew.
I actually used to be morning, and then recently I kind of, it's a little quiet in the morning, so I completely flip-flopped my schedule to be on nighttime. But since I have been on the morning, it wouldn't be anything for me to. I wouldn't want to do it. I want to do nighttime because now my schedule's here. But I could potentially find someone that would be a good use down there.
I just had an idea. Mr. Farsighter.
Yep.
Could you get me another one of those signs like what's on the board there?
Just one?
Mm-hmm. Like those signs up here.
Alrighty.
For the endangered species and such. I would need 3 of them because the new governor of the
1 year on board this leaky ship.
Something Woods would like these signs, and I want another sign that I'm going to list the names of all EEA agents, so no one can pretend to be one.
Oh, okay.
That is very smart.
I also need to.
That's one of the biggest things. I would like to keep you in there as long as possible because you seem to be the most suitable fit. I just think it's one of those things where people are going to always hold it against us since we have to be the bad guys. Just how society is.
Mm-hmm. And that Mr. Mouse, I actually was quite lenient on him, and you saw what he said as he drove by.
Oh yeah.
He left his pollutants out for many hours, polluting the area around where children play. There's children play in that area, and he had left his pollutants there, and I'm the villain because he couldn't clean up after himself. That's how it goes, though. But I don't have time for their feelings.
Yeah, that's very smart. It seems like the Chive guys have a pretty good influence as well too. But you already got Chive guys locations all over the place.
Mm-hmm. They've been endorsed by me, and I'm happy to hand out more approval signs as well.
I think one of the biggest things that we do have to watch out for is like with Rat Nation and the Elder Woods people. They're a little bit further away. They have the bigger operations and stuff. But since we have representatives from there, I think everything's going to be fine for now. I don't think anyone's going to turncoat or anything like that. But I do think the city has the most power for persuading votes just because of the social climate.
Mm-hmm.
One person whispers, the other person hears it, and they're like, oh yeah, the EEA, we need to stop them.
I completely agree with you. I think that we will definitely move forward with perhaps recruiting someone from this actual city, someone who's there all the time as an agent. Now, Amber resides in close to the city as well, and Agent Ninja close to the city. They both do a great deal there, but I think someone deep rooted in that town would probably be a good idea. I might even head over there just before I wrap up tonight before I head to bed and see if I couldn't find someone to fit that caliber. How can I help you, sir?
Yeah.
I apologize. I didn't want to interrupt. When you had visited the guild headquarters earlier, you mentioned possibly giving us the EEA seal of approval there, and I was hoping to inquire as to how that was going there, because obviously being an environmentally conscious mining guild would be a little, well, comical if we didn't have that. You know what I mean?
Yes. Hold on one second. I believe
All right, no
I did
problem.
discuss that with you, did I not?
You did indeed, sir. I mean, if you want to recheck out the facility, you're welcome to.
No, I'm pretty happy with your facility, and like I said, Mr. Tangent will probably be waking up later today, and maybe you could have a discussion with him about dealing with his tailings issue, so he can get his condemnation removed.
Well, we can certainly reach out to him, of course.
Give me one moment. Do 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 do. Do 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 boo bum 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 bum. All right, do 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 do. How does that look to you?
That looks mighty fine.
All right then. Well, officially then you are now EEA approved because of your outstanding methods of waste disposal. They have a beautiful waste dump in the desert, in the very bottom.
Welcome to check it out,
corner.
actually.
It is fantastic. Well, let me set this up right over here.
All right, perfect. And yeah, you're welcome to swing on by. We welcome the EEA.
Yeah, I was meaning to head down that way earlier in the morning when I think there's one of the guys that does the solo operations down there. I wanted to check out and have a conversation with him one of these times.
Yeah, no problem.
Apparently, I put the wrong sign on. 1 second.
Oh yeah, no worries. And yeah. No, happy to have you. If you want to come check things out and stuff like.
Yeah, I'm actually one of the members of the Rat Nation, so we've actually been doing a pretty decent amount of business with you guys down there.
That would be perfect. We love that. We love our neighbors to the north and our neighbors to the west there, the river folk.
Oh yeah, I've never even been around them. Wait, is
yeah.
that the wizard?
Yeah, Bob's the head of them.
Yeah. The directions get all messed up in my head.
Oh yeah, no worries. Actually, the funny thing is, I was speaking to some folks, and we're looking to sort of form up a small-ish mining town, something to keep the character of the area, but still provide a service to our miners and other folks in the area. And we're looking at possibly having some. Well, the buildings are all going to be kind of on the lower side. We don't want anything like the city with too tall, just way too tall. We're a simpler folk, you know what I mean? And so we're going to have potentially, like a saloon. We might have something like a Chive Guys. They might be actually coming out there, things like that. We're trying to keep it simple, but at the same time, of quality.
No, that sounds quite nice.
Oh, I apologize, sir.
This is your sign here. If you want to take a look at that, make sure you put that somewhere where everyone can see. And you are now officially approved by the EEA for waste disposal and your operational business as well.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate that.
Thank you, sir, for your
Both
cooperation.
y'all have a wonderful day. Well, thank you. And again, you feel free to come on by if you want to check things out or chat. Have a nice day, gentlemen.
So you're saying winning hearts and minds is what we need to be doing?
Yeah, maybe even once you get the oil up, a little incentive, right? Like, hey, good job. You did your due diligence and made everything look, you actually put effort into cleaning up the act. So that way we don't seem as bad, like a little reward. Like when you get a shot when you're a kid and they give you a sucker, something like that.
Well, like provide them with free oil or something?
Yeah, I mean that's a resource we definitely have, and not too much, but just just enough to be like, here, thank you so much for what you have done.
I don't know. Money's
then
not really
if-
of importance to me, but I don't mind putting up the shop over there and selling or providing the oil free of charge if as long as I get to pay my agents.
Yeah, just give it to just give a little lump sum to the governors of the area for taking care of it. You catch more. What was the saying? It's like you catch more flies with sugar than something else, vinegar or something like that. I don't know. I think they retracted all of it, but
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe wouldn't you just use shit?
well, no, because flies like shit too.
Yeah, exactly. So
You
you would attract more flies if you just use shit.
Yes. How's that saying go? It's like, yeah, but you get the gist of it.
Right. I gotta attract flies.
We need to reward them. That's it. We need to butter them up so we get on the good side.
Well, I'll have to look into that for sure. These are fantastic, Mr. Agent Farside. Very nice.
I should mention those. So the numbers up on the wall, those were the old numbers a couple of hours ago. These are the new numbers.
Okay, I see that. Yeah, the Goody is dropped some more. Looks like, huh? Old redwoods have dropped by 2. 2 old redwoods have been cut down.
Yeah. I don't know who, but there's been 2 chopped down over the night.
That's a problem.
Hmm.
All right, let me. I'll take these to them. Let me set this up as a staff board.
Naro, can I speak with you for a sec?
Yeah.
Hey, so what's the prickly pear situation like right now? Because I found some seeds that somebody had thrown on the ground. Ask him real quick.
Our current field agents are in a Agouti and old growth redwood, huh?
It's not
So
done.
I don't know the whole situation about the prickly pears, but Sir over here had found a few prickly pear seeds in the middle of the desert.
Somebody had kind of clearly thrown them.
Prickly pears are not as bad off as they were. They're starting to stabilize a little bit, but if you find seeds, of course,
Oh, I'll plant them. There's no worry about that. I was just curious to know if somebody dumping them for some reason is okay.
it's definitely reckless. So I imagine it's some new person running around out there not knowing what they got and just wanted to clear out their inventory.
I got you. I feel you. All right. I didn't want to bother you. I apologize. That's why I was asking earlier there.
You're perfectly fine. Thank you. Thank you for thank you for the tip.
All right. No worries. Have a wonderful day.
Let me see. Field agents. How you spell senior? Senior agent? How you spell it? No, Agent Nate. Yeah, you at this point you can do whatever you feel.
Okay,
I don't want to
wasn't
hold you
sure if
up or
wanted
anything.
to Have a sign. No, I mean, I'm pretty free for what it is. As soon as we get past the 4 or 5 o'clock time, it frees up pretty quickly. But I'll probably go back and take a sleep. I'm going to be taking a long sleep, so you probably see me around Tuesday night.
Exactly. Same here. I will be taking a long sleep as well. So I will see you later, Agent, and thank you for your assistance. And looking forward to working with you.
Absolutely. I'll see you in another day.
Take care. I think I got Amber's name right. Okay, I'll fix that. The far side is more like well, yeah. I guess we could list him. Was it? Okay. And then you're looking at now alligators are still kicking in. I don't know how to do the wait. It was epic fall. And then it was oh. Mr. Farside. Yeah, gnarly Nate, yeah. And yeah, I'll have to do the line breaks. It was yeah, Dave, but I don't know how to spell his name. It was kind of huge. Hold on, I'm gonna go to the restroom. Give me just a second.
Beep beep. Hi, Director.
Hello, Peter.
You know, if you drive these backwards, they're a lot easier to drive.
Really?
Yeah. They make really good turns backward.
Huh. Well, I guess so.
Yeah. Alright, I'll see you. I got a lot of work to do.
Okay. Be safe, Peter.
Unless you needed something. Did you need something?
Oh. Oh no, I'm good, Peter. I'm just.
What are you eating? It sounds delicious.
It's just a chocolate delight.
Oh, that sounds good.
And a little salty caramel and everything. A little chocolate in there. Mm.
Oh, wait, the caramel is on the outside?
Oh no, it's in the inside. It's inside.
Oh.
The salt's on the
You
outside,
ever had
though.
caramel on the outside and chocolate on the inside?
I don't think so.
Yeah, you shouldn't, because it'll get your fingers all sticky from the caramel.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, actually.
Yeah, that's why they always put the chocolate on the outside.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true.
Yeah, some smart people out there in this world.
Yeah, I mean, I never would have even thought of that.
Yeah. What are you writing?
This is a new bulletin board here. Letting people know who come to this area, who the staff are of the EEA.
Oh. Mr. Chip Chip's not even a senior agent?
Of course he is. I mean, that's, of course, Boulder Dash. Yes, of course.
Probably at least, maybe special agent instead of senior agent.
How's that?
That works. He was like your first agent, wasn't he?
These two gentlemen and Mr. Chip were my first agents, yes.
Yeah, there you go. Well.
Technically, Mr. Farside is not
crazy.
really a field agent, but I might make a new thing for him.
I'm like an assistant, really.
A secretary.
Secretary.
Yeah, secretary. Yeah, that's.
Oh.
Because I'm always here, so everyone comes here, delivers me.
Well, I think
give it to the
secretaries
agent.
are called
and they go
PAs
out.
now.
Yeah, let's do that. Such a secretary, yeah.
Oh, actually, that's a good point. Can I be HR as well?
Oh, you don't want to be HR. Trust me. HR's lives are hell because everybody will report, complaints to you.
Yeah, but that sounds fun.
Oh, no, it's not fun. Everyone will complain. Everyone complains. That's just the way life is.
Everyone says it.
Why the world's ending. It's going to take us all out.
I think the world's ending.
What?
We are.
But the world's definitely ending.
I think it's Epic Fall. What was the direct? What's how you spell secretary?
No, I think it's more like 99-1.
I'm trying to be
Deputy, you think?
Optimism doesn't get us anywhere in life.
He doesn't want that kind of
Realistic
authority.
Expectations help survive humanity.
Realistic doesn't help either sometimes.
Well, it does if you can, gaze into the realistic things and then, change their behavior based accordingly to what you see.
Agree to disagree.
Well, all right. I'll just let you live in a fantasy world then.
If it makes them happy, why would you care?
If it makes them happy.
Oh, you're holding up the road. You gotta get out.
I'm going.
Oh no.
Turn around, Peter.
Mr. Black.
He's busy typing.
Oh.
Friday.
What?
There is quite a bit of debris on multiple properties near the town.
Are you talking about the one with the tent?
There was one that, on the road here, as far as another one south, near a Goblin Bridge, the sign said.
I wonder if those are ones that that we were running into that we couldn't have access to because they're on that person's property and they ain't run past that damn law yet. And let's just pick up that debris.
Yes, both of these were on properties.
We've been passing by them quite a bit. It basically, they've been there for so damn long. The government's dragging its feet on passing a law to allow us to clean that area up on people's property.
That
So do
law
we
comes
just
into
leave it
place,
be?
I'm going.
Until we have permissions to go onto their property, there's not much we can do. We can't pick it up. We're denied. But if it's not on property, then we can go in and do it. Because apparently those people that have it on their property have not... well, they've been asleep for a very long time.
I think the one on the way here is like what you say. I'm not sure about the other.
We can definitely check out the other. Mr. Ninja, Agent Ninja, are you aware of this property that Agent Dave is talking about?
I know the one next. Is it the one that's immediately next to the big town? Yes, it's the one that's right off the road. That's the fastest way to get into the town. I'm not sure of the other one, and unfortunately, unless you have something urgent, Director Burke, I was going to go to sleep now.
No, it's not urgent. We'll look into it. We're talking about debris, as in tree pulp and such, Agent Dave.
Ah.
Yes. It was on the south side of the island. The bridge leading there. It said, "Beware goblins."
Wait, here? This bridge?
No, the other end of the big island that the city's on.
Oh. Beware of goblins.
Boba something. Bobatron.
We're gonna have to definitely check that area out. I'm gonna run over there.
There's a strange bridge with a crack in the middle.
Give me just a minute to finish up this sign, and I'll run over there with you. I gotta deliver these two signs to... Well, actually, Agent Dave, you could probably deliver these two signs. This one here and this one.
I'll see you later, Director, Mr. Farside, Dave.
Take it easy.
See you, Ninja.
Night.
I cannot pick these up.
Oh. Director will need to give you authority.
You could put them in the donation box.
Shit. Is that right? Gosh damn it.
There you go.
Yeah, okay.
What is he working on?
This staff sign so that we can't have anybody impersonating an agent. Well, of course, it has to be off-center, doesn't it? It just has to be off-center!
I can find a nice spot for it if you want.
Whatever. Anyway, it's there now so people can see it.
I'll make the building a lot more center itself when I get
Okay,
around.
alright. Alright,
It looks really weird.
Yeah, well, fix it! Assistant to the director, Agent Farside.
That's cool, but alright.
At a later point in time, the prison comes first with all of its beauties and such, right?
It's nearly done.
Fantastic. Alright, Agent Dave, let's go! To the bridge!
It is quite a walk.
It is? Okay. All right. Oh. So, they say there's a goblin under this bridge, huh? Cutting down trees?
Not this bridge. The other one.
Oh, right, no. Well, let's go to the bridge, because I know what, yeah, I want to see that bridge, and, I'm pretty sure I know what place you're talking about with the tent. Yeah, with that, debris.
Oh,
Governor?
Hello there.
Also, Governor, you'll be able to go by the offices of the EEA at any point in time, and there's going to be a sign there that has your list of the staff, and Mr. Dave is carrying the signs for you to put up in your neck of the woods.
Oh, yeah, you putting them in the back there right now?
The truck there.
They're back there, are they?
Mhm.
All right, I can put them up now, too.
If you make sure you authorize agents of the EEA so that they can come by, like Mr. Agent Dave here, and update that list for you daily.
Okay, what I'll do is I'll give Dave permission to the sign when I put it up, so he can put whatever he wants on there for me. That way he can always change it anytime he wants.
Fantastic. Thank you, Governor.
Yeah, you're very welcome. Appreciate y'all. You have to have a safe trip. I'm gonna hopefully don't run this off the road anywhere. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I'll be.
Okay, we can't hear him anymore.
He has an interesting voice.
Uh-huh. I heard he was also the gentleman who sings the Chive Guys' catchy theme song.
Yes, that was him.
It's quite nice. Maybe he should sing our theme song. If you cut the trunk, don't you forget the stump. Medley.
It's not bad. It is not as catchy as his other song.
Yeah, well, I was hoping, I'm not quite a professional, but maybe he could, enhance upon it a little bit.
So this was one.
Yeah, this is the one we've seen. This has been here for a long time. Very long time. The town needs to pass.
The other one.
Go ahead.
Sorry, you were saying.
Well, the town needs to pass like a law that allow us to clean this up, because this gentleman is not coming back. There was talks of passing that law. They were going to, but they never did.
Hello, gentlemen.
Yeah, I will get me one of those.
One of these?
Mm-hmm.
I bought it from Kazuki's.
Oh, I guess I'll buy one. Thank you.
No problem. Did you want to see the tailing area while you're here?
Oh, you have a tailing area?
Yeah.
Oh, hey, do you work with Baron?
I certainly do.
And has he been around?
He hasn't been on for the last day, but he's been around.
Hmm. Sure, let's take a look.
I can let him know that you're looking for him when you are.
I absolutely am looking for him. I want to speak to him about an incident.
Hello, Captain.
His name
It's
was
been a
brought
minute.
up
I
in an
miss your
investigation. Holy gold.
Yeah, it's a coal and gold mine.
Hi, Bubbles. How you doing? Thank you for all the subs, by the way. Sorry, just the RP has not stopped. It's been non-stop RP. We were in here investigating before. You don't have any dealings with Ivan, do you?
No.
You certain?
You're standing above the tailings.
That's all the tailings you have right now, sir?
That's all the tailings. I have 3 stockpiles. When they're full, I put the wooden cork above them and seal them away.
Hmm. 50. All right, let's have a. Let's find out if your 30 meat is compliant.
With the mountain above us, we're actually just below 40.
Are you certain of that?
Yes. Because the top of the mountain is 80 something.
You're certain?
Yeah, you can go count if you want.
Would you stake your life upon it?
From where we are now, we're actually well below the 40-meter range.
All right, good.
It's closer to the 50 mark.
Yeah, I register the 50 mark right here. Absolutely. Mr. Barron has a property right next to Mr. Ivan.
Yeah, he's got his pawn shop across the street from there.
Yeah, how would you feel about granting us access to that?
I don't have any access to that.
No?
The only building I have access to is the one that he has just outside from here.
Thank you for your assistance, and I appreciate the tour here.
No problem.
What was that?
What was what?
Are there animals in here?
Not that I know.
I thought I heard something.
You heard it too. It sounded like a little squeaky kind of sound.
Yes, like rats or something, or mice.
Definitely don't have rats or rat people in here. They're not allowed.
Perhaps cats or calf.
How about maybe it's a vesicular,
Well,
vesicular
I
bat?
can take the cork off the thing so you can have a look.
Whew.
But as you see, they're quite full.
Yeah, I'd be very careful about dealing with tailings. Keep in mind that this is nice and pretty and clean, but once you open yourself up to storing the city's tailings, this is going to fill up real fast.
It just means I've got more gold to play with.
That's true. All right. Thank you, sir.
No problem. And as you see, I've got a couple of 100 bars of gold here.
Oh, you definitely struck it rich there.
All right, it is this way.
Oh, I love this game. This area is always bad. This area
That
right
one was
here.
interested in me.
Oh, it did. Yeah, well, you know, it's probably been a mating cycle for it. So, you know, you keep yourself out in the woods so long, you probably smell like, you know, a yummy mare.
I do that so that they cannot smell me coming.
Well, when that happens to me, I pretty much just stand still and let them do their business. You know, I'm not. I don't like to interfere. You know, I feel like it's a natural thing, and I just will hold perfectly still until it's done.
What is that building out there?
I don't know what that is.
It is a nudist resort.
A what?
A nudist resort.
Okay. Honestly, I don't think I've ever been to that area.
I have not either.
Honestly, I don't think I want to go to that area.
Let us keep moving.
We got a pollution problem over here. You see this? Water's looking a little funky. Could be the sun, but
it is.
Oh, I got a pollution rating of 9.
Yes, there is some pollution.
Looks like a man's got a pipe sticking up.
There was roughly 15% according to your tool.
Oh, he got fancy equipment in here. 3% pollution here. %12 here. This man's killing these trees. Bars, retirement home, and tinker shop. Oh, he's making cement. That must be what's causing all the pollution.
He must be doing large batches at once.
What the hell? This man's insane! Oh, thank you, Nate. All right, let's continue on to that bridge. I'm going to mark this territory for investigation. We're going to do a complete search of his entire residence the next time we see him.
All right, it is this way.
Over there. Ugh, shit. I gotta go to bed here soon. I gotta do that. I gotta do this thing tomorrow.
It is probably easier if we just go around the beach.
Sounds good.
Something just killed this rabbit. It fell over dead in front of me.
Heart attack?
Perhaps.
I've heard that happens to rabbits.
Perhaps it died of old age.
I guess that could happen.
I did not intend to come here originally. I just went the wrong way out of town when trying to come to the prison.
Oh, so you're saying Mother Nature guided you here?
Hmm. I am still not used to the city.
Neither am I. Too much noise.
That is the bridge up there.
What an absolute mess.
It seems whoever was here has packed up and left.
And left all this mess. Greenhouse. Hmm. I wonder if someone's building this bridge. If it's staying in its.
There was wood
peaceful
down
order.
there too.
I'll be damned. Well, I'm definitely gonna have to. We're gonna have to mark this spot for EEA cleanup. This is a mess that we're gonna have to pick up since the individual is not around to do so. I'm definitely gonna ask the director about that land claim. He was supposed to like make it so that you could come on their land and pick up this debris.
Yes, that would make it easy.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Dave, for bringing me all the way out here. I haven't seen this part of the world. I must have missed this.
I have not either. Like I said, I came by mistake.
Well, I think I'm going to sleep outside under the stars today.
I am off to bed myself. You sleep well.
Good night, and I'll see you soon. Won't be here tomorrow, so hopefully nothing explodes and blows up.
I'm sure it will be all right.
Good night, Agent Dave.
Good night, Mr. Black.
Oh, man. All right. Yes, I am the director. Yeah, still the director. Tangent's waking up early. I can't stay. I can't stay, man. I can't. I got house shit I got to do. I'm not going to be on for a bit. Tangent's just going to have to deal with Tiger. Yeah, tell Tangent I apologize. Would love to have been up here to see him, but I literally can't. Making me deal with Tangent. Yes, yeah, there you go. Yeah, you deal with Tangent. You explain the situation. I already gave you all the information about him anyway. So it should be good. You should be good to go. Yeah, gave him the rundown, man. He owes us like 100 bits in fines now. He had a freaking snapping turtle in his chest. Which is an endangered species. And all his tailings are still there. It's an open and closed case. You got it all. Starts giving you sass, you just say, well, you're just going to have to wait for the director. You're going to have to tell him to get rid of his tailings. Besides, I also set a position, I already set it up that he could take the tailings over to those other guys. The EA approved dump, they're there. They already set that up, so trying to help Tangent out. Yeah, y'all have a great night. All right. Thank y'all for all the subs and all the follows and all the love here. I appreciate everybody. Like I said, I probably am not streaming tomorrow at all because of house stuff. It's it's literally the final countdown. So we're kind of at the end of things here. Yeah, we're at the end of things here. So I'll see you all, now if not tomorrow night, the night after that. Okay? Have a great night, everyone. Take care. Love y'all. Take care. I'll see you all later.